Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Sorry about the tight seating. My goodness. Well, welcome all of you to Thursday morning's meeting of the California Coastal Commission. I have one very, very important announcement. We cannot operate if you have your Wi-Fi on because there simply is not enough bandwidth for us to get what we need to operate Zoom, to operate our videos, for these folks who are incredible over here to do their job. So everyone, please turn off your Wi-Fi. You have to do it or we won't be able to have the meeting, and that's what happened yesterday. So can you do that right now? If you have your phone on Wi-Fi, you're on the hotel Wi-Fi, I believe it is, turn it off. And then hopefully we'll be okay. All right, on that note, want to ask that roll be called, please, by Ms. Miller.
Commissioner Geary. Here. Commissioner Bochco. Commissioner Bochco. Here. Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly. Here. Commissioner Escalante. Here. Commissioner Kunkel. Here. Commissioner Lowenberg. Here. Commissioner Newsom. Here. Commissioner Rice. Here. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. Here. Commissioner Uranga. Commissioner Wilson.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Chair Hart.
Present. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. All right, now we're going to move into virtual meeting procedures. Will that be Chris or you, Phil?
Yeah.
Chris, this morning.
All right. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 8:30 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with the telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. Before we go to agenda changes, I'd just like to remind everyone here in the audience and also on Zoom that you can only provide in the general public comment section of our meetings. General public comment on a specific topic can only be made one time per 3-day meeting. So if you've already commented on a topic, for example, your feelings with regard to development of renewable wind energy here in Morro Bay, and you spoke about it yesterday, you wouldn't be permitted to speak about it again today. So just wanted to make that point. I can see our executive director is, getting her morning exercise in, apparently. All right, so thanks, folks. We'll move on to agenda changes. These are items that are going to be going to consent or postponed on our agenda, and that will be Mr. Carl.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Good morning. For agenda changes today, we have item number 8A. This is the Mendocino Unified School District appeal. That item's been postponed. Then item 11A, this is the Vista Grande Drainage Improvements Project. That item has been moved to consent. And item 11B, this is Caltrans Sonoma County Safety Improvements Coastal Permit. That also has been moved to consent. Then item number 11C, this is the City of San Francisco's Ocean Beach Armory Project. That item has been postponed. Item number 16B, this is the mixed-use project along the Embarcadero here in Morro Bay. That item has been moved to consent. That concludes the agenda changes. Yes, 16B.
All right, great.
Did everyone get it?
16B has gone to consent, and 8A and 11C are postponed. 11A
Correct.
and 11B.
And 11A and 11B also to consent.
All right, we're now going to open general public comment. I believe we have approximately 20 folks here in the room. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could, just because we have a very busy day and a lot of people that want to speak, if someone has already said something that's essentially identical to what you're about to say, could you reference and say, I agree with all of the previous speakers, I agree with the previous speaker on this point? That would be super helpful to move us along, because I'd love to give everyone 2 minutes, but if it takes, if we start going deep into the meeting, not going to be able to do that. All right, so let's call the first public speaker, please.
Yes, I'll go through some procedures first. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There's a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. And please remember to state your name for the record. So first, we have the in-people speakers, starting with Cindy Harden, Sylvia Loretti, and then Seychelle Cans. So, Cindy Harden. And then you need to turn the mic on. There's a button at the base of the mic.
There's a button on the base.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Cindy Harden.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we are going to have to stop.
because of the Wi-Fi issue. Okay, folks, is everyone here have their Wi-Fi turned off?
Put it in airplane mode. Raise your hand.
Actually, just put your phone in airplane mode would be the best. I think Commissioner Rice has a good point. That way it really blocks it, because otherwise we just have to stop. So, Billy,
Yes.
how do you want to proceed?
Can you give us 5 minutes?
All right, folks, it'd be best if you just stay in your seats. We'll get going as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, it's just here at the this location, it's tough with the Wi-Fi. Okay, let's return to in-person public comment. Could you please call the name of the person that was going to, are you okay, Billy?
Testing.
I'm talking. All right. I'm so sorry, folks. If we could have the first public speaker, ma'am, if you could, and could you state your name again, please? Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for being here and allowing public comment. I am here to talk about the Bayona wetlands located in beautiful Playa del Rey, the last remaining wetland in Los Angeles proper, 577 acres of open space that right now needs a lot of care. There is no management plan for this ecological reserve, which is required by the state. I urge the commission to please work with Fish and Wildlife to create such a plan. In the meantime, I'm also advocating for interim stewardship by various nonprofits, not just my own Los Angeles Audubon, who I am representing this morning, but there are so many nonprofit groups with a stake in Bayona that would love to be able to access the property and do removal of invasive weeds, which are chock-a-block right now. There is a castor bean forest as you drive along Culver Boulevard. That's the perimeter of the reserve. This is the public face of the reserve. This is what people see. They drive by and they say, oh, it just looks like a weed patch to me. It doesn't look like a historic wetland that has been there for thousands and thousands of years. There is a Little League field where people do have access. If your child is playing Little League, would be a perfect spot for some restoration and some guided tours and signage to be installed. People are already there for the games. This is an audience that might not actually have much knowledge of wetlands. It's an opportunity to introduce them. It's a beautiful spot. I've been working there now first as a volunteer and now as director of outdoor education for Nature Nexus Institute, giving field trips to over 2,000 students a year. I wish more people could see it, and they can't right now. So more access, more stewardship, and a plan, for goodness sakes, a management plan. Thank you for your time. Have a great morning.
Thank you, folks. We don't allow clapping, but if you can just raise your hands if you agree with the speaker, that'd be great. Billy, also, none of these screens are on. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Okay. Our next speakers are Sylvia Loretti, followed by Seychelle Cans, Jean Marie Colby.
And there should be a PowerPoint presentation that got emailed here.
We never received a presentation from you.
For Sylvia?
For Sylvia, yeah.
We didn't receive one from you, sorry.
It was emailed by Kelly Goschalk. Yeah. Well, since my PowerPoint presentation didn't arrive,
we actually have your presentation. It was under a different name, Goschalk.
Yeah, Goschalk, yeah.
We're bringing it up really quickly.
Okay, I start talking already. Good morning, and thank you for being here, Commissioners. My name is Sylvia Loretti, and more than 20 years ago, I moved to this beautiful area from Germany. And ever since I live here, I still see this area through the eyes of a tourist, and I try to capture its beauty and serenity in my photography. I have a lot of visitors coming from Europe. They are always impressed when they come here, even though when they first turn around the corner and see the stacks, they ask me, how can anybody put industry in such a beautiful area? But we are lucky to have a lot of wildlife here. For every season, we have something special going on. The monarchs come in winter time. We have a sea otter all year round. We have the whales come by. And whenever I go kayaking and I meet people, I always take pleasure in realizing that people feel very thankful for being able to live here. They feel very blessed. Our bay is a natural bay and is easily accessible for people who come to visit and people who live here. And anything should be done to preserve this beauty of this area and not put anybody into danger. The wildlife, it would be such a catastrophe if anything happened that would kill our wildlife in masses or put people who live here in danger. Whatever industry is planned to be put here that is dangerous, should a fire ever happen, should be put somewhere where it's further away from nature that is very vulnerable, and so that this could be preserved. Yeah, unfortunately the slideshow is not showing, but I have a little box with pictures, and when you leave, you're welcome to take a card with you. So I hope that these photos can show you the area a little bit, that you see the beauty in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I can tell you we've really been appreciating this absolutely amazing bay and area. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank
People
you.
who live here have a lot of fans
Yeah.
with the commission.
I
Thank
hope
you
you
for
do.
your comments.
Thank
and
you.
anything you have, you could please just give to Vanessa. Thank you.
And thank you. And unfortunately, our timer sound isn't going off, so we do have the timer on the projector on the right-hand side of the room. And also, if you do have a presentation, please advance slides by saying next slide, and we will advance the slides for you. So, next.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair, and the staff. My name is Seychelle Khan, and I live right here in Paradise, Morro Bay, California. But we will only have this paradise if we can keep it. Unfortunately, there are efforts to industrialize our beautiful town and our incredible harbor. One of those proposed is a battery energy storage plant that a huge Texas corporation, Vista Energy, wants to build right in the middle of our town. There are many concerns about this project, and let me give you two. First, we actually don't know what the project is. Vista filed a project application with the city, and the city now has a published draft environmental impact report. At a recent meeting held between Vista and an auditorium of residents, Vista executives admitted that they haven't decided on the project they're going to build. They're not sure of the design, the layout, the specific process, the types of batteries, or the chemicals that will be used, which begs the question: how do citizens and public agencies comment on a draft EIR for a project that is unknown? CEQA requires a clearly defined project before an EIR can even be started. Another issue is Assembly Bill 205, also known as AB 205. It authorizes the California Energy Commission to take jurisdiction away from local governments and approve energy projects. However, AB 205 specifically exempts the authority of this commission from a takeover. Ignoring the actual language of AB 205, Vista falsely claims that if our city does not approve the project, they will have the Energy Commission take over. Now the city leaders and even the press that are parroting this falsehood. We are trying to set the record straight by quoting the language of the law, but the only people that they may believe are you. We ask the Coastal Commission to issue a statement clarifying your interpretation of AB 205 and whether it applies to this project. And I thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. Next is Jean Marie Colby, followed by Gail Johnson and Rachel Wilson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Jean Marie Colby. I have slides.
Yes, they're being brought up right now. It's taking a second to load up, but over here.
Thank you for not running the clock. I'm very anxious about getting this done in 2 minutes. I'll be speeding my way through this. Okay, so I am a retired attorney and Morro Bay resident for 2 years. I coordinated public responses to the draft EIR and for the proposed BEST in Morro Bay. If I were a professor teaching a class on writing an environmental impact report and the assignment was to write an EIR describing the hazards of a lithium-ion battery storage facility, the student writing this EIR would have earned an F- for failing to identify thermal runaway as an impact. It is the single most dangerous impact, and as the name implies, these fires cannot be controlled. The one in Otay Mesa, in that picture there, where the flames are burning through the roof, that lasted at least 3 weeks, used 15 to 20 million gallons of water, 40 firefighters around the clock, we have 13 here, and released lethal toxic gases. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'm going to go, okay. The project site is in a flood, tsunami, and earthquake zone, and salt water makes lithium-ion batteries combustible, making the project even more dangerous. Next. The draft EIR fails to identify off-site impacts to biological resources from exposure to toxic gases and fails to identify impacts in the ESHA, contrary to the Supreme Court's ruling in the Banning Ranch case, which I cited in my letter. Next. The project and its EIR fails to meet most CEQA Appendix G thresholds, including interfering with wildlife corridors and nurseries. The otter nurseries are Morro Bay's contribution to bringing back the numbers of otters, where they're mostly stagnant in the rest of the state. Next. The endangered southern sea otter habitat is adjacent to the project site, so disturbing them would result in an unlawful taking. Next. Sea Otter Savvy reminds us not to disturb the otters or change their behavior, but years of pile driving and jackhammers would do just that. Next. Here is a map of where you can find the sea otters in Morro Bay. Most are along the edge of the harbor near the project site. This is on the city's website. We're proud of our otters. The sea otters, next. And the sea otters still need our protection. Next. Here is a link and a QR code to read letters from some of the public responses to the EIR. There are many, many more, but these are ones we could access.
Time.
Welcome to Morro Bay, which is the jewel of the
you.
Central Coast. Thank you for being guardians of the coast.
Thank you. Next, Gail Johnson, Rachel Wilson, and then Stephen Hastings Page. Gail Johnson?
Yes, Gail Johnson. I have the slides. Welcome, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I'm proud to share my town with you. After your visit, you'll understand why we think Morro Bay is so precious. Next slide. Our community is being threatened with an effort to industrialize the heart of our tourist, fishing, and recreational areas with the largest battery storage facility in the world. Next slide, please. We were allowed 10 weeks to study the 400-page BESS EIR and comment on it. Over 100 citizens wrote insightful and compelling comments. The sheer volume of these letters proves our devotion to our town. As you know, this Coastal Act prioritizes industries that are coastal dependent. The best proposed for our Embarcadero is not. In fact, the unique, next slide. In fact, the unique spirit of Morro Bay is coastal dependent. Next slide. The Coastal Act strives to protect special communities with unique characteristics that are popular visitor destinations just like ours. Next slide. Our town's identity is oriented around the sea. Our character is defined by our fishing culture, our protected bay, water sports, and fresh air. Next slide. We live in harmony with nature and with wildlife that lives here. Next slide, please. And the next, and the next. We do not identify with battery storage or energy production, regardless of what the energy corporations would have you believe. Next slide, please. Our coastal identity is the base of our economy. We want to capitalize and build on our unique reputation in California and the world. Next slide. I'd like to present a map to you that I made for each one of you with a copy of my comments of the EIR. Thank you.
Time. Thank you. Next, Rachel Wilson, Stephen Hastings Page, and Carl Sidoric. Give us a second while we bring up your presentation. And we are advancing slides as soon as you say next slide, but it takes a second to advance because we're having bandwidth issues still. So.
Thank you, Coastal Commission, for coming to our wonderful town of Morro Bay. If you haven't found our sea otters yet, I gave you a few shots of where they're located. Next slide, please. Next slide. Just in case, I'm sure you know where you are, but the inn at the Morro Bay is at the far right, and you can actually see our estuary built into this picture and the narrowness of the mouth of our harbor. Next slide, please. We use our coastal access. About a month ago, the Ironman Triathlon was here. They swam on our bay. They ran on our Embarcadero, which is one of our main exits, and they rode bikes, as you can see, near our famous rock. Next slide, please. Imagine if we had a fire here, Otay Mesa. We had 2,000 athletes in the water on bikes and running, and we had 6,000 spectators, and we had 3 hours in Otay Mesa to where they said there were toxic fumes. Next slide, please. There's only one way out, and the 2 streets with stars actually dead end. So there's really only one way in and out from our rock. Next slide, please. I went to the Kite Festival. I was a scientist, so I went up. I parked near the rock. It took me 62 minutes just to get to the edge of the parking lot. And there was only one person who violated the queue. I thought maybe she was in labor or something. People were not panicked. Next slide. It took me 38 more minutes to pass the proposed BESS. So 1 hour and 40 minutes, not even to get out of town. And on September 9th of 2023, it took me 9 hours to evacuate. Thank you.
Last time. Thank you. Stephen Hastings Page, Carl Sidoric, and Eric Greening.
I have a PowerPoint. Oh yeah, this is a point of order. If I ask a question, does my time stop when you answer?
No, you have 2 minutes, and
Just 2 minutes.
that's it. Well, you
Okay,
can see we got a lot of people here speaking.
I'll just rattle off the questions. They're kind of geeky, but. all
Okay,
right.
and you know, we don't respond to questions. This is for us
No,
to
I know,
hear.
but at some future date you can.
All right, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go. Did the CCC give the County of Monterey a negative declaration for the BESS at Elkhorn property, assuming that there was no thermal runaway chemical fire threats? Question 2, did the CCC give a negative declaration for monitoring well removal at the PG&E Morro Bay tank farm site based on the deed restriction enforced by the DTSC? Is the Coastal Commission aware that the DTSC has awarded PG&E over 47 like deed restrictions in California, thus eliminating 47 cleanups even in the coastal zone? 4, has the Coastal Commission been in contact with the California Energy Storage Alliance to find alternatives to lithium battery storage in the coastal zone near estuaries, harbors, and waterways? Question 5, is the CCC aware of beach wave action inversion layers that can hold massive quantities of battery fire toxins over beaches, estuaries, and bays at a low height? And question 6, is the CEC aware that the BESS Morro Bay draft EIR does not contain environmentally safer storage methods that have no potential of toxic impacts and don't require an emergency response plan? Thanks, that's my questioning, and thanks for the access to the good surf for 45 years. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Next, Carl Sidoric, Eric Greening, and Nicole Dorfman.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Carl Sidoric. I'm the CEO for the Monterey Salinas Transit District, a public transit operator serving communities of Monterey County and making regional connections to the communities in San Luis Obispo, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz counties. Our board of local elected officials has charged our staff with achieving their vision of connecting communities, creating opportunities, and being kind to our planet. Our services help low-income minority populations access education, jobs, healthcare, and recreational access to the coast, including free services for Salinas Valley farm worker families to visit the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and free services to local youth in disadvantaged communities to access the Wahine Project, which provides surfing lessons to low-income youth. The SURF Busway and Bus Rapid Transit project, which will be coming to your commission in the coming months, connects Salinas with Monterey on a route partially located within an abandoned 144-year-old passenger rail corridor and within the coastal zone. And it has been designed to support future rail use, minimize habitat impacts, and support your commission's goals of improving coastal access by providing an additional 1 mile of new multi-use trails, supporting environmental justice by serving minority low-income populations, in limiting the impacts of global climate change and sea level rise by using 100% zero-emission buses, connecting affordable housing projects adjacent to the route, and protecting coastal resources by accelerating coastal zone restoration. Please accept my invitation to you all commissioners and staff to come visit at our SURF project and or visit us online at mst.org or read the materials that I've provided to your clerk to be distributed later so that you can learn the facts about this very important transformative project that has the overwhelming support of local land use, environmental, social service, affordable housing, and active transportation of advocates throughout our region. Hey, 3 seconds left. Thank you so much. That's on-time performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Eric Greening, Nicole Dorfman, and Larry Truesdale.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Eric Greening. Once through cooling has rightly been illegal in California for decades, but its total phase-out keeps being delayed by waivers of individual facilities. Last fall, the State Water Resources Control Board tacked another 5 years onto the waiver for Diablo Canyon with no staff analysis of the consequences for marine life based on the assumption that the legislature had taken that responsibility. The vehicle for this preemption did not call upon any such analysis. SB 846 was a budget trailer bill on the sale of alcoholic beverages, gutted and amended days before the end of the legislative session and passed under pressure in that stampede. Yet, even according to its own language, it may no longer be applicable or valid or tie your hands. I don't have time to read Government Code 25548D, as in donkey, into the record, but look it up. Then visit the websites of the San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace and the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. Look up the multiple public bailouts from both the rate base and the tax base that should disqualify under SB 846. And now, more is currently being sought in the present budget negotiations. Meanwhile, PG&E is seeking relicensing at the NRC, not for 5 years, but 20. The cooling towers that might have mitigated the hot water discharges are no longer being talked about. Will PG&E simply try to roll the legislature to turn the 5 years into 20? Will the State Water Resources Control Board get rolled again? Who remains to protect the sea life? You do. Please investigate whether SB 846's partial sidelining of your role is still valid if its own terms are not being met. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nicole Dorfman, Larry Truesdale, and Sean Green. Nicole Dorfman? Okay. Larry Truesdale, followed by Sean Green and Debbie Thorson.
I would like to thank the members of the Coastal Commission for taking the time to listen to my concerns about a BEST facility located on the Morro Bay waterfront. I am a resident of Morro Bay and a chemist by training. I received my undergraduate and graduate degrees at UCSD and UCLA before doing postdoctoral work at MIT. During my career, I have handled large quantities of hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen fluoride, and hydrogen chloride. These substances are highly corrosive and toxic. They should never be released into the atmosphere. As a scientist, I clearly understand the urgent need for renewable energy, but this should never be used as an excuse to endanger people, environment, or the economy of small tourist cities on the coastal California coast. The accompanied slides, which have been submitted to you, show failure rates for BEST facilities and their potential for release the corrosive toxic gases. The volumes of gases released in an incident are terrifying. There are no good, high probability ways to prevent thermal runaways that result from a failure. The recent Otay Mesa facility, which is 2.4 times smaller than the proposed facility for Morro Bay, provides a preview of what's in store for Morro Bay. To make lithium-ion batteries on such a scale is unprecedented and will require hundreds, if not thousands, of tons of high-energy, metastable materials. When they are compromised by heat, moisture, or poor operating practice, they react to produce a runaway reaction, releasing toxic gases into the environment. Lastly, BESS facilities are extremely hazardous during their construction phase and the first 3 years of operation, and retain an annual failure rate of 3% there going forward for the life of the facility. Because BESS facilities are multi-ton storage locations of hazardous electrolytes, the magnitude of an incident at any time is always high. I believe such a facility does not belong in a city or adjacent to an environmentally sensitive estuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Green, Debbie Thorson, and Cindy Cagle.
Coastal Commission and staff, my name is Sean Green, a Morro Bay resident and Harbor Advisory Board member. It pains me to have to come before you to ask for Coastal Commission help in enforcing our city's own coastal access violations. But our inability to police ourselves and the ongoing harm that's been done to my neighbors has left me no choice. 3 blocks away from today's meeting location, there exists the first of 4 pedestrian staircases. There's a slide presentation somewhere as well, that have for decades provided primary coastal access from public bluff top to public waterfront. To this day, 3 of the 4 remain open, active, and popular to residents and visitors alike, while the 4th, through a series of rash, poorly justified decisions by former city leaders, no longer is. Despite serving as the primary pedestrian coastal access route for hundreds of Morro Bay residents, the public staircase at the westernmost end of Surf Street, under the guise of public safety, was temporarily closed by Morro Bay city staff in 2018, fenced at both ends, and then unthinkably removed by staff and council without notice to nearby residents in 2019. Excuse me. An action that essentially finalized the permanent closure of a long-standing public access way the moment it was done. Thankfully, not long after that series of regrettable decisions, Coastal Commission planners and enforcement personnel recognized Morro Bay's coastal access failures at Surf Street and initiated enforcement proceedings against us. In a series of communications, the most recent of which was dated February 6, 2020, State Enforcement Officer Pat Wiesart reiterated to city planners the violations of the Coastal Act and our own LCP that resulted from the unlawful decisions and actions of city staff and council. In other coastal towns, because it's the right thing to do, coastal access staircases are repaired and replaced within months of unexpected closures, long before the need for state oversight kicks in. Meanwhile, in Morro Bay, more than 5 years have passed since simple neglect caused the temporary closure of an important staircase. More than 5 years have passed since the permanent removal of neglected stairs violated the Coastal Act. And more than 4 years have passed since Mr. Wiesart's most recent letter was received by the city of Morro Bay and simply ignored. The time has come for the Coastal Commission to step in, dictate the city's next steps, and mitigate the damages caused to residents, visitors, and my neighbors in the Beach Street District by mandating the restoration of long-standing public coastal access. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Debbie Thorson, followed by Cindy Cagle and David Yo.
Billy, before I start, can we put the first slide on?
Yes, we're bringing it up.
Okay, great. And just hold it there until I cue you. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Good morning, Chair Hart, commissioners, and staff. My name is Debbie Thorson. I've lived in Morro Bay for 36 years. My presentation today is to illustrate why Morro Bay is not suitable as a location for Vistra's proposed BESS. Our roads cannot handle a large evacuation, even in the best weather. Emergency personnel could be significantly challenged by crowds in Morro Bay at special events, which occur often. The battery plant supporters have not considered or quantified the potentially very significant damages that a chemical fire at the plant would cause to Morro Bay properties, coastal ecosystems, residents, or tourists. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to evacuate residents in the event that a potential fire at the plant coincided with coastal flooding. The potential loss of life in this scenario would be catastrophic. My slides will show how last year the people in the vicinity of Morro Bay were trapped by flooded roads for about 9 hours. As you will see from the pictures, the BESS would be smack dab in the middle of these floods. So in this picture, you can see the stacks and identify where the BESS would be. Highway 1 north and south, Highway 41 east and west are our main roads, and to the south of Morro Bay is South Bay Boulevard. Next slide, please. This is Main Street, Highway 1 view. You can see the stacks, total inaccessibility. Next slide, please. This is just right down the road, the Main Street Radcliffe intersection where Highway 1 is accessed. Highway 1 is up above where those cars are parked, unable to move. Next slide, please. This is South Bay Boulevard, which is our southern perimeter access to Morro Bay, totally flooded. You can't see it underneath the timer, but the cars are totally flooded, and hopefully the passengers escaped.
And
Next
time.
slide, please.
Time.
Okay, last slide. Last slide.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Cagle, followed by David Yo and Norm Williams.
I want to thank the commission for coming here. I am Cindy Cagle. I am a multiple-use sustained yield environmentalist, but I'm also Native American, indigenous to California on tribal council, and I'm highly against batteries next to our schools and elderly in Morro Bay. Hydrogen cyanide has not been brought up enough of one of the gases that's going to be emitted if they have a fire. The school is right there, a quarter of a mile, and then it's always full. The beach is always full. So I just want you guys to take that into consideration because you are about protecting the public. We are the public. And that there's whale migration, and they're going to eventually, they're doing all of this because they want the wind energy. I can tell you how they destroyed our lands up in Kern County with all of the windmills and the leakage that goes onto the ground. And OES is going to exempt them from leaking because it's a green energy, and they'll have a window of, say, 10, 20 years where it can leak into the ocean. It's not okay. If industry is caught and charged for doing that, it should be the same, and we really shouldn't even have them there because the vibration of those windmills disrupts the whale migration. It kills them. We've had testing going on outside the bay, and 2 whales have come into the bay. They don't do that. And the only reason is because they're testing the sonar on the ground in the ocean, and it's disrupting their navigation. What do you think those big vibrating windmills are going to do? They're going to destroy them, our mammals, and we don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, David Yo, followed by Norm Williams and Bill McLaughlin.
Good morning. I'm not a public speaker, and I'm very nervous about this. Welcome. My name is David Yo, and welcome to our small community. We have a nice harbor, which is protected by our mayor and our city council. Our harbor is not a port, and the developments that are suggested are, well, I'm in agreement with what everybody else is being said. And I hope you've been enjoying your stay in our small burg. But please do not allow the destruction of our home for industrialization and for energies that will go to other communities and be purchased by data storage or whatever. We won't benefit from it, but we will be destroyed by the decisions that, well, anyway. Thank you very much, and welcome to Morro Bay.
Thank you. Next, Norm Williams, Bill McLaughlin, and Bill Martoni.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Norm Williams. I am a resident of Morro Bay. I'm here to voice my concerns about the proposed building of the battery energy storage plant in Morro Bay. The business of Morro Bay is our tourist industry. Our location makes it very accessible to the residents of the Central Valley. Many flock to our area during hot summers to enjoy all the fun activities the coast has to offer. A diversity of people recreate here at our coastline as we are more affordable than other communities. We provide many family-friendly activities such as kayaking, paddleboarding, harbor cruises, playing on the beach, and much more. We have 2 campgrounds for families to enjoy, as well as the golf course, which hopefully you can get over and visit. I work there. It's a great place to play golf, by the way, and the price is low. And if you're staying at the campground, you get a discount. So what a deal, right? Such a deal. I recognize that we have a need for alternative energy sources. We got the solar panels, we got the hybrid car, we got all that stuff. All I'm asking is you don't locate that massive, world's largest storage energy plant here in Morro Bay. Locate it somewhere else. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Next, Bill McLaughlin, Bill Martoni, and Barry Brandon.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bill McLaughlin. I am a lifelong surfer and beach activist, fisherman of Ocean Beach, San Francisco, California. I came down here to comment on the Ocean Beach Armoring project, but I know it's been postponed. I booked a hotel room. I was coming down anyway, so here I am. Anyway, before I begin, I just want to shout out to the Morro Bay activists. You have an amazing coastline here. I've never been here before. It's really, really beautiful. I went for a surf yesterday. It's amazing. And the Coastal Commission and all the dune restoration and everything is amazing. It's really, really nice. But really, a heads up, just some general comments on what's been going on in my neighborhood. I live out, at Ocean Beach in the coastal zone. We've had a lot of recent developments of note. There was a proposal for a 50-story apartment tower in our neighborhood. And we've also had the closure of the Great Highway, the pilot. It's been fantastic for beach visitors and so forth. It's definitely a positive thing, but it was really not planned properly, and it's brought a lot of impacts to the neighborhood. The city has reacted by making no right-hand turns, removing parking, speed cushions, all kinds of different traffic changes and whatnot. It's made beach parking and just getting around our beach neighborhood for visitors much more difficult. And I just want to, and then I should also mention the attempt by Senator Scott Wiener to remove the Coastal Commission's oversight of our neighborhood. And all these are very serious, and I just want to put this stuff on the radar and just really want to emphasize that we really need Coastal Commission oversight and review out at Ocean Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then our final 3 in-person speakers are Bill Martoni, Barry Brandon, and Susan Dunn. And then after that, we have 24 Zoom speakers signed up.
Good evening, or good morning again. Yeah, I'm still at the bar last night. Bill Martoni. And I wanted to first off touch real quick on Diablo Canyon, where they said it's clean energy. 40, 50 years ago, we were promised that there would be storage for the nuclear waste. It's accumulating out there, outdoors. And so when you say there's no effect or downside on Diablo Canyon, number one, it gets brittle after about 40 years of metal with the radiation. And the radiation byproduct that's sitting out on open cast should actually be put in where it wouldn't be a danger as far as like a drone strike or that. And in turn, that's where your battery plant should possibly go for security, because they can hit you with a drone here on any weekend. But that said, I think it's important if it goes for only 5 years, but this 20-year extension when it's sitting on a fault line. So far, we've missed the bullet on it, but it needs to be short-term, if not at all, and there has to be address the nuclear storage end of it. The other thing is I want to talk about Measure D, which is a city ordinance that was put on the books to protect the fishing village. Beach Street North, where they're talking about doing the industrial ships for the offshore wind, is under Measure D, and it restricts that area for fishing-related industry only. It doesn't allow industrial offshore support for windmills in that part of the Embarcadero, just to make it clear. And so if you want to save the fishing village, enforce Measure D, which is on the Coastal Commission books, and it's a city measure that was voted in by the people. Thirdly, I wanted to mention that as far as the height of the windmills, the tallest building in California is 1,100 feet tall. Wilshire Grand, you're putting 100 windmills out there that same height. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Barry Brandon, Susan Dunn, and then our first Zoom speakers will be Mike Labar, Derek Falconer, and Kathy Alford.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Barry Brandon, and I'd like to bring to you the Morro Bay general plan that the Coastal Commission worked with our staff, strong, got it all established, and we established the area that under conversation we're talking about all the batteries, but it's visitor serving commercial. And our general plan reflects teamwork with the Coastal Commission, the staff. We want to thank you for that. You've probably driven around our town, you see these little signs that are blue and say, vote yes on A24. Well, I was a proponent on A24, and what it does is basically reassure everything that the Coastal Commission and our staff put together. We want to make sure that anybody that comes through with a proposal to change the land use where the batteries are proposed would have to then, if our measure passes, which I believe it will, would require a vote of the citizens to change that zoning. So basically we have what I call a belt and suspenders. You guys were the belt. We got the land use the way we want it, visitor serving commercial. We want to keep it that way. And if someone says, hey, you got to change the zoning, maybe we get some councilmen that want to change it due to some unsavory practices. We want to make sure they have to come back to the citizens to vote it. But my name is Barry Brandon. I want to say thank you for coming and welcome to Morro Bay.
Thank you. And then our last in-person speaker, Susan Dunn. Again, followed by Mike Labar, Derek Falconer, and Kathy Alford.
Hi, welcome to Morro Bay. My name is Susan Dunn. I'm president of the board of Call Inc., a 501c3 that runs 5 group homes and a day program for severely disabled adults. And so we do like asphalt, we just don't want it on the dunes. I'm talking about the 16A, the Morro Bay to Cayucos connector. It would be more appropriate to put it on the east side of the highway and do a joint project.
Excuse me? You're testifying on an item that's on the agenda later today, so you can't talk about it during general public comment. Does that make sense to you? So when the item comes,
they sent me.
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite grasping that you were speaking about that item, but that's our council, so if you could
Okay.
make your comments at the time.
What agenda item you're speaking under?
16A.
16A.
Okay.
So then
Yeah, sorry.
I do
We'll get to
agree
that
with
later
all my
today.
friends from Morro Bay about the batteries.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'll echo their comments.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. And then we're moving to our Zoom speakers now. We have Mayor Mike Labar from King City, followed by Derek Falconer and Kathy Alford. Mike Labar.
Okay, welcome, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Michael Barr. I'm the Mayor of King City. I have served on the MST and TAMSI board since I was first elected in 2014. I have served for both agencies and currently chair of the TAMSI rail policy. Really appreciate this opportunity to talk to you about the importance of the MST SURF project. The SURF project supports the Commission's policies and goals of coastal access and recreation, environmental justice, global climate change and sea level rise, affordable housing, and most importantly, the protection of coastal resources. 93% of Monterey County residents live within a 15-minute walk of an MST bus stop, helping low-income and primarily minority populations with low-cost transportation to education, jobs, healthcare, and recreational access to the coast. The Surf Busway project makes public transit more attractive and available. It is a voter-approved project that aligns with your priorities and goals, along with the state and federal government priorities and our local regional goals. and it is a voter-approved project. I am hopeful MST serves
He just dropped out of the meeting, so we'll continue. Next is Derek Falconer, followed by Kathy Alford and Brita Lindstrom. Derek Falconer.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here today representing our community nonprofit, Point Loma Cares. We have grave concerns regarding the proposed homeless shelter at the H Barracks site. While the Phase 1 safe parking project could be viable with the right parameters, the Phase 2 plan for a 600-person tent mega shelter is completely incompatible with the surrounding areas and poses significant dangers to its inhabitants. We urge the Commission to ensure that any safe parking project is implemented with care and respect for our environment. This should include requiring electrical hookups for motor vehicles to prevent the constant running of diesel generators, which will add noise and air pollution to an area already challenged environment due to its proximity to the San Diego International Airport runway. It must also include the installation of pump-out facilities and holding tanks for gray and black water to prevent dangerous runoff into our marine environment, already compromised by the Navy's former use of this site as a toxic dump. These critical components are glaringly absent from the City of San Diego's plans. We also strongly urge the Commission to reject the Phase 2 tent mega shelter. Placing homeless individuals in tents within the 65 decibel community noise equivalent level contour of the San Diego International Airport, as defined by the SDIA FAR 150 report, is simply cruel. This area experiences noise levels that are high enough to cause auditory damage and worsened mental health issues. Additionally, the west end of the runway, pictured here, is the predominant takeoff point, making it the lowest and loudest phase of aircraft flight. Lastly, the proposed shelter's troubling density is a major concern. Phase 2 plans to house over 600 people in 2 tents, nearly doubling the United Nations guidelines for refugee camp density. High-density conditions significantly increase the risk of disease outbreaks, as we've already seen numerous times in dense San Diego area shelters over the past year. We urge the Commission to consider the right approach to safe parking in Phase 1 and reject the 600-person tent mega shelter Phase 2 proposal at H Barracks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we actually briefly had Mayor Mike LaBar back, but he disappeared again. So we'll keep monitoring that and call him if he shows up. But we'll continue with Kathy Alford, Brita Lindstrom, and Michelle Riley.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kathy Alford, and I want to add on Derek's comments about the noise issues with the proposed Barracks H site. The placement of the facility within that 65 decibel noise equivalence level contour is not only unsustainable, but it's outright cruel to the vulnerable individuals it aims to serve. This contour signifies the area where noise levels are consistently high enough to pose serious health risks, and prolonged exposure can lead to significant auditory damage and exacerbate mental health issues. By situating a homeless encampment within this zone, we're knowingly subjecting the individuals to an environment that could severely harm their well-being. Caltrans has granted a variance to the airport, but it explicitly prohibits new residential housing within this contour unless it includes substantial acoustic remediation. The city's current proposal for long-term RVs or tents do not meet these criteria and lack any form of noise mitigation. This blatant oversight not only violates legal standards, inviting lawsuits, but also demonstrates a disregard for the health of the people the city claims they are helping. Furthermore, the airport FAR 150 report and projections for 2026 indicate an increase is expected in air traffic and noise levels due to the Terminal 1 expansion currently underway. This will only make things worse at this location. It is unconscionable to force homeless individuals into a solution of living in an environment that jeopardizes both their physical and mental health. The proposal is not just legally untenable, but also morally indefensible. We must seek alternative solutions that do not compromise the health and dignity of our most vulnerable citizens. I urge the Commission to reject the current proposal, specifically, especially the tent situation, require an updated environmental review, on this site and to demand humane solutions that truly support our homeless population. I live in a house 2 miles from this location, which is a house, and the airport and city realize the dangers and damage that the noise causes and will pay to upgrade windows for homeowners living in permanent structures. 2 miles closer to the highway in a tent is not a feasible solution from a moral or legal or health standard. Thank you so much for your attention and your dedication to this critical issue. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, Brita Lindstrom, Michelle Riley, and Nancy Buckles. Brita Lindstrom. Brita, I see that you're in and unmuted. You may begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to bring your attention to the troubling density of the proposed H Barracks homeless shelter. The city's Phase 2 plan includes housing over 600 people in 2 tent structures, each 18,000 square feet, as seen on this slide. This translates to less than 60 square feet of personal space per person. Next slide, please. The total proposed site area of 118,000 square feet yields a density of 196 square feet per person, as depicted on this slide. Next slide, please. The United Nations recommends a minimum of 376 square feet per person in refugee camps to ensure public health and human dignity. The proposed density at H Barracks is nearly double this standard. Such high density does not only undermine the humanity and dignity of homeless individuals, but it also poses a significant public health risk. San Diego has already the consequences of high density shelters. A UN inspector recently called for the closing of a similarly dense San Diego shelter after a stomach disease outbreak last year. A tuberculosis outbreak at the Golden Hall shelter also made headlines last year. The risk of a similar outbreak at the H Barracks site, just 250 yards from Terminal 2 of the airport, is alarming. Many homeless residents will likely spend time in the airport terminals to escape the cramped conditions, potentially leading to major public health crises. We must acknowledge the humanity of these individuals and provide them with the conditions that do not exacerbate their vulnerabilities. Placing them in such a densely populated environment adjacent to an active airport runway and terminal without adequate space or facilities is not only inhumane, but also irresponsible. Please reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Michelle Riley, followed by Nancy Buckles and Megan Durbin.
Good morning. I want to highlight the profound impact that the proposed homeless encampment at the Barracks H site will have on our homeless military veterans. San Diego is a proud military town with significant veteran population. It's important to recognize that approximately 10% of our homeless are veterans. Many of these individuals suffer from PTSD and other mental health issues stemming from their service. Placing a homeless facility within the 65 decibel community noise equivalent level contour of San Diego International Airport, directly adjacent to an active runway, is particularly detrimental to these veterans. The constant noise and activity from the airport can exacerbate PTSD symptoms, causing significant distress and mental health deterioration. Subjecting them to such an environment is not only insensitive, but it's inhumane. We owe our veterans a great deal of gratitude and a commitment to their well-being. Housing them in a noisy, high-stress environment is a stark betrayal of that commitment. It disregards the unique challenges they face and fails to provide the supportive and peaceful surroundings necessary for their recovery and stability. A more appropriate model can be seen in the Veterans Village in Los Angeles, which provides tiny homes and private spaces for homeless veterans. It's imperative that we seek alternative solutions that honor the service and sacrifices of our veterans. We must ensure they are housed in environments that promote healing and stability, not in conditions that can further harm them. I urge the Commission to reject the current proposal and advocate for developments that prioritize the health and dignity of our homeless veterans. but show our respect and appreciation for their service by providing them with the care and consideration they deserve. Thank you for your attention and dedication to this critical issue.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Buckos, followed by Megan Durbin and Charming Evelyn. Nancy.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Bucos, and I am coming to you this morning from Southeast Huntington Beach. My ask today is that you would consider scheduling the Magnolia Tank Farm project agenda item for a more locally sustainable area, so that myself and my community members can come in person and share with you our concerns, our grave concerns. I am a member of the R4RD Residents for Responsible Desalination group in Southeast Huntington Beach. We are a organization that came to fruition to oppose the previous Poseidon desal project, which is directly adjacent to the Magnolia Tank Farm. And this is a local grassroots effort, thousands of residents that care deeply about this area. And for that reason, we really would like to talk to you in person. And we just really hope that we can have a scheduled area somewhat closer so that we can share with you what's going on in the real world down here and talk to you about what we live with, being next to a Superfund site and a power plant. And with just a few seconds left, I just want to also say that I, after listening, support the people in Morro Bay and really listen to them, because I live next to 2 operational power plants, and the effects from living that close to them have had major health issues for the people of Southeast Huntington Beach. So thank you for letting us speak. Thank you for your time. And if you could just schedule the meeting nice and close so we can say hey in person and share our public comments and be part of the process, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Megan Durbin, Charming Evelyn, and George Reinhardt.
Hello, my name is Megan Durbin. I am a land use consultant in Mendocino County in the coastal zone. I believe firmly that the Coastal Act is a good law. However, the carrying out of it by staff borders on what could be considered injustice. On Monday of this week, Coastal Commission staff held the first of a series of feedback session webinars regarding fair housing in the coastal zone. Fair housing is a momentous component of the current California housing crisis. The housing crisis has been a hot topic in the media since before the COVID pandemic, but the crisis itself has been a reality in California for as long as the Coastal Act has been in existence, decades. Accessory dwelling units are an excellent piece of the solution to the housing crisis throughout the state as well as in the coastal zone, and they can contribute to fair housing within the coastal zone. The takings analysis tool within the Coastal Act is an effective mechanism to ensure the regulations do not result in a constitutional taking of rights, while also ensuring any impacts to natural resources are avoided to the highest extent possible and mitigated sufficiently when called for. A takings analysis on an individual property involves comparison of proposed development to that of the surrounding area and neighborhood. ADUs are a new tool, particularly in the coastal zone. Mendocino County's ADU ordinance was certified in 2021. That ordinance establishes a 500-unit cap on ADUs. We are only 20 units into that cap. Based on recent project commentary from Coastal Commission staff and recent Coastal Commission appeals, it appears as though there is an even more extreme level of scrutiny placed on ADUs than usual for other development. If the Coastal Commission actually cares about fair housing, this is a problem. There needs to be consideration for the fact that these are a new type of development and have not yet been able to persist. Furthermore, staff has taken a short-sighted and myopic approach to interpreting our LCP. The Coastal Act protects constitutional rights. The behavior from staff does not. The Coastal Act was originally written to protect affordable and fair housing. And in effect, by stalling the use of the ADU tool, the Coastal staff is not supporting that.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Charming Evelyn, George Reinhardt, and Celica Valdez. Charming Evelyn.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hart, and good morning, other commissioners. This morning, I really would like to talk about Magnolia Tank Farm and to ask the board and the staff to schedule the meeting in Southern California. And I'm just going to say, we want to schedule it there because the local community does want to participate in person. But also, if you look at it from an environmental and social justice point of view, the project proponent will have the funding will have the money to get unions to wherever you decide to hold that meeting, whereas the local community will not. And that creates a problem because that creates an access problem, an access to you, the commissioners, and also the fact that we all know as much as we enjoy hybrid and Zoom, we have better interactions in person. So this is just to ask you to kindly consider this when you're scheduling the meeting, and schedule the meeting for the Magnolia Tank Farm in Southern California. And I will end by saying I support all the folks in Morro Bay who are speaking up against BES. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, George Reinhardt, followed by Silica Valdez, Catalina Hernandez, and Hector Azpilcueta. George Reinhardt.
So, honorable Coastal Commission members and staff, I'm here to thank you for joining the city of Fort Bragg in their lawsuit against Mendocino Railway. You both have experienced for years their bad behavior, their unwillingness to get permits for the work they're doing. And now we have this looming idea that the Department of Transportation or the Federal Railway Administration or another one of these federal alphabet soups has given money to Mendocino Railway to start work on their little tourist train, the skunk train here in Fort Bragg. There's a lot of concern here about the inadequacy of the categorical exclusion paperwork that was filled out by the railroad. And we really want, we're very happy with the staff report that the Coastal Commission came up with, and we want to support this. And I think that the conversation needs to start going to this question of eminent domain. They took many 100 acres in our community by use of eminent domain, and this is like giving Knott's Berry Farm or the mystery spot rights of eminent domain. It's ludicrous, and our community does not want this to prevail. So there's a lot of issues looming right now, but I just really want to say that we're very engaged here and very appreciative of the work that has been done by the Coastal Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Silica Valdez, Catalina Hernandez, and Hector Azpilcueta. Silica Valdez.
Good morning, Chair Hart and members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Celica Valdez. I am here with Unite Here Local 19. Today, I will be speaking in opposition to the Cruise Hotel, a project that you will see in the future agenda. This past March, the city of Santa Cruz approved the Cruise Hotel despite the project's insufficient public benefits. It is disappointing to know that city council members think contributions to local organizations, many of them which are one-time contribution, making bike rentals free for the first hour and a half, and offering 6 family suites to large family are equivalent to providing the minimum of on-site lower cost overnight accommodations. It is surprising to see the lengths that the developer is willing to take in order to not offer on-site overnight low-cost accommodations. Commissioners, when the Cruise Hotel is presented before you, I ask you to think about Santa Cruz residents and working families who come and enjoy the coast. Do not let the developer do a disservice to them by not requiring on-site lower cost accommodations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Celica, are you also providing translation? Or?
Yes, for Catalina Hernandez.
Yes, okay. Catalina Hernandez, we haven't been able to promote in as a panelist, but I'm allowing you to speak as an attendee. And
she's also she's through Zoom also.
Yes. Catalina, if you can please unmute. Okay, she's on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
You hear me? You hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Mi nombre, I talk in Spanish, okay? Mi nombre es Catalina Hernández. He trabajado en Hyatt Regency de Monterrey por 18 años como recamarera. Yo estoy preocupada y les pido a los señores comisionados, por favor, que nosotros los pobres no tenemos accesible a rentar un cuarto súper caro. Yo como recamarera no me alcanza el dinero para ir de vacaciones. En enero tuve la oportunidad de ir de vacaciones porque mi hijo y mi nuera me invitaron a unas vacaciones. Entonces yo les pido a los señores comisionados, por favor, que pongan cuartos accesibles como para nosotros los pobres, que de verdad somos más personas pobres que ricos. Y como nosotros no ganamos lo suficiente, no podemos pagar un cuarto muy caro. Les pido, por favor, que consideren eso. Gracias.
Okay, thank you, Angelica.
Thank you. Her name is Catalina Hernandez. She has been a housekeeper working for the Hyatt Regency Monterey. She comes here to ask you to please consider the working families to have accessible to pay in those hotels because they are so expensive. She is telling that on January, her son and her daughter-in-law invited her on vacations because she cannot afford to take on vacations with the income that she makes. She doesn't make enough to pay for those hotels near the coast. She asking you to consider the poor families and the working families when you are making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, could I ask how many more speakers there are?
We have 11 people signed up, but we're only able to find 6.
Okay, we're going to go to 1 minute per speaker, please. We've already been an hour and a half.
Okay. So next is Hector Azpilicueta, followed by Vicky Silva and Diana Juarez. Hector Azpilicueta.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Hart and members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Hector Azpilicueta, and I'm here with Unite Here Local 19. Today, I'll be speaking in opposition to the Cruise Hotel, a project that we'll see in future agenda. Unite Here Local 19 is the Hospitality Workers Union, and we have roughly 1,500 members in Santa Cruz and Monterey counties, including many who live in or work near the project site. For this reason, I'd like to provide some context as to why Cruise Hotel is a controversial project, why you should deny it. The developer of the Cruise Hotel has refused to provide on-site lower-cost overnight accommodations since the early planning stages of this project. Although the project will be built on 2 parcels of previously city-owned land, the developer refuses to make the Cruise Hotel accessible for all. The STAR report estimates that the average daily rate will be $320. How will the average person visiting Santa Cruz will be able to afford that? How will the average working family be able to afford that? Commissioner, when you hear the Cruise Hotel and the future agenda, please think about the Santa Cruz residents, working families, and exclusively the developer of this project wants to implement on this hotel on the coast. The Santa Cruz City Council should not have allowed the developer to put a price tag on the site lower cost overnight accommodation. So I respectfully ask that you deny this project when it's presented to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Vicky Silva, Diana Juarez, and Ray Heimstra. Vicky Silva. Vicky, we see that you're in as a panelist. Please unmute when you're able to. Okay, we see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I actually echo, good morning, members of the Coastal Commission. I echo everything that Celica, Catalina, and Hector said. I work for the Hyatt Regency of Monterey, and I've been there for 5 years, and I'm a proud member of Local 19. And I ask that you guys deny this proposal for Santa Cruz Hotel, knowing that I am in a close by town, and I have a daughter and granddaughter that live in Santa Cruz that I would love to visit. And the apartment that my daughter lives in would not be able to accommodate me because my granddaughter is blind and mute, and there's a lot of equipment that's in that apartment. So I wouldn't have a place to stay. Everything there is really expensive. So I ask respectfully that you think about working families and deny this project as it is being proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Diana Juarez, Ray Heimstra, Daryl Gale, and Nancy Okada. Diana?
Good morning, Chair Hart and Council Commissioners. My name is Diana Juarez, and I am a researcher at Unite Here Local 19. Today, I will be speaking about the Cruz Hotel, a project that you will see in a future Coastal Commission agenda. The City of Santa Cruz approved the Cruz Hotel project despite not being in the best interest of its residents or its visitors. This is the case because the developer insists on making the hotel exclusive to the rich. Not only did the City of Santa Cruz sell these parcels without the vote of Santa Cruz residents, but they also failed its constituency by allowing the developer to avoid providing on-site lower cost overnight accommodations. Commissioners, making a downtown hotel accessible for all is priceless. An in-lieu fee without a real plan to develop lower cost rooms is not an adequate substitute, especially when the in-lieu fee is reduced to give credit for unrelated fees and contributions, including affordable housing in-lieu fees that are already required by the city's planning code. Working families who visit Santa Cruz deserve to have access to hotel rooms near the coast. So I respectfully ask that you think about them when the Cruz Hotel project is presented to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next is Ray Heimstra, followed by Daryl Gale and Nancy Okada, and then I'll call names that we aren't able to find in the list. Ray Heimstra.
Good morning. I have a slide. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ray Heimstra, and I'm speaking for Orange County Coastkeeper. My comments are regarding the Magnolia Tank Farm project, the one to be built in a flood zone subject to sea level rise on an earthquake fault next to a toxic waste dump. We and many others have been very involved with this project and are eager to talk to you in person. So we request that any hearing on the project occur in Southern California so we can attend. The slide you see is a sign that is currently installed at the toxic dump next to the proposed site. It is a reminder of the toxic substances that will be at this site forever under the current plan. While good engineers can work around an issue or two, the multiple risk factors at this site make it unsuitable for any residential development. That is why it is zoned for commercial or open space only. I am looking forward to telling you more about this project in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Daryl Gale and Nancy Okada. Daryl Gale, I see that you're unmuted and you're speaking. We can barely make out a sound. Please keep trying.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. It's still a little choppy, but please go ahead.
Well, your audio is chopped too. I've been having 2 days of audio chopping. Okay. I was there in the nightmare meeting of Chula Vista. Since then, the movie Standard African Syndrome came out. I've watched it 5 times. Near the end of the movie, we get to relive Steve Padilla saying, "It stinks. It's crappy to Edison dump their new Saturn free waste on the beach."
I'm sorry, Ms. Gill. We're not able to hear you.
And she also just dropped out of the
Okay,
meeting.
I think the connection wasn't great. I'm
okay.
sorry.
So we'll go to Nancy Okada.
Okay, thank you.
And Nancy Okada.
Hi. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you can. Okay, great. Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Nancy Okada. You've heard a lot of thoughtful observations this week during public comment about the anticipated industrial impacts of floating offshore wind arrays along our coast. It's not just the offshore infrastructure we ought to be worried about. It's also the impacts of offshore wind-related coastal and onshore infrastructure within our coastal zone that needs your attention. This week, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, known as FERC, is calling for comments by August 10th about a large saltwater pumped storage facility near San Onofre. Only one such saltwater pumped storage facility has previously gone operational near Okinawa, and it was soon abandoned due to impracticality and poor economics. Both salt and freshwater pumped storage facilities are now being anticipated by FERC, and there are several plans throughout California in conjunction with offshore wind. A large saltwater pump storage scheme was proposed last fall that would have encompassed most of Sonoma County's beloved Fort Ross State Historic Park. But that
Time.
proposal was rejected by FERC in the face of the...
Thank you. Okay.
And then calling names now that we haven't been able to locate in Zoom. If you hear your name called, please raise your hand. Steph Milius, Thomas Anello, Benjamin Ruttenberg, Kathleen Moresco, and Naomi Nightingale. If you've heard your name called, please raise your hand. Again, that's Steph Milius, Thomas Anello, Benjamin Ruttenberg, Kathleen Moresco, and Naomi Nightingale. Madam Chair, I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris. And I wanted to express our gratitude to everyone that came here this morning and provided public comment, as well as the folks on Zoom. It's really critically important that we hear from you, and we're very, very grateful for you taking the time to speak to us. All right, we're going to now move forward with the calendar. There's nothing under number 5, consent calendar, so we'll move to, Commissioner Cummings.
I was wondering if we could ask some questions about...
Of course, I'm so sorry. Are there any comments or questions with regard to the public comment? Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask staff, I know that Mayor LaBarre from King City, and there was another representative from the Monterey Transit District that was asking questions about the surf rail project, and I was just wondering when, and I also should just say that I've met with the director of the Monterey Transit Authority, and so I was just curious about when that project might be coming forward or when we might be able to have some discussion about that.
Yes, we think that that's going to be at the August hearing. That's our current plan. I think it times out in September, so we wanted to get it to you at least one hearing in advance of that. So that's what we're shooting for. But yeah, so it should be in front of you pretty soon.
Great, thank you. The next question was, we had a number of people speaking about the Magnolia Tank Farm project. I'm just wondering if we can also get an update on when that's going to be held, and a follow-up question about it as well.
Our current plan is to bring it to you next month in July. We've been getting public comment asking to move it closer, and so we're working on a plan to at least make it more accessible. We do continue on in July to make it more accessible to folks that aren't down in Orange County, so we're working on a plan right now, and we'll get that out as soon as we have it figured out.
And then just for the public's sake, I also just want to follow up and ask, because our August meeting is actually in Southern California, so it's like, we could wait a month and have it actually closer to where people live, but I'm just wondering if you could speak to...
Our August hearing is quite packed, unfortunately. So, and that's been in the works for quite a long time. So, we've heard a couple of items that we know are coming, the MST project, a couple of others. So I'm concerned if we moved it to August that we would need a 4-day hearing.
Got it. And then I just want to appreciate, there's been a lot of pressure trying to get it before the commission as soon as possible. And I know folks are like, well, we want to have it down there because of accessibility issues. And so just wanting to really express that we're trying to balance, trying to, address items in an expeditious way and also try to provide access. And sometimes those come in conflict.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cummings, for that comment. That's exactly the space we find ourselves in. We're very fortunate to have the opportunity for folks to participate by Zoom, but appreciate some of the comments from the public that it is a little bit of a different experience than being in person. So that's the nature of the work this commission does and traveling over the state. So appreciate your comments and agree with you wholeheartedly that we do our best to accommodate as many people as we can, but often find ourselves in this push and pull kind of a situation.
Yep. And then I just wanted to, I know there were a number of people who made comment on the Cruz Hotel project, and as a county supervisor for the 3rd District of Santa Cruz and also as a resident who lives down the street from that project, I did receive, as a citizen, public notice that the item is going to go back to the City Council on June 25th. So for people who are out there listening who are interested, that's what the public notice that I received from the city said, that it was going to be on the City Council agenda on June 25th. So just wanted to put that out there as well, so people were aware. And that concludes my comments.
Okay, thanks so much. Commissioner Cummings, are there any other comments? Yes, Vice Chair Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess I would like to associate myself with Commissioner Cummings and not to make things difficult for us, but I just, in this particular issue, since it's so controversial and it's so local as well, I really do sort of feel like I'd be making sort of a better decision if I were there. Have we ever sort of done like 2 days in one month and 4 days in another month? Has there been, I know, suffer, making you suffer, but I'm sort of concerned about some of that public, participation issue. Thanks.
I think we have done 2-day hearings for sure before. I think especially for our local government folks, the 4 days is not, what we've heard in the past is 4 days is not realistic. We can't expect to have those folks here for 4 days. But, I think we'll listen to whatever the commission wants to say and sort of try to take that all back and then come up with the best plan to schedule this item at the right time and get the most people participating in the best possible way.
Any other comments? Okay, I just want to say with regard to that, what I've been hearing is that there's almost an equal split between entities that, including just a large number of public speakers that want the Magnolia Tank Farm heard as quickly as possible. We've heard that over and over. On the other hand, as we heard today, there's a number of people that think it's very important to hear it locally. I mean, in reality, if we were going to hear it locally, given our schedule, it would probably even push back to September, given that there just isn't time on the August calendar. So we're struggling with this, and I think that right now what we're looking at, commissioners, is to try to have some kind of a designated location, potentially in Huntington Beach or nearby, so that people don't have to struggle with their computers and Zoom, but could have a central place to testify, similar to something we've done in the past. So we'll see how that goes, but we welcome any thoughts from the commission on this topic, but it's a difficult one, and I certainly agree with the comments by Commissioner Cummings and the Vice Chair. All right, seeing no other comments at this time, I'd like to move to item 6, consent calendar items removed from the regular calendar, and there'll be a staff presentation on those.
Yes. So item 6, we did, as I told you earlier, we moved 3 items to consent. The first one was item 11A. This was the Vista Grande Drainage Improvement Project in and around the cities of Daly City and San Francisco. The item 11B, this is Caltrans Sonoma County Safety Improvements Project. And then item 16B, which is the mixed-use restaurant hotel project here in Morro Bay along the Embarcadero. Let's see. On the Caltrans project, we did receive an objection, but we worked with Caltrans, they modified the project, and the objector no longer objects. So that's all cool. I think it's cool.
He's from Santa Cruz, so...
True. Can't take the Santa Cruz out of the boy. For the City of Daly City's Vista Grande project, I note this is actually quite a complicated public infrastructure project. It's meant to better handle stormwater flows and to filter and treat those flows and direct them to Lake Merced in the city of San Francisco. We work really closely with the city, both city staffs from Daly City and San Francisco, including to work through a pretty comprehensive alternatives analysis to make sure that we were trying to avoid all the impacts we possibly could with the project. And then we were able to come to agreement on project changes and mitigations to address those kind of things that were unavoidable. And so in the end, all parties are in agreement, which is quite a feat for a project of this nature. And so I just wanted to note that, and I wanted to thank staff of the City of Daly City and San Francisco for that effort. So I think with that, we're not aware of any objections or controversy, and we're looking for approval on consent.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Carl. Do any commissioners have ex partes on any of the items that are that have been moved to consent? All right, are there members of the public that would like to speak?
Yes, we have Nicole Grandquist on item 11A, who's indicated as wishing to speak. We also have 6 people in person available for questions.
All right, so is Ms. Grandquist on Zoom?
Yes.
All right, we could have her speak in 2 minutes, please.
Nicole Grandquist, if you're there, please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. My speaker card was submitted in the event that the Daly City project was taken off the consent calendar and items would come up that might be within my expertise area. I'm an attorney for the city of Daly City and their special counsel on water quality. If this item remains on consent, I have no further comment that needs to be made at this time.
Okay, sounds great.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks, Ms. Granquist. All right, and everyone else is here for questions or comments?
That's for item 11A. And then for item 11B, we have two speakers who wish to speak, Les Erbst and Susan Kirks.
All right, they'll each have 2 minutes.
Give me a second to move them in. We actually aren't able to find Les Erbst, and we have Susan Kirks who's coming on shortly.
Ms. Kirks?
She's on her way in right now. So there she goes.
That's saying something on Zoom, Chris.
Yes.
On her way. I don't know. It's a good question.
And then Susan Kirks when you're ready.
All right.
Thank you, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I had a photograph that I submitted. I don't know if that is going to be shown, but I would appreciate it very much.
Yes, we're bringing it up. Just give us a second.
I'll wait until you have it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, and Commissioners. I'm Susan Kirks, and I usually speak to you in my capacity as President of Madrone Audubon in Sonoma County. But today I'm speaking in my role as a naturalist expert in the special status species American badger, a very important mammal along Marin and Sonoma County coast. For the project before you, Thursday 11B, I submitted a comment a week before the due date for written comments. I never heard a response as to it being received, and I followed up, and the staff said they weren't seeing it, so I resubmitted it with this photograph, and then submitted it again because I didn't hear back from your staff. So what I'd like to share with you, which is in the comment that you never saw, the Valley Ford Estero area, the Bay Hill Road area, and the Jenner area are very important critical habitat areas for American badger and juvenile badger dispersal areas. These are proposed for shoulder widening. So avoiding these areas from June through August, which is the juvenile badger dispersal season, would avoid impacts to these tiny little badgers who disperse from their mother and go all over the place, including across back and forth between on Highway 1 to their habitat. The rumble strips are pretty much along the entire project area, and the rumble strips are not an issue. It's the presence of construction equipment and workers that are an issue. And in my comment that you never saw, because apparently the staff didn't feel my comment was relevant and didn't provide it, sorry, I just lost my place. Oh, so there's critical habitat along, basically along the entire project area.
Thanks, Ms. Kirks.
Time.
All right. Additional comment?
We just have additional people available for questions for item 11B. And then for item 16B, we have one speaker, Eric Newton.
Okay.
So Eric Newton, you're being promoted in as a panelist right now. Or if you're able to, please unmute yourself right now. Eric, can you hear us? If you're able to, please unmute. Eric, you should be able to unmute if you can. There you go.
Yes, I'm here.
There we go.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. I represent the
the proposer of the project at 801 Embarcadero. I want to first thank Sarah for her help and her guidance through the application process. It was very, very helpful. This process for this development has been a long time coming, but I think through the process and the several revisions that we've developed the best program requirements and the vision for this project location. Our team is looking forward on approval and moving forward to the construction side of this project.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, there are no more speakers for items to move to consent.
Okay, thanks so much, Chris. And I'll bring it back to staff and ask if they have any response to any of the comments.
I would just note the commenter who spoke about the Caltrans item, when we got that comment, we weren't clear that it was for that item. It was speaking to activities that were outside the coastal zone, and we had a hard time figuring out that that was for this item. And that was the confusion and why there was some difficulty in getting it posted. And then I'd note that the widening isn't really widening. What it is paving the area, some of the areas, and it's pretty limited where it's already gravelled. So it's not widening into, native areas and that sort of thing. So those are just a couple of notes for you.
Thanks, Mr. Carl. I have a comment on that. But first, let me turn to commissioners. Commissioner Bochco, do you have a comment, questions?
Just to follow up on what Mr. Carl was talking about. So did we take a look at any impacts on habitat to any animal, including the badger? Unfortunately, the lady wasn't really clear, except that she didn't get her stuff into us.
Yeah, I think Peter Allen is
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Peter can answer this.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little too. And first of all, apology to Ms. Kirks for the confusion with her comment. Is Dan, so we didn't know what it was about, and we didn't get it really till yesterday evening, finally. And I did post it this morning onto the correspondence page. As to the substantive question, there are a bunch of BMPs in the special conditions and in the practices that Caltrans has adopted. I could kind of run through them with specifics, but I'll just do a summary for now. They're there. There's a biological monitor in place that'll be looking for these creatures and adopting measures to protect them. There's BMPs on night lighting and construction noise in the conditions of the permit as well. And then I'll just note that we have somebody from Caltrans here that can speak more in depth about the protection measures for the badgers if you like.
No, that's fine, and I really appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that we had checked into it. And of course, if this is a good place for a badger wildlife crossing.
That's great. Are there any other comments on the consent calendar? Because I have one. I just wanted to thank staff so much. As a resident of Sonoma County and a bike rider, it's a very, very dangerous situation along Highway 1. The fact that this project is occurring to provide turnouts for bike riders at periodic locations. It's not a bike lane, and because of the important natural resources and habitat along Highway 1, this approach, I think, was chosen. But it's an absolutely hazardous ride for people, and there have been fatalities on that road, and it's really hard to describe if you haven't been there. There's like cliffs that go straight up and down, and if you don't have anywhere to turn and you have a truck behind you, it's a very, very dangerous situation. So I wanted to express my gratitude to Caltrans and to our staff in their approach to this, and also noting that there will be biological monitoring. There is going to be sensitivity to habitat, so I'm just grateful for that. All right, I'll turn to my fellow commissioners and ask if there is a motion on the consent calendar.
Move consent.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to unanimous consent? Unanimous approval? Seeing none, the consent calendar is approved. We're just going to move along through a couple more items. Can we go to the Deputy Director's report for the North Coast, please?
Yes, so item 7, that is the Deputy Director's report for the North Coast. Today we're reporting 2 waivers and 1 immaterial amendment. We're not aware of any objections or controversy on those items, and so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object. Otherwise, they will go through.
All right, are there any ex partes? Any speakers?
There are no speakers for this item.
I couldn't hear you, Chris.
There are no speakers.
Okay, thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to an item on the Deputy Director's report for the North Coast? Seeing none, the commission concurs. So item 8A has been postponed.
Correct.
Why don't we do the North Central Coast DDR, and then we'll take a break before item, oh no, actually 10A has also moved to consent.
No, 10A, there'll be a hearing. for
10A, there will be a hearing. I'm
Yes.
sorry, that's right, at 11A. All right, so why don't we do the Deputy Director's report, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll go into 10A.
Sure. So item 9 is the North Central Coast Deputy Director's report. We have one LCP certification review that we're reporting today. It doesn't require your concurrence, so unless you have any questions about that, we can just move along.
All right, are there any ex partes? Is there any public comment?
No comment.
Do 3 or more commissioners object to unanimous consent, the DDR report, or adoption? Seeing none, the commission concurs. All right, so at this time, I'd like to take a 20-minute break. It's 10:55. The commission will return at 11:15. Test. All right, everybody. We're going to resume the meeting. Almost on time. Get my computer set up. Whoops. All right, I just have a couple housekeeping items that I'd like to mention. First, I'd ask our general counsel to report out of closed session, which occurred yesterday, please.
Thank you, Chair Hart. The commission met in closed session yesterday afternoon. It received litigation information and advice regarding the following cases and one item of potential litigation. Casablanca Beach Estate Owners Association versus County of Santa Barbara et al. California State Lands Commission et al. Versus Martins Beach 1 LLC et al. And Shear versus California Coastal Commission. The commission also received litigation information and advice and took action on the following cases. Friends of Oceano Dunes versus California Department of Parks and Recreation et al. Pappas versus State Coastal Conservancy, and City of Trinidad versus Chirai Ancestral Society et al. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Warren. Also, the chair's report from yesterday was on the agenda yesterday. It was a very, very busy day yesterday, and therefore we're going to be, that item will be heard today after item 10A. All right, so moving forward, we have item 10A, which is the City of Pacifica LCP amendment on short-term rentals, and who will be presenting on that?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you, Chair Hart. Luke Henningsen is going to be giving our presentation today, and we do have a PowerPoint for this.
All right, Mr. Henningsen.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item 10A is a proposed City of Pacifica LCP amendment that would modify LCP short-term rental or STR provisions. Slide 1 shows Rockaway Beach, one of the beaches comprising the city's landscape and a very popular visitor destination.
Okay, just 1 second. We have to get the slides up. All right, we're moving to
Next
the
slide,
first
please. Slide 2 shows you the area around Beach Boulevard and the pier, another prime visitor destination in Pacifica. The city has been regulating short-term rentals since 2018 through certified LCP provisions that require compliance primarily in relation to potential use issues such as noise and guest safety, and also the collection of transient occupancy tax, or TOT. The proposed new short-term rental provisions would establish a cap of 150 STRs in the city, which would end up being about 1% of the city's housing stock. Additionally, the new provisions would prohibit STR use in junior accessory dwelling units and would establish new permitting provisions such as annual renewal requirements, enforcement procedures, and a wait list. Short-term rentals in the city have ranged between 100 to 150 units in the last few years throughout the city, and thus the proposed cap essentially accommodates STRs in good standing, but would limit future STRs. Next slide, please. The land use plan, which is the standard of review for this proposal, encourages visitor-serving facilities provided that adequate services are available and off-site impacts are minimized, and the proposal meets those tests. Importantly, the city considers this a first step to regulate the number of short-term rentals in order to accommodate a balance between visitor and housing needs, and the current proposal appropriately reflects that. Additionally, the city next plans to continue their local process, including through city council study sessions and workshops, to work with city residents to determine any further regulations on STRs that might be appropriate, with the 150 cap acting as a first step in regulating the amount of short-term rentals in the city. During this continued local process, further regulations in line with any feedback or concerns received pursuant to this first step will be considered by the city, and any local decision would be brought back to the Commission for certification. Thus, staff recommends that the Commission approve the proposed amendment as submitted. The one motion necessary to do so can be found on page 4 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, are there any ex partes on this? All right, we'll open the public hearing, ask if there are public comments.
Yes, we have one person in person, Stephanie Cervantes from the city of Pacifica.
All right. Good morning.
And then we have 3 more on Zoom as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Cervantes, Interim Deputy Director, and I'm also joined today by Julia Carter, Assistant City Manager, and we are here to present the City of Pacifica's LCPA for the short-term rental program. Slide. The city began regulating STRs in 2018 with the Good Neighbor policies. Since then, additional issues and concerns have been identified, which led to this amendment, which was locally approved in 2023. Next. As mentioned in the report, the LCPA includes some essential provisions to the city's STR regulations, including establishment of the short-term rental cap to 150 units, establishes a waiting list for applications if and when the cap is reached. And I just want to highlight that the city does require 1 STR permit per unit. It also excludes STRs from junior accessory dwelling units and any other location not approved to be used as a permanent dwelling unit. The ordinance also establishes the term for expiration and requires renewal on October 31st of each year, and it revokes the permit if the permittee fails to renew. Next. The city adopted these changes after public participation starting in the summer of 2022. The City Council determined that a citywide cap of 150 permits as a consideration item at the regular meeting of October 10, 2022. At that meeting, the City Council deliberated on various methods to impose the cap before deciding that a citywide cap, instead of any other type of cap, would be the best fit, the most straightforward and manageable way for the city to enforce a cap. At that time, the cap was established as a near-term policy option that staff could reasonably implement with the existing resources and without altering other key work plan items and council priorities. A more comprehensive update to the short-term rental ordinance is on the City Council strategic plan, and it is a priority item for the city, and work is set to begin this summer. The City Council recently directed staff to allocate funds to that effort. Slide. We appreciate the Commission hearing this item today, and we want to emphasize the importance of certifying the cap now. This will allow the city to focus on the upcoming STR ordinance update on other important issues and concerns raised by the Council and by the community. This does conclude our presentation. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much. May I have the Zoom speakers now?
Yes, we have Noah Suarez-Sykes from Better Neighbors LA. There you go.
All righty.
Please begin.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Noah Suarez-Sykes, and I'm an organizer at Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing activists, and community members. We conduct data analysis and research on the short-term rental industries throughout the coastal zone and its impact on affordable coastal access and housing. So we believe true home sharing and hosted-only short-term rentals is the best way to balance housing accessibility and affordable access to the coast for visitors. So as submitted, the modest 150-unit STR cap in Pacifica's LCPA will not adequately safeguard long-term residents from the impacts of unhosted short-term rentals, nor ensure affordable coastal access for visitors. We request the Commission strengthen this LCPA to include policies approved by this Commission in other jurisdictions, a definition of unhosted and hosted STRs, a primary residency requirement for hosts, a limit of 1 short-term rental per natural person, and a 60-night cap on the number of nights an unhosted short-term rental may be operated annually. The growth in Pacifica's short-term rental market illustrates the corporatization of housing for luxury tourist-serving accommodations at the cost of available housing options for long-term residents. Between May 2017 and March 2023, the number of unhosted STRs more than doubled from 67 in May 2017 to 173 in March 2023. Meanwhile, the average unhosted STR in Pacifica's coastal zone costs between $235 a night to $435 a night, whereas the average price of a comparable hotel room in one of Pacifica's 7 hotels is approximately $193 a night. Pacifica's LCPA, as submitted, will not adequately protect existing housing stock, nor necessarily provide low-cost overnight accommodation for visitors. For these reasons, we request that the Commission strengthen Pacifica's LCPA, again, to include a definition of unhosted and hosted STRs, primary residency requirement for hosts, limit of 1 short-term rental per natural person, and a 60-night cap on the number of nights an unhosted short-term rental may be operated annually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lila Rainero. Lila, you're in as a panelist. You're able to unmute yourself.
Hi. My name is Lila Rainero. I'm a concerned citizen of Pacifica residing in the coastal zone in Pedro Point. I echo just about everything that the previous speaker said from Better Neighbors LA. We moved to Pacifica because we love the neighborhood and its family-friendly vibe. And in 2019, the house across the street from us was purchased by a corporation that turned it into a full-time STR. And the loss of homes for full-time residents has many negative consequences, including, but not limited to, population decline, the loss of families, which means the loss of children in our school systems, the loss of funding for services, including the police, the inflation of housing prices that shuts families out from the market, rising rents, lead to minimal housing available for long-term renters. And the devastating drop in the value of homes for those living next to out-of-control STRs. And there's also the strain that's put on the water and other resources for homes that would normally house 3 to 4 people and are now regularly hosting party houses with up to 16 people. We just don't have the infrastructure in its current sewage situation. We also have the degradation of security and community and the loss of our neighborhood's character. And a case in point to the safety issue, recently, our neighbors just to the south of us in Montara faced an issue last weekend when an unhosted STR house party got out of control, resulting in multiple arrests of felons in possession of firearms. We have no issues with our neighbors who occasionally rent out their homes for supplemental income. We live next to a retired teacher who rents out his house semi-regularly, and there's never been an issue with that. It's the out-of-town operators and corporations that need to go. Residents of Pacifica are looking to the CCC to help us in supporting a much-improved STR ordinance similar to our sister city in Half Moon Bay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then we had one more speaker who was briefly in the meeting, Kevin Woodhouse, and we aren't able to find him anymore. Giving it one last look. Kevin Woodhouse, if you're in the meeting, please raise your hand. All right, I'm not seeing Kevin. Please
Chair,
go ahead.
sorry. Kevin Woodhouse is our city manager. He was unable to join the meeting.
All right, but you spoke for the city.
No more speakers for this item.
Okay. All right, I'll bring it back to staff.
Just quickly, I think it's important to think about this in terms of phasing. This is like phase 1 of a multi-phase project that the city's going to, as you heard, they're going to be going into phase 2 and trying to think about some of these changes that folks are asking about. And so we felt that this was a good first start and that let that process play out. They already went through a multi-year process to get to this point. Right. These things take a long time. And so that was just the one thing I would note for you guys.
All right, great. So I'll bring it back to the commission for any comments or questions. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I serve as an alternate commissioner, so it's rare that you get to see me because Commissioner Nothoff is always serving. But I am one of the commissioners that was displaced by short-term vacation rentals from my long-term rental in Ocean Beach, San Diego, that I lived in with my son. And they eventually sold it in hopes of turning it over to a short-term vacation rental. And where I currently live, there are 10 houses on our dead-end block, 3 of which are short-term vacation rentals owned by corporations that have a high propensity of turnover and are not abiding by good neighbor kind of practice. So this is an issue that is very concerning to me. I would like to know from staff if you could respond to the recommendations made by Better Neighborhoods Los Angeles, primarily identifying that a primary residency requirement for the host be implemented and also limiting 1 short-term vacation rental per natural person. If you have thoughts of how that could be implemented. And I did just visit the city of Pacifica on Monday, which is located near my hometown of Lomamar and Pescadero on Half Moon Bay. So when you say that they're entering into the first phase of implementing this, what does that timeline look like for making considerations of the next phase?
The city could probably speak better to the timeline of that. I know they're starting this summer, but some of the requests are things that this commission has approved in other communities. Every community is different.
Exactly.
And so this is part of the difficulty of kind of like a cookie cutter approach to short-term rentals. Every community has their own way that they want to do it. We've seen primary residency requirements. We've definitely seen the 1 short-term rental per natural person, getting away from the corporatization. Those are all things that I'm sure they're going to consider. I won't put words in your mouth, Mr. Cervantes, but that's what they're going to be. That's the next step, right? And so we're very familiar with those kind of things. We can provide them with some information from other communities and what they've done. Folks have mentioned Half Moon Bay. That was one that went through 2 years ago, maybe now. I'm trying to think. That was quite restrictive, and a lot of folks who are not supportive of short-term rentals point to Half Moon Bay in that regard. So I think that all of those things will be on the table.
Could I hear from the city?
Thanks. City could return.
Yes, thank you. So we are tentatively scheduled right now, I shouldn't say tentatively, it is scheduled for June 24th will be our study session kickoff. So that is occurring in less than 2 weeks. That will be our kickoff for phase 2. We have a presentation and study session to City Council, and we are advertising that currently for the public to join that study session. And really what that study session is to identify, we have a long list of the issues. We want to really get to identifying possible solutions and get policy direction from the council at that meeting in order for staff to be able to draft that ordinance and come back later this year.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for the city. I'm just kind of curious because, when it's capped at 1% rather than an actual number, what that means is that as more housing is produced over time, that leads to the potential for an increase in more short-term rentals. So I'm just kind of wondering if you can just speak to that and kind of where maybe the city council is coming from on that piece.
Yes, thank you for the question. So I just want to correct, the cap is 150 units. That's just roughly 1% of our current housing stock.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful because I was just concerned with the fact that with all the housing mandates, if we build more housing than that, if it was the 1%, it could lead to more short-term rentals. But
yes, of course, but it's capped at 150.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? We have Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Commissioner Rice, then
I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Wilson. Please, go ahead, Commissioner Rice, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, very quick question on that 150. Does it discriminate between coastal zone and city?
Thank you. That is a citywide cap where we don't have a distinction between coastal zone and non-coastal.
Okay, and right now, if I read correctly, there's 44 in the coastal zone.
Yes, that number does fluctuate on almost a monthly basis, but that's the most recent data that we have is that number.
Okay, and is that one of the things that you may be considering in your workshop, is actually discriminating between the cap in the coastal zone versus the city?
As of right now, staff does not have any sort of agenda of what the city council will be considering. All policy options are on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson, sorry about that.
That's all right. I'm used to it. That's just between
I'm not
us.
gonna
No one
comment
else
on
knows. Okay. So first of all, so I guess what I'm hearing is this is kind of like a moratorium. Is that how you guys are viewing this? Is like a moratorium until you actually create a better policy for short-term rentals? Because I know my county and I think Marin County and some other counties did basically what was just a moratorium on new applications until you get your ordinance done. And in that way, it was very helpful to motivate, like have a cutoff. So is that what you guys are trying to do here?
Thank you. No, our cap of 150 is intended to stay. We are currently not at that number. We are accepting new SDR applications currently. The cap is, once we reach that cap, it'll just be no new SDR permits will be issued. We will have a wait list. If any of the existing SDRs drop off, we'll be able to go to that wait list to gather more. Phase 2 is really more intended to work on the operational issues that come up with SDRs.
Well, in that, when you call it phase 2, I mean, you could in the future lower that cap and lose them by attrition.
We could, if
Right.
the city council goes that direction.
Okay. And do you know what your vacancy rate is currently in Pacifica?
About 68%.
16%? Okay. Because your short-term rentals is now basically adding to that vacancy rate. And so, okay. So I get where you're coming from here. And personally, I would prefer that this was like a moratorium while you get your new ordinance dealt with and you actually analyze this, this number, which is approximately 1%, 150. It's still impactful. I also live in a neighborhood it's impacted by short-term rentals for sure, and it's impacted the number of kids in my neighborhood and the number of families and all that other stuff. So. Are you guys planning on doing what's your enforcement? It sounds like you have an enforcement issue, and I'm wondering, are you guys going to be charging, or do you charge fees, like annual fees, in order to support your enforcement of the regulations that you will have to this? Because what we found in some jurisdictions is that there's no enforcement because there's no fee structure.
Yes.
Hi, could you state your name, please?
Absolutely. I'm Yulia Karda, Assistant City Manager, City of Pacifica. Thank you so much for your questions. So we do contract with HDL for tax liability enforcement, and we also recently, well, actually last year, we created the local enforcement program for STRs. So we do charge, in addition to TOT, we do charge the STR permit fees that help with the enforcement specifically for the STRs, and creating this cap, actually making it more manageable for us to address these issues. As Ms. Cervantes said, so once the non-compliant STRs drop off, we will have more compliance by enforcing this cap, right? So we actually enforce good operators to operate STRs in the city.
And have you had people's licenses revoked due to operations that were non-compatible?
Not yet, but we did issue a number of NOVs. So we are actually in the process of doing some legal enforcement on some bad players in the community. So this is actually going to be a part of this community discussion on the 24th. And once we reach the cap, again, this will be much more manageable process to address, because there will be no more room for them to get back in the play.
And do you anticipate that one of the suggestions, and we see commonly, is hosted versus unhosted in terms of the definitions. Do you think you will have an in-depth discussion with your community about hosted and unhosted, and do you think that will expand that cap, or will that cap hold
solid? What's your expectation there?
Well, I can't speak for the city council as far as what the policy will look like, but I'm pretty much sure that there will be robust discussion on the hosted versus unhosted, because we already getting some of the feedback and some questions from the community related to that.
Okay. With that, I'm okay with this, because it's furthering this discussion. I will say, as you probably read in the report, if this had come to this commission maybe 5 or 6 years ago, it'd be a kind of a different discussion. But we've just really seen a massive experiment in this commercialization and commodification of our housing stock. And so basically we're creating commercial enterprises across our housing stock. And if you could imagine taking a neighborhood of 150 homes in your city and saying, what we're going to do, we're going to convert that into a hotel. Like, you would have uprising. People would lose their minds about that, right? So what we're doing is we're just kind of dispersing that across the community and then saying, well, we're sort of like dispersing that impact across, but still from a housing perspective and a impact perspective, it's still there. It's still real. So the suggestions made by LA, whatever they're called here, and the letter that came in, I think that those are actually very strong suggestions, and I would hear them. And I'm sure you guys are going to look at a matrix of options in regards to short-term rentals, because you're talking about both the positive parts there are and the negative parts of this, and it's both housing and its impacts to communities, and it's but then also there's potential, and what they're speaking to in this correspondence is for people who live in the house itself and are sharing. That is a much less impactful way to apply this this way of doing accommodation in your community. I'm done lecturing you. I apologize for that.
No.
I just want to put out there that you're giving it to us in this sort of bite-sized chunk, but when it comes back, it'll be a more of analysis. This commission and this agency probably has reviewed more short-term rental ordinances than any agency on the planet.
Correct.
Really, because other jurisdictions, we're just doing our own, right, one at a time. We're actually analyzing a plethora of these, and I don't know of any other jurisdiction that has that sort of analysis. And so we're on that journey with everybody, and we're constantly evaluating that data as it comes in, and so that's why staff is going to has more and more information and more input from the commission on sort of like how this impacts our coast. And so thank you for hearing that.
No, thank you so much. And I just want to take like 5 seconds of your time. So this is extremely important, extremely complex subject, and we completely understand all the complexities that go with this. So this is why it was so important for us to be here in person, to hear your feedback and hear your expertise and the public comments that we received. So all of these policy discussions, at the end of the day, we want to be on the same page. We want to create the program that works for the neighbors, works for community, works for economy, and find this perfect balance. So I completely hear what your comments and appreciate them.
Yeah, and as much as we hear about housing and building more housing, when you talk about 150 units, preservation of existing housing is just as important in that equation. And I'm hoping that those groups across the state that are pushing very hard for these housing policies also address the issue of preservation of housing that they're currently quite silent on. So we'll be there with you. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you. I want to associate myself with the comments that Commissioner Wilson just made, and also with some of the recommendations that the letter suggested. But just quickly, can you just elaborate a little bit further on the rationale between the permit versus the individual permits that you all decided on? Because I appreciate the openness of having, wanting to host, forums and feedback, but to Commissioner Newsom's point that, that may displace people, and between now and when the council adopts a new ordinance based on a lot of feedback, we're looking at 2-3 years maybe down the line. So can you just explain a little bit the rationale behind the original concept?
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the question. Are you asking to clarify how we came up with 150?
Correct. Instead of the 150 permits versus 150 units.
So the city does require that each unit receive an individual permit. So if a property has a duplex, they are required 2 SDR permits, 1 for each unit. So when we say SDR permit or SDR unit, it's the same. So it's 150 units through the city, 150 SDRs citywide. That's the cap. And the rationale for that number, as I mentioned in the previous, during my presentation, during that October 2022 meeting, the city council did look at a variety of different ways to cap, and they considered different numbers. They considered 100, they considered 175, and at the end of the day, they kind of decided on this 150 number that would allow the SDRs that were currently on the books as good actors, and it would allow some of the ones that we had seen that were kind of in the application process and the review process to be able to attain that permit. So we didn't want to cap too much because we did have about 100 permits that were established during that time. So it was really trying to find that balance between allowing the current operators and allowing operators that wanted to come on board the opportunity to come on board.
Without expanding the number too broadly. So just to clarify, the 150, if you have 1 permit, you can't have multiple units under that 1 permit.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other commissioners that have comments? Yes, Commissioner Newsom.
A question for staff. If you could walk me through the pros and cons of entertaining the alternate time extension motion, would that not enable the City of Pacifica to go through their phases, develop a policy that is more enforceable, has a little bit more bite and teeth to it, and then be able to come back to us in by June 18th, 2025?
I suppose that's true, but it's also, I mean, you heard from the city, this is really important for them to get this on the books to move forward so that they can move forward for the next phase. But yeah, that is something that's available to the commission to move the deadline out, but.
Can I just ask a question following that? So what would happen in the meantime if it were delayed? There would be no cap?
There would be no cap.
Right, so that's the risk. Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, and this is why I prefer moratoriums versus caps in the phasing of this, because what you don't want to have happen is now there'll be a rush to fill the 150 and people will be displaced. And that's an issue. And that's why many communities just go straight for the moratorium while they do their policy, as opposed to putting a number that's higher than their current, because you will find property owners rushing in to fill that cap because the opportunity is limited. And so it makes me nervous, but a cap is better than no cap, maybe. So just a policy question.
Mr. Call, do you want to respond to the moratorium versus cap? Or would you like the city to do that?
No, Commissioner Wilson's correct. I mean, if you have a moratorium, then you're going to see they're not going to go up to the number. One would expect that this number would probably be reached. They're at 144 roughly right now. But what you would see with a moratorium, to Commissioner Wilson's point, is you'd see attrition, right? You wouldn't go. It would go down. It would go from 144 to something less, because as the bad actors are weeded out over the time period that you develop the policies, you're going to have less. You're not going to have more. I think that's the point that Commissioner Wilson's trying to make. Yeah.
Okay, can the city just respond to that one more time? On the topic of a moratorium at 144 versus the 150 cap? Or if you don't want to respond, no problem. Just waiting for the city.
Thank you. So I'll just say, when the city was going through this phase 1 process, we weren't sure what the timing would be for phase 2. And so that at that point, it was decided that the cap, and there was the other provisions as well that were added to the ordinance at that
Right.
time, was the best way forward.
Okay, Commissioner Escalante, Vice Chair Escalante.
Question for staff. I mean, I totally agree with Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Newsom's concerns. I mean, I just, I think it's time for us to really be a lot more proactive in making sure that we stop losing bleeding housing units to SRTs or STRs. Can the commission condition a moratorium on this? And I know the city, they have to go back to the city, and the city has to approve, I get that. But can the commission condition that on this particular item?
Yes, but it would have to go back to the city council for it to become effective. So if the city council wasn't supportive of that, they wouldn't have to accept that. But yes, the commission has that within your authorities to make changes.
Commissioner Rice?
I'm wondering if, as an alternative, which doesn't completely address the issues that are being raised, just adjusting the cap down to the 144.
Kind of achieves the same thing.
Yeah, that would be an option which would be essentially.
And would that be something that the city could just agree to here without?
I don't
think the city could, I won't speak, I'll say something and they can speak to it themselves. I think that it's pretty clear that the city council is going to have to make those decisions. And the other thing with the 144, as you heard, it's a slightly fluctuating number, right? So that's where they think it is right now. It might be slightly different.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. My concern about making that kind of decision today from the dais is that I feel like I don't have enough information. For example, I'm also concerned about access to the coast. I don't have information about available hotel rooms. I don't have any information about available low-cost hotel rooms. I don't know what the current STRs are charging, or who's staying there, or how big. I mean, I just feel like we have so little information to make a decision on this at this time. Personally, I'm supportive of moving forward with this. I don't think there's a huge difference between 144 and 150. We could potentially ask the city to come back at an earlier date. Is that possible, to give a report on this and where they are?
We certainly could do that. I think the process is going to take what the process takes, and these are, difficult decisions. As folks who are on local governments know, this is a really tough decision, and so it's going to take some time for them to work through that. And they did work through that to get to this point. And I think staff is acknowledging that process, and so I think that's important to say too. But it's really difficult to say how long it will take. I mean, we could ask the city to come back, or staff could give a little bit about where they're at in the process, if that was what you
Let me just go to Commissioner Cummings. You had a comment, or did you? I'm sorry, I couldn't tell if you did or didn't.
I do, and I was going to make some comments. I was just going to make a motion because.
Okay, so why don't you have a seat for now? I think we're moving forward. Why don't you make your comments and whatever motion you'd like to make?
Sure. I just want to acknowledge the comments that have been made here today, and I also just want to express my deep concern with short-term rentals and the impacts that it has on affordable housing within our communities. As a renter, I've seen many people, and having friends who are renters, I've seen many people get displaced from their housing with it being converted to short-term rentals. And I think, from our workshop that we had last year, there's a lot of new information that we've learned about, the benefits of having hosted rentals and trying to limit the amount of short-term rentals. And I will say that a few weeks ago, I did go to have a community meeting with the city of Pacifica, and folks were concerned about short-term rentals in their community, and I know that the city council members are concerned with them as well. So I think this is a first step, and the fact that we're talking about 6 potential more permits, it's not a significant increase, and in the absence of having some kind of cap, we could see upwards of 50, 100, plus. Because if people hear this conversation and know what's going on, and we don't take action today, we might see many more units being converted. So I'm happy to make the motion today, understanding that there are some concerns still, but I think that hopefully we can address these over time. So I move that the commission reject implementation amendment number LCP-2-PAC-23-0023-1 as submitted by the City of Pacifica, and I recommend a no vote.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I think on this one, I'd like a roll call vote, please. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
So he is asking for a no vote, just to be clear.
No.
Thank you.
Aguirre, no. Commissioner Bochco.
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings.
No.
Cummings, no. Commissioner Escalante.
Come back to me, please.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
No.
Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Newsom. No. Newsom, no. Commissioner Rice.
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
No.
Turnbull Sanders, no. Commissioner Uranga.
No.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Escalante.
No.
Escalante, no. Chair Hart.
No.
Hart, no. The vote is unanimous.
Sorry. All right, thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, the next item that I'd like to address is to bring back from yesterday the chair's report. With regard to that, I'm going to make a short statement, and then several of my fellow commissioners are going to also make statements on this topic. I want to address a post on the Sacramento Bee website that appeared this morning regarding the Commission and Affordable Housing. This is a report that accused the Coastal Commission of adding to racially segregated housing, and we would like to respond to this report briefly here this morning. At the heart of the report is really a politically motivated campaign surrounding density bonus projects. There's currently legislation pending before the legislature on that topic of exempting density bonus projects from the Coastal Commission's oversight completely. So this is with regard to density bonus projects on the coast, and currently we do have law that exists that, as you'll hear from other commissioners, that addresses density bonus projects and associates it with the Coastal Act, and I'm not really saying that correctly, but you'll hear more specifically from Commissioner Cummings how it works. My concern, and I've stated this, that density bonus projects at best would result in 90% luxury or market rate housing on the coast and potentially 10% affordable housing. That is not going to address affordable housing or the segregation of our coast as it exists today. Really what would result in is taking up the remaining developable part of the coast and putting in more luxury housing with a little bit of trickle-down affordable housing. And that's a big concern of the commission, and that's why we oppose, as we stated yesterday, AB 2560, one of many reasons. What's really required is for the commission to have the authority to require affordable housing. So I'm just going to recount to you briefly what's happened that's resulted largely in the situation we have today. The Coastal Act, which was approved, was a voter initiative and approved by the legislature in 1976, originally included a policy to protect, encourage, and provide affordable housing in the coastal zone. Specifically, it stated that lower-cost visitor and recreational facilities and housing for persons of low and moderate income shall be protected, encouraged, and where feasible, provided. And the Coastal Commission's Affordable Housing Guideline recognized and explicitly warned that affordable housing in the coastal zone was essential. This is from the guidelines, a quote. If the coast is not to exclude the less affluent members of society and become an exclusive enclave of the wealthy, affordable housing must be protected, encouraged, and where feasible, provided. From 1977 to 1981, the Coastal Commission had a vibrant and successful affordable housing program
approving approximately 5,000 affordable units, construction of approximately 1,000 affordable units, protection of more than 1,100 affordable units slated for demolition, and the collection of approximately $2 million in lieu fees for affordable housing. Despite warnings that the coastal zone would turn into an enclave for the wealthy, the California State Legislature, at the behest of realtors and developers, removed the Coastal Commission's ability to require affordable housing in the coastal zone in 1981. And the new law read that lower-cost visitor and recreational facilities only, housing was excluded. So the section that was stricken was housing for persons of low and moderate income shall be protected. So we were no longer had the authority to regulate or require affordable housing in the coast. What really needs to happen is the legislature needs to amend the Coastal Act and work with us to again require the commission to protect, encourage, and where feasible, provide affordable housing in the coastal zone. If we had that authority, we would be able to do what we had done earlier. We were able to mandate affordable housing. So to now accuse the Coastal Commission of segregationist policies is really an assault on us, and we take very seriously, and that's why I wanted to respond to that today. I'd like to now turn to several of our commissioners who'd like to comment on this. I'm going to begin with Commissioner Aguirre, who is going to associate with Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, I've been speaking with Vice Chair Escalante, who has very similar life experience as I do, and we feel similarly on this issue. So I'd like to share some thoughts on this particular matter. It was extremely frustrating to read in a major newspaper this morning that an organization has falsely accused the Coastal Commission of perpetuating racial segregation. It's essential to set the record straight on our efforts to support affordable housing, particularly for low and very low income families. Firstly, comparing the Coastal Commission's effort to protecting beach access and the environment to redlining is not only inaccurate, but it is extremely offensive. As an environmental justice-focused Coastal Commissioner, this feels like a personal attack. Redlining, a discriminatory practice in housing and lending, long predates the formation of this Coastal Commission. It's simply dishonest to conflate our agency with such a despicable legacy. Organizations such as the one that drafted the report, which benefit from high-end luxury developer fee-for-service contracts, are attempting to undermine our mission to promote equitable access and sustainable development along the coast. I and everyone else on the Commission are deeply committed to addressing housing affordability in coastal communities. Reversing the impacts of housing segregation requires collaborative efforts across multiple sectors, including urban planning, economic policy, and social welfare programs. Instead of scapegoating regulatory bodies like the Coastal Commission and promoting this trickle-down housing with a build, baby, build approach that doesn't focus on low and very low-income housing, we should focus on holistic solutions that prioritize environmental protection, equitable access to housing, and coastal resources for all Californians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguirre. Could not agree more. Commissioner Escalante?
Thank you, Commissioner Aguirre. That was perfectly said. And all I can add is that as a brown and black climate, environmental, public interest, and community leaders here, we are no strangers to this kind of co-opted narratives and attacks to our integrity, experience, and expertise, just in order to serve investors and profits over the public trust and public interest. But in the spirit of when they go low, we go high, and despite the disrespect, I implore these folks to listen to the real affordable housing, renter protection, and environmental justice advocates, and spend your gunpowder uplifting their voices and solutions to displacement and greenwash gentrification. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. And I'd share the comments that have been made, and will try to do my best to say mine as eloquently as my colleagues have. But I just want to point out as well that one of the things that I made clear, and I always make clear to folks when I talk about my history and how I got involved in local government is the fact that I came into this running on a rent control campaign. And I was one of the highest signature gatherers to get rent control put on our ballot in 2018 because I know how important it is for us to control rents in our communities so that working class people have a place to live in the communities where they serve. So the notion that the Coastal Commission is racist and promoting segregation is not only misleading, but it's insulting, and honestly, it's a pathetic attempt to try to remove any and all authority of the commission and communities to hold developers accountable for creating and ensuring developments are built in a way that is safe and protects our environment. And I just want to remind us too that, when we approve the local coastal plans, it is us giving the authority to local communities to make decisions on development. And there are circumstances in which those projects can get appealed to us, but it's us trying to work with you all to figure out what's right for your communities. And right now, it's under attack by the state. They're not only trying to remove our authority, but they're trying to remove your authority as a local community. And so it's really important that we're taking these folks on right now. And I just want to speak to kind of my situation in Santa Cruz, having served on the Santa Cruz City Council for 4 years and having previously served as mayor of the city of Santa Cruz. The city of Santa Cruz has been able to harmonize their local coastal plan with current density bonus law. We have about 1,026 units that are being built right now in a variety of different projects, ranging from affordable to market rate within our coastal zone. And, and as a community that's actually building housing, actually building density bonus projects, the notion that it can't be done in the coastal zone and we need to have our authority taken away is just completely not true. But I do want to share some facts with you on what type of housing is being built in our communities. In 2018, there was a project called 555 Pacific that was built. And if you went to rent a 440 square foot studio, it would cost you $3,300 a month. There's another project called Nandon Pacific, and you can go on their websites. 506 square foot studio, $3,737 to $3,867 a month. And we just had a project that was finished, and they just opened up, Anton Pacific, 897 square foot to 977 square foot studios are starting at $4,370 per month. And mind you, the size of these units are what people call affordable by design. Who can afford to live there? None of the people who serve our communities. And so I just want to say that it's a red herring what they're throwing around right now. They're trying to remove our control and blaming the housing issues on the Coastal Commission. I just hope that members of the community can join us in standing up against the state trying to remove our local control over housing, and they give us our authority back to ensure that affordable housing is actually getting built in the coastal zone.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Just adding to the representations of my fellow commissioners and appreciating their comments and wanting to be associated with those. But as the Environmental Justice Commissioner, I take professional exception to the inaccurate representations made by certain groups accusing the Coastal Commission of perpetuating discriminatory land use policies. And these representations are factually inaccurate and misconstrue the conclusions of academic journals on the matter cited in the report. The Coastal Commission complies with and is already subject to state law density bonus regulations, and agreeing with my fellow commissioner that it's a complete red herring to take away Coastal Commission authority, and that proposed new legislation will result in more affordable housing. The report is also dismissive of the need for consideration of protective efforts based on tribal consultation and very important environmental concerns that ensure our coastal resources are protected and that we preserve our coast for future generations, including our children and our grandchildren, which is the bedrock of the Coastal Act. Additionally, I'd like to point to our environmental justice policy. In 2019, we unanimously approved our first environmental justice policy to provide guidance to commissioner staff and the public on how the commission implements its policy and authority and integrates the principles of environmental justice, equality, and social equity into all of our operations. And that is something that we have carried forth in our decisions. You'll note that many of our decisions now have an environmental justice section dedicated to that, and we really have done a deep dive in having many community meetings and many education sessions on how we can do this as a society. It's going to take a long time to reverse the history of discrimination and redlining that has existed not only in the coast but everywhere throughout this nation. But we are taking those first steps, and we ask that we are able to continue to do that in the way that we have so that we can protect the coast for future generations.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Trimble Sanders. I just want to summarize by saying, there are always going to be those that are seeking to profit from the incredible beauty that's the California coast. And that was made crystal clear in the 1970s when that was already happening. There was huge threats to the coast of completely blocking off public access, building high-rises up and down the coast. And that's why the voters of the state of California passed the voter initiative, the Coastal Act. And that's why we have it today. And it's easy to forget how important that is today, years later, but you know it. As you sit here, we've heard about it, and we hear about it every meeting. Saying that, there is an obvious need for affordable and workforce housing at the coast. You could not find 12 people that are more, that consider that to be a more important issue. We address it, we fight for it, we've been up in Sacramento trying to do that, and we really need help. So I'm asking for support for our efforts to work with the legislature and the governor to provide and facilitate more affordable and workforce housing in the coastal zone, not luxury housing, real affordable housing. So I wanted to just express my gratitude to the very articulate comments made by my fellow commissioners. I'd like to express my appreciation to all of you for allowing us to express these things. I think you can tell that we're all quite upset. But it's not a matter of being upset. It's a matter of action. So I think we'd all like to see these things change and look forward to working on this in the future. So thank you very much. I'd like now to return back to the agenda, and I believe we're on item 12A. Unless, is there anything else? Lunch? Lunch. All right, folks. I think we're going to have lunch now, and then we'll return at 1. Does that sound good? 1 p.m.? Am I on? I am. All right, folks. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the afternoon session today, Thursday, June 13th of the California Coastal Commission, and I believe we are currently on item 12A. Mr. Carl?
That is correct. We are at item 12A, and I'd like to ask Isabel Cooper, who's our analyst on this project, to do the staff presentation. I believe we do have a PowerPoint as well.
All right, Ms. Hooper. Hooper?
Super.
Cooper, live and in the room.
Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. Item 12A is an appeal by David and Hyjin Hodge of the executive.
Ms. Cooper, you're going to have to speak more in the mic. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Sorry. I'll start over. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 12A is an appeal by David and Hyjin Hodge of the executive director's determination that their proposed CDP amendment for construction of an ADU at their property would lessen and avoid the intended effect of the base CDP, requiring its rejection. The site in question is shown on slide 1, and here you can see the house that was constructed via the original CDP approval. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows the applicant's U-shaped parcel indicated in orange in the picture on the right side of the slide, located at 201 Magellan Avenue, generally south and east of the county's Murata Surf open space area and south of Highway 1 in the unincorporated community of Miramar, just north of Half Moon Bay, as can be seen on the left of the slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. The applicants purchased the subject U-shaped parcel, again indicated here in orange, in 2008. Later that same year, during the county's construction of the adjacent Murata Surf Trail project, indicated here in green dashes, the applicants gave construction contractors permission to use their property as a staging area, which resulted in unpermitted grading, vegetation clearance, and wetland fill on their property and an adjacent parcel owned by the county, shown here in blue. Then, in 2011, San Mateo County approved an after-the-fact CDP authorizing the unpermitted grading and vegetation clearance on both properties, and a separate CDP authorizing a single-family home on the applicant's property. Both county CDP decisions were then appealed to the commission, where the commission ultimately took jurisdiction over both CDP applications, and then denied the after-the-fact habitat destruction CDP and approved the CDP for the applicant's single-family residence in 2013. Next slide, please. Because applicants are not allowed to use a violation to establish the baseline for CDP evaluation, site conditions prior to the unpermitted activities represent the legally established baseline against which the applicant's proposed residence was evaluated by the commission. Slide 4 again shows the project site, but this time showing the approximate location of pre-violation wetland and riparian vegetation areas, with the green area representing riparian habitat and the blue area representing wetlands. You can also see the unnamed perennial creek in light blue that is just up coast of the applicant's property on the county's open space property. As can be seen on the slide, the applicant's U-shaped property, noted in black outline where the residence was proposed, was entirely covered by wetland or riparian habitat and required buffers, severely constraining the site's buildable area. Based on these conditions and evaluated against the San Mateo County LCP requirements that prohibit development in such habitat areas and their buffers, the LCP directed denial of the applicant's proposed residence. However, in order to avoid a potential unconstitutional taking of private property, the commission ultimately approved a residence at the site, roughly in the area of the wetland shown here, but required that essentially everything outside of the home's footprint be deed restricted as open space and only allowed habitat restoration activities in these restricted areas. Next slide, please. The general outline of the CDP required habitat restoration restricted area is shown on slide 5 here in green, and the CDP allowed footprint of the home is shown by the white square. As you can see, the restricted area covers most of the applicant's U-shaped parcel, with the county's property in the middle shown in blue. The applicants now propose to amend the commission CDP to allow for construction of a detached ADU, shown in red outline, in the habitat restricted area. Because the proposed amendment requests development in an area where it is explicitly not allowed by the CDP, the proposal would avoid and lessen the intended effect of the commission's CDP. Per the commission's regulations, the executive director is required to reject such proposals as weakening amendments, and that is what occurred here. Next slide, please. The applicants have appealed that executive director's determination to the commission as is allowed by the regulations, so that is the question before you today. The applicants assert that the amendment application should be accepted because they claim that the commission relied on the wrong baseline when the CDP was originally considered, constituting newly discovered material information which could not have been discovered or produced with reasonable diligence before the commission's 2013 CDP decision, which, if true, can allow for the amendment application to be accepted. It is not true. Specifically, the applicants assert that the county-issued CDP for the Murata Surf Trail project actually authorized the grading and wetland fill activities on the applicant's property that destroyed habitat, and they therefore assert that the legally established baseline against which the commission based its 2013 determination was inaccurate. However, the county-issued CDP is neither newly discovered information nor is it even material to the question at hand, because the CDP did not actually authorize the grading, vegetation clearance, and fill of wetlands at the subject site. The trail project was not even on the applicant's property, and the CDP did not authorize development on the applicant's property, let alone habitat destruction. In fact, the county staff report and supporting materials for that trail CDP specify that the trail project would not result in any direct impacts to wetland areas identified at the property in 2004. As such, and as more completely described in the staff report, the commission applied the correct legally established baseline in its 2013 CDP action, and the applicant's allegations neither change that nor meet the standard of review required to allow an amendment to be accepted in this case. Next slide, please. In summary, the CDP record is clear, and the area where the applicants now propose to additional development was set aside for habitat purposes as part of the Commission's takings approval in 2013. In such a case, the Commission's regulations require that the Executive Director reject the proposed amendment, which is what happened here, and staff is therefore recommending that the Commission uphold the Executive Director's determination to reject the amendment application, and the motion to do so can be found on page 8 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Cooper. Are there any ex partes? All right, seeing none, I'll open public comment on this item. I see a gentleman standing. If you just wait 1 second so we could call your name, if your name is first.
We have two speakers. One is Peter Prowse, who's the one in the room, and then David Hodge is online.
Mr. Prowse?
Prowse.
Mr. Prowse.
Yes.
All right.
Prow of a
Prowse.
ship. More than one.
Why don't we give you 3 minutes?
I'm going to need more than that.
Okay. And who are you
I am
representing?
Yeah, thank you. I'm an attorney representing the applicant here.
Okay. How much time would you like?
15 minutes, please.
I'm hearing a lot of groans with regard to that. Let me turn to my counsel and get some feedback on that.
It's entirely within your discretion, Chair. This is not a full application, so typically applicants would be allowed 15 minutes for a full CDP application. I think it's within your discretion if you choose to give him.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll give you 10 minutes initially and 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. All right, well, this is an interesting matter. First of all, thank you for having me here today and for your discretion in giving me some more time. This is an interesting matter to come after the discussion you all had before lunch. This is an ADU project. Not everyone who wants to build new housing, new ADUs in the coastal zone are big fat cat corporate developers. ADUs are often about finding a place for family. That's what this project is. Getting even to a no from the staff on this has taken 2 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a big problem with developing new housing in the coastal zone. And as you take these issues to Sacramento and elsewhere, that's something you all should recognize. It's more complicated than the discussion you all
Excuse me, sir,
had.
can you speak into the microphone? We can't hear anything you're
certainly.
You
saying.
can pull it up more toward you.
Thank you. So first of all, I've got a presentation. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the first matter is staff have not accurately described this project. They've applied the wrong legal standard. The Coastal Commission made a mistake in 2013 that it can correct now, and this project should be approved. Next slide, please. We can skip that one to the next slide. You've already seen the house. We can go to the next one. All right, this is the detached ADU that's being proposed. Small, modest. I don't want to call it affordable by design, but this is the kind of housing that people who are looking to bring their parents, their kids, to live near and next to them in the coastal zone need to be able to build. Next slide, please. Along the way, we've proposed an alternative. This is an attached ADU, 161 square feet on the ground. This type of attached ADU project is entitled to streamlining under the LCP, and it's entirely outside of the deed-restricted area that's in the existing coastal development permit. Next slide, please. The part of the application that staff haven't told you about is that this is not just an ADU project. This is not a weakening amendment. The project has always been to create and enhance wetlands, to control invasive vegetation on the property, and also to build a new ADU to provide for housing. This is an ADU to provide for housing for my client's 101-year-old mother to come and live next door to them, along with a caretaker. This is a wetland and invasive species management plan and a wetland creation plan that's created by my client's biologist. It's not mentioned in the staff report. This project will remove the extensive invasive bristly oxtongue plants that are taking over the site, prohibiting real wetland plants from growing, and improve the drainage and flooding situation that has resulted from the construction of the bathroom and public trail. Next slide, please. That's my client's mother. That's what this project is all about. This is about family and housing. Next slide, please. So when the county built the trail, that's the trail, it created a dam. And when it rains, the water ponds. Next slide, please. This is what you see when it rains. You get flooding up to the bathroom. This project would fix that problem. Next slide, please. More flooding around the house and around the bathroom caused by the dam that the county built when it built this road. Next slide, please. Can't read my own slide up there. This is the 5-year vegetation monitoring plan that our biologist prepared. There's a picture on the cover of the invasive bristly ox tongue that has invaded the county's parcel and that we'd like to remove as part of this application. The wetland species that my client is required to plant and see that they grow cannot do so until this problem is addressed, and this project would do that. Next slide, please. So, staff have applied the wrong legal standard here. The right legal standard is in the LCP. Staff have told you that the Commission's regulations, 14 Cal Code Regs 13166 are what you need to apply here. That's incorrect. The correct standard is in the county's LCP. You all know that when things come to you apply the LCP. The only reason we're here is because the LCP requires us to be here. And this is the provision that we've quoted there. Upon application by the permittee, a coastal development permit may be amended by the approving authority. You're the initial approving authority. That's why we're here. We're here because of the LCP. Application for and action on an amendment shall be accomplished in the same manner specified by this chapter for initial approval of a coastal development permit. All sections of this chapter shall apply to permit amendments. So you look to the LCP, the Coastal Commission's regulation saying that you've got to go through the executive director first, and that you can only even entertain this application if there's significant new information and it's not a weakening amendment. That's the wrong standard. And to the extent that the staff are interposing that new standard on your review here, that regulation is invalid, and we would expect to see a judge agree with us. Next slide, please. Staff assume this is a weakening amendment. It's not. The proposal enhances wetlands on the property. It makes use of all that flooded water to create new wetlands where there currently are none today. It will create a new drainage that will go into the creek so that you're not having flooding up to the public restroom. It will remove the invasive plant species, and it will also build a new ADU for my client's mother. Voting against this project is voting for flooding, invasive species, against new wetlands, and against new housing in the coastal zone. Next slide, please. Why did the Coastal Commission make a mistake? Well, Coastal Commission staff have not actually shown you the permit that the county gave itself for the public trail. Coastal Commission was on notice of that permit in 2005. My clients didn't learn about it until 2022. Next slide, please. It's hard to see on this screen, but these are the existing condition plans in that permit. The arrow is pointing to the wetland that's shown in the plans, the existing conditions. It's clearly depicted in the existing conditions plan. But next slide, you'll see in the proposed project plans, the wetland's gone. Can you go back again? Back, yeah, it's there in the existing conditions, and then the county, next slide, please. In the proposed project, it's gone. This was the county's project. Coastal Commission now want to collaterally attack that permit. They've got various reasons for why they don't think that this permit actually means what it says. But that was the plan that the county had for itself and had for the fill that it put on the property with a permit in 2008, subject to a CDP it gave itself in 2005. Next slide, please. That's the county moving dirt. There's a county employee on site every day during this project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is the, oh, go back, please. This. Keep going. Next. 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 Good. This is the permit the county gave itself in 2010 for the bathroom that's right there. County proposed to put the bathroom right in the same place that the wetland used to exist. There's no wetland in the county's existing project plans. It's hard to see, but there's no wetland there. It's gone. The county knew that it had filled that wetland. It was proposing new development on that wetland in 2010, and so there's really no serious question here that the county had permitted the wetland fill. Next slide, please. Okay, the Coastal Commission staff has accurately told you that the allegation that the fill of that wetland was unpermitted was the basis for the permit conditions we're seeking to have amended today. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. That's the deed restriction. We don't need to see that. All right, so next slide, please. So the 2005 permit that authorized the fill of that wetland wasn't cited or analyzed anywhere in the 2013 permit that was issued to Mr. Hodge. Wasn't even part of the permit file. That's the permit file from the staff report. It's not listed in there. So if the Coastal Commission, in its reasonable diligence, had forgotten about that 2005 permit, how could it expect the Hodges, who didn't even own the property until 2008, to have known about that permit in 2013 when they got their CDP from you? With that, I only have a few seconds left. I'd like to turn it over to my client, who's on the line, who would like to address you all further. I mean, in sum, we would urge you to reject the staff recommendation and approve this project either for the attached ADU or the detached, so the detached ADU or the attached ADU alternative that we have proposed, and the wetland enhancement and invasive species removal portion of this project that isn't mentioned in the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you've reserved a few minutes for rebuttal. If your clients would like to speak, I'll give them 3 minutes.
We didn't have anyone sign up on there? Or was it David Hodge? Oh, okay. Correct. He was signed up as an applicant. Okay. David Hodge, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Let me start the video. Yeah. Okay, let me just pull up my... give me 1 second before you start the clock, please.
We can pause the clock until he begins.
Okay. All right, I'm ready. I'm gonna read something that I wrote, so I'm ready. So, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you. I'd like to make a simple request. You've heard from staff and our attorney about the complex story surrounding this property. Please set those details aside just for a few minutes and consider my proposal. Some of the decisions you've heard about took place over 11 years ago, when ADUs weren't part of the discussion. Now they are an important part of the conversation. There is a dire need for housing, and our proposal offers one housing unit and significant benefits to the environment, the community, and our family. Our goal is to build an ADU to house my mother in her final years, just as she celebrated her 101st birthday. It'll also provide a place for my adult children and grandchildren to visit, uniting 4 generations under one roof. Even though I'd prefer the detached unit we proposed, this past December I revised my ADU plans with the idea to solve several problems and benefits our family and the local ecology. We alternatively proposed to build a 564 square foot ADU with a footprint of 161 square feet on the ground that does not encroach on the deed restricted area. A small attached housing unit on an already built area will have little or no environmental impact, especially considering the other part of our proposal. Our plan is to fix flooding issues caused by the bridge design, replace invasive species on the county property, and add wetland plants to both parcels. These changes will improve nearly 12,000 square feet of wetlands and natural habitat in exchange for using 161 square feet of our land to build our ADU, adding another housing unit. This will allow us to correct past errors and contribute positively to our community. It's a win for everyone. Please consider our request. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Mr. Hodge. All right. Is there any other speakers on this?
There are no more speakers.
No more speakers. All right. What I'm thinking how we might want to approach, I'm leave the public hearing open, let staff respond to the comments that were made by the proponents here, and then I'll allow time for rebuttal. If that's is that not allowed, Council?
Well, there's no one to rebut. There are no other speakers.
That's what I was hoping, if staff said something that he wanted to comment on, but that's not allowed?
That's not part of our
procedurally. Okay. Well, sounds like there's no one to rebut, so we'll have to close. They're saying that's not provided for in the procedures of the commission. I'm so sorry about that. All right, so we'll close the public hearing and return to staff.
Yeah, just quickly, contrary to what Mr. Prowse said, we're not confused, and we do understand the situation here. We've looked at all the facts. We just simply don't agree on core things, and I think that's reflected in the staff report and the addendum. Just to be clear, that 2005 county coastal permit does mean what it says, and it didn't authorize anything on this property. And the county, who is the issuing entity, agrees with that assessment. When they found out about the clearing that was occurring, their contractors were doing it, they directed them to stop. So it's not true that that coastal permit actually allowed for that in any way, shape, or form. Also, just with respect to the legal standard, these are coastal commission permits. You have a whole set of regulations that direct you in terms of what are the amendments, how amendments are dealt with. Those are the standards we applied. Ms. Warren can talk about that further if you'd like. I think the other thing, Mr. Prowse indicated that they wanted to do habitat restoration. They're required to do habitat restoration. That was the permit. They were allowed a house in return for the rest of the property becoming restored habitat. So it's not an offer, it's something that's actually required of this particular applicant. And I think it's important, this isn't about housing. This was a takings approval on an all ESHA site, essentially. And that's what we're talking about here. And a permit that said you can't do things outside of that footprint. One observation is that if, Mr. Prowse's client wanted to pursue an ADU, they could do it within the footprint. That's where they're allowed to develop. And that's something that they probably want to think about. But anything outside the footprint goes into the habitat area. So, did you want to say something?
Mr. Carl, could you just clarify, I think that we probably all have this question, it was amended, so it's not an attached, it's still a separate building. How much room is left? What is the square footage that would be available within the footprint that they could build an ADU?
They would have to go up. They would have to be within the footprint itself.
Where the house is?
Correct.
So the house has completed the footprint, there's no additional land?
That is correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't hear from you anymore because of the,
Mr. Prowse disagrees, and we've each made our points.
Right,
you can
I've
read
got
about
that.
it in the staff report and the addendum.
So I'm just asking you, so an ADU could be built attached to the house?
No. So they've proposed a detached ADU. That's the application that's the subject of this. They've indicated that they might propose an attached ADU that wouldn't go as far into the habitat area. That's not before you today. They have not applied for that.
Okay.
What I'm suggesting is they could go up and stay within the footprint and do an ADU in that way if they wanted to. But that's the option that's really available to this applicant on this site, given the terms and conditions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Carl. I'm sure commissioners might have further questions. So beginning with Commissioner Bochco, please.
Thank you. And I'll tell you something, it's so interesting that I read the report twice. I read the applicant's lawyer's letters. I still don't understand this. So hopefully between all of us today, it'll become clear, or unless I'm the only person who doesn't get it. Okay. What they are saying, if I understand, and I will have him come up if I'm misstating the facts, is that there was a permit in 2005 to, in their mind, fill a wetland. In your mind, what was the 2005 permit?
That was a county permit that was for the trail that was developed on their open space property. And it was just for the trail on the county's property.
Just for the trail?
That's
and
correct.
And then you're saying they did fill some of the wetland unknowingly to the county, and then when they found out that their workers were doing that, they stopped them.
That's
because
correct.
they didn't have a permit to fill the wetland.
That's
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they had a 05 permit. I'll get you in a minute. They had an 05 permit to build a trail. Did it require any filling, or that was just a complete mistake?
If I may, Mr. Carl, that I have here the permit from the county, and it explicitly says that the nearest of these wet grassland areas will be approximately 80 feet from the proposed trail. And they're finding that it is consistent with the LCP only because none of the proposed trail is in any wetland.
So that it did not require
It did
fill.
not approve fill of
Okay, so that
wetland in
was
the
just a
permit.
mistake. Mr. Prowse, just give me one more, very short. What is your interpretation of 05?
They're in the project plans. There is a
I don't have the plan. Just tell me what your summary of the 05 permit, what did it provide?
The 05 permit provided for the construction of a trail, and the county envisioned in its plans, after the trail was built, the wetland would be gone.
Why?
I don't know.
But see, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's what's shown in the plans. That's all I can
When you
say.
say showing that, you showed us two pictures. You showed us one picture, what you said you could see a wetland, and then you showed us another picture that still had the same red line that didn't have a wetland.
Correct.
To me, that's some kind of a drawing. Where is the text that says, which is what a CDP is text. And it says, we're going to build a trail that's going to be 20 feet wide and 100 feet long, and it's going to fill this part of the wetland, because everyone knows that wetlands are protected, including the county. So where is that? I want to see where it says in the county's 05 permit that it was okay to fill wetlands.
It says build the project in accordance with the plans.
That's not text. You have an odd drawing that, I don't know, maybe everybody else thought it looked like you somehow erased a wetland. I didn't see it, but thank you very much. And can I just give you a little bit of advice? You know, I know you're so shit, you just don't like us, but here's the thing.
No, that's not true.
When you come in,
That's not true.
When you come into a public body and you want people to do something and really even just listen to you, if you take an attitude of we're all a bunch of idiots, it's just not going to happen, okay? So what I would suggest is just work with us here. We'd like to do it the right way. We're not here to do something wrong. So just work with us, okay? That's all I ask.
I'm sorry you feel that way. but
Thank you.
We have.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
We have
Okay,
been trying
thank you
to
very
work
much.
this out.
That's
All right.
2005.
What I'd like to do then is just return to council and reiterate again regarding the permit, the one you're talking about, which she just gave us clarity on. Do you want to repeat that?
Sure. Do you want me to read the text again, or just to be clear that the 2005 permit did not authorize any fill of wetlands? It is explicit that the trail is 80 feet from wetlands and that they are prohibited from filling wetlands under the LCP.
And they are prohibited. It says so.
The permit talks about the policy
It's
that
hard
prohibits
to
fill of
argue
wetlands.
with prohibited. Okay, I got that. So let's talk a little bit about the plants. And Mr. Prowse was saying that there are some kind of invasive plant there that they'd like to remove and put in the plants that are wetland, indigenous wetland plants. But for reason he doesn't feel he can do that under what we're saying? Or is he just bringing up the plants?
I don't know why he would think that. There is a restoration plan that was approved for the site, which would be getting rid of invasives and planting the right species, et cetera.
And what permit was that under?
That was the commission's permit from 2013 that allowed for the house.
For the house itself?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Hodges were there then?
Yes.
Okay, so they know they can plant and restore the wetland.
They're required to.
They're not prohibited.
They're
Would that
required.
also take care of his flooding problem?
I don't know if it would take care of his flooding problem.
Would we have any problem with him taking care of the flooding problem if indeed it is because of that bathroom?
If It's a big if, but also if it were to benefit the habitat, I think that that's true. I mean, what you're seeing is this is a riparian wetland site, and as often happens, they exhibit characteristics of riparian and wetland. So
Yeah.
that's part of the issue here.
Yes,
Yeah.
that I totally understand. Build on a wetland, it's wet. Even if you fill it sometimes. Okay, so, and then my other question was, why did we not analyze the attached ADU? But now I see, because it wasn't presented to you. That's an after the fact. But what we're very clear on in the 2013 permit is there was a specific footprint. This particular home filled that. So it is now, so there really isn't room even on the end of, to attach. They would have to attach
That's
it
correct.
above.
They would have to go up.
But we wouldn't necessarily be upset about having another story, right? I mean, we are actually very supportive of ADUs, as is the entire state. Okay, so now I think I understand. I hope I understand. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. That's it for Commissioner Bochco? Yep. All right. Commissioner?
Okay. Going back to the original permit in 2013, at that point, is there a deed restriction on it that no more can be built? What was the applicant told about the future of this property after they built the original home?
Yes, they're required to do a deed restriction on the property and to recognize that the rest of the property was to be restored. And there were conversations about this with the applicants right before they built the house, so they were aware. It was in the conditions, it was in the commission's permit. So I don't know why they wouldn't be aware.
Yeah, and have all those conditions been met?
There are some compliance issues which are discussed in the staff report, but that's not the basis of what staff is recommending here.
Okay. And would it be possible, given the amount of land they have left, to have a separate entrance to do all the requirements that an ADU has to, separate entrance, that kind of thing? Is there enough?
Presumably. But
I know that's not before us.
Yes, the portion of the house that doesn't have a second story is where the garage was, and there's already currently, doorway access there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. I think, just for clarification, this was an exception for a home to be built in environmentally sensitive habitat. And so when the permit was issued, the restrictions that were imposed in that permit, that's something that the applicant agreed to at that time, correct?
Correct.
So, I'm just going to make some comments now. So the fact that we're returning at this time to make changes to something that we probably shouldn't have done in the first place, it just seems there's no reason why we should be, I don't think there's a reason why we should be having this conversation. People, entered into an agreement. They knew what they were getting themselves into. They made an agreement with the Coastal Commission, which is something outside of what we would normally want to see constructed, trying to make sure that we weren't involved in the takings. And now they're coming back and asking us to make changes to that. And I think it just undermines the Coastal Act if we were to move forward in a way that, allows for more development on environmentally sensitive habitat. And I just want to point out as well, there's a number of reasons why we don't want to see housing built in wetlands and in sensitive habitat, because when you build in a wetland, it's going to flood. That's what a wetland is. And so the fact that there's pooling of water in this area, it's not because a trail was built, it's because it's in a wetland. And so it's one of these issues that, now they're like, well, there's flooding, we want to drain. And the reason why we're trying to not allow people to build in these areas in the first place is because it's not safe and it can lead to your property getting damaged because you're building in an unsafe environment. And so, I just wanted to make those comments. But, the one thing that I think has been pointed out today is if in fact the applicant truly wants to build an ADU in space for their aging parents, they can just build up. And there's nothing really stopping them from applying and coming to the Coastal Commission to see if there's an opportunity to build up and what that could look like. And so, I'm happy to make a motion if we want to keep rolling, but if there's more comment, then.
Are there any more comments, or we'd entertain a motion? All right, we have Commissioner Wilson, then we'll return to you, Commissioner Cummings, for a motion.
Yeah, and for me, I think part of this is related to findings, so I want to make sure that we get to that place. So what I'm hearing from staff is, and I looked at those plans, and I saw that there was the plans from 2005, and the construction plan doesn't necessarily have the wetland delineation on it. But what also doesn't change is the elevations, right? So that's really what fill is elevations. And I don't see those changes in elevations specified on those construction plans that would allow for fill in a wetland. And so I don't really see how there's an implied entitlement to fill that doesn't actually exist on those 2005 plans. So from my perspective, I think it's a misreading of those plans themselves, and I think that they're not reading those correctly. So even if, and I agree with Commissioner Bochco that in every one of these, there's a written description as to an entitlement that would be given through this process. We don't rely on the plans ever by themselves to confer entitlements unless they are specific to boundary lines associated with property boundaries. Other than that, you have to have written description. And even in property boundary, we have written descriptions for those and easements and all those things. And so if those are changing without language associated with them, there's not really an inferred entitlement, generally speaking. And if someone assumes one, it is a very, very weak provision. So I think just going back to the original premise is non-existent and minimally extremely weak, and so I think that's an issue. I also I want to ask, if I can I ask the representative a question? Can I ask you a question? Is the residence that we're talking about the primary residence of the applicant?
It was until right before COVID. A drunk driver plowed into their house, and they had to leave to move to Sweden. Then COVID hit, and their lives sort of changed. So right now, it's not their primary residence. They come back in the summertime. They may yet decide to raise their daughter here. It was, but sort of factors beyond their control have made
that wasn't the impression we got from what you were talking about, but I get what you're saying. So, and I get, you can sit back down now, because thanks, I appreciate it. I'm not trying to get you up and down. So there was an obligation, really an encumbrance that was put upon this property in the conference of our permit in 2013 that restoration would occur. Mm-hmm. And that obligation has not been met. Is that what I'm hearing say? And I know you're saying it's a separate part, but I do feel it is relevant because do we call them an applicant if we haven't even received the application yet? Whatever, I'll call them an applicant for now, even though maybe that might be in question. But they're inferring that obligation doesn't exist and that it currently, but they have an obligation to correct whatever issue had been there before now, right?
Yes, 1,000%. They are required to, as a matter of fact. I mean, so there is some lack of compliance with the habitat restoration plan.
Right.
That's something we can work through, especially if there's a invasive problem, that sort of thing. That's a normal part of our condition compliance efforts.
But so we're really supposed to assume that a wetland exists there now because that is actually the encumbrance. It's equivalent to an existing wetland is the obligation to put a wetland there. That's the same thing. I mean,
it's to make the habitat. It's to bring the habitat
So what
back.
they really are asking to do is build in a existing wetland, essentially.
That is one way of looking at it, yes.
Thanks, I got that. So I just want to put out there, when someone wants to infer that this has relevance to some of the external discussions we have legislatively around ADUs and housing and all those things, I want to be really clear. None of those legislative attempts even want to get close to wetlands and filling of wetlands. I just want to be, they're always explicit in that. So I want to make sure this doesn't have any relevance to that external, whatever is, all those external discussions, because nobody on all sides of those discussions is inferring that we need to be building in wetlands. So I want to be really clear about that. So, sorry, I wanted just, there was one last, the garage. So there was a garage that was, you said there was is the garage still a garage? And if not, was there a permit to convert that garage from, or is it, what's going on?
It appears as though it's been converted. There was no permit for that. You might ask the applicant that question.
Can you address that?
This is something this is kind of silly. There's a couch in the garage now. They don't have a car, so they have a couch and some work benches in the garage, like anybody who works in the garage. It's, these are the kinds of conversations that are disheartening to hear come up here. I mean, you're talking about the deed restricted area. There's a deed restriction with a legal description and a boundary, and it is what it is, and the attached ADU is inside that. We've had these.
Hold on. Can you sit back down? Guys, I hate telling someone to stand up and sit down. It's such a weird thing to do.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yeah.
I'm feeling, I don't know if you realize we have a very big item coming up with lots of speakers.
I got it.
Okay.
Just one last question. So but I need to get these things on the record because someone's talking about a judge decision, and I want to make sure that we're clear on a lot of these things here. So we do see sometimes conversions for ADUs, for the purposes of ADUs, conversions from garages. And if this is delineated as a garage, then I don't know what the CDP or the coastal, the plan, the area plan associated with this says about that. But I would add that. I would add that to the opportunity in the future in relation to ADU opportunities that may exist. And so I would say that what's being given to us is pretty extreme, and the alternatives, which haven't been analyzed, but I would offer that there may be an opportunity. I mean, I really do believe there probably is an opportunity for an alternative ADU project to be proposed to us. But this one, one last thing. Sorry about this, because again, I want to get into the record. This was originally appealed, right? Who appealed the original?
I think it was the Committee for Green Foothills at the time.
Okay, here's the deal. I mean, here's something that everyone has to understand. Like, what we're being asked to do would probably be litigated from the other side. Like, we have an environmental group in that community already telling us that they are concerned about wetland fill, they're concerned about the resources in the area and our adjudication of those resources. And I would say we would, by allowing this to move forward and not agreeing with staff's recommendation, we would be, I believe, putting ourselves at risk from that perspective legally. And I think that that's something we need to be concerned about. So that being said, I'm happy to stop talking now.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, thanks, Commissioner Wilson. I mean, I think if no other commissioners want to comment, I'd just like to say, so what we have here is a situation where we have a house where no one's currently living full-time with an opportunity to either convert a garage to an additional living space for an elderly parent or potentially for kids, to potentially add on vertically, none of which is before us. What is before us is a request for an addition in a wetland area that was specifically prohibited and agreed to at the time the CDP was issued, and nothing has changed. And again, we had a long discussion about housing. We have approved, it may not be transparent because it's buried within administrative approvals. We have approved many ADUs at this meeting, many, and we routinely approve ADUs. But in a situation like this where the original home was only allowed because it was, to not allow it would be a taking of private property. It was agreed to at the time. There are other options. It's hard, and unfortunately, I don't want to say it, but I feel that it was somewhat of a misrepresentation about the folks living there and the whole, I'm sorry, but I was a little surprised they don't live there currently. But in any event, I have to associate myself strongly with the comments made by my colleagues and support the staff recommendation. So on that note, Commissioner Cummings, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that the commission overturn the executive director's decision to reject coastal development permit amendment application number A-2-SMC-11-041-A1, and I recommend a no vote.
Okay, do we have a second? Commissioner Uranga. All right, does the commission have any objection to unanimous approval? Or, because it's a no vote, we have to have a roll call?
No, you can
But
just ask
a
for
unanimous
no
rejection
vote.
in this
Yeah,
case?
a unanimous
Okay.
no vote.
A unanimous no vote. Is there anyone who objects to unanimous no vote? No, I saw a hand, but that didn't work. All right, seeing none, the commission has determined that a no vote is the ruling here. Thank you. Okay, moving right along.
That'll take us down to item number 13.
Thank you.
Excuse me. That is the Central Coast District Director's report. We're reporting 2 extensions and 4 emergency coastal permits. We're not aware of any objections regarding these matters, and so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object to the extensions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Any public comment?
No speakers.
Do 3 or more commissioners object to concurrence? Seeing none, the commission concurs.
Thank you, Chair Hart. That'll take us down to item number 14A, and Kevin Kahn, who's our district manager in the Santa Cruz office, is going to give our staff presentation.
Okay, and this is the Los Osos item, which
That is
we have
correct.
a number of speakers.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. So agenda item 14A is a proposed LCP amendment by San Luis Obispo County to change the provisions that govern development in the unincorporated community of Los Osos via a new Los Osos Community Plan. The primary intent of the plan is to update policies addressing water supply, wastewater services, and habitat protections, and the impetus behind it is to help identify how and where this community of about 15,000 residents, just south of where we're at today, pictured on slide 1 here, can grow. The plan represents the culmination of quite literally decades of overlapping efforts to identify a sustainable vision for the future of Los Osos that addresses what have historically been severe constraints to development related to those 3 primary issue areas. Before I get started, I will note that we prepared a short addendum that responds to some public comments received and also makes a minor change to the recommended modifications. I will also note that Commission staff have worked closely with county staff on plan provisions, and the 2 staffs are in agreement with the staff recommendation here. Next slide. As you can see on slide 2, Los Osos is located in central San Luis Obispo County at the south end of Morro Bay and roughly due west of the city of San Luis Obispo. Up coast lies the city of Morro Bay, and past that the community of Cayucos. Los Osos extends south and east from Morro Bay proper into the Los Osos Valley to the lower foothills of the Irish Hills. Next slide. While the community had been a small summer retreat of second homes, it experienced a suburban residential boom in the 1970s that, in many respects, disregarded its physical constraints. It developed in excess of what the Los Osos groundwater basin, the community's sole source of water to this day, could accommodate, and with only individual septic systems whose discharge found its way into that same water supply and the bay itself. The end result was that, by the 80s, it was well understood that Los Osos was suffering from groundwater overdraft, seawater intrusion, and nitrate contamination. This resulted in a regional water board order in 1988 that banned nearly all new septic systems, and that essentially resulted in a type of building moratorium in the community. In addition to these public service constraints, the community sited atop an ancient dune landform, where the unique geography and climate produce a soil type called baywood fine sands that support certain species found nowhere else on Earth. As such, the Commission has generally considered all of Los Osos, pictured in the foreground of slide 3 with Morro Bay behind that, to constitute an environmentally sensitive habitat area, which is another severe constraint to non-habitat related development. Put another way, development in this community has been historically stifled by water, wastewater, and habitat constraints since the inception of the coastal program in the 70s. Next slide. In response to these issues, and after several failed attempts at doing so, the county applied for, and the commission in 2010 approved, a CDP that authorized construction of the Los Osos water recycling facility, pictured here on slide 4, which allowed the community to retire individual septic systems and convert over to a public sewer system that treats wastewater to tertiary levels that is then used for groundwater replenishment. The facility became operational in 2016 and helped solve one of the 3 growth and development constraints that had plagued the community for so many years. However, given that water and habitat issues had not by that time similarly been addressed, and to avoid inappropriate growth inducement from the new plant that could exacerbate such issues, the Commission's CDP required the county to update its LCP to identify sustainable development parameters for the community that also addressed water supply capacities and ESHA prior to adding new units to the wastewater plant. The proposed amendment before you today is the county's response to that Commission requirement. Next slide. Thus, the proposed community plan is meant to provide the regulatory blueprint for how new development can address the 3 issues that have stunted new development in the community for all these years. However, as submitted, there is some question as to whether the plan can appropriately meet such objectives, primarily because it is quite complex, with information and requirements spread throughout some 400 pages of text, and it includes some internal inconsistencies and redundancies on certain issues, and which is exacerbated because the plan was initially drafted multiple years ago, and thus generally does not reflect the best available information regarding groundwater basin health or habitat protections. And finally, the manner in which the plan would integrate into the rest of the LCP is a little unclear. The good news is that the submitted plan includes the foundation for what can be a clear, succinct, and directive set of provisions that address today's understanding of core water, wastewater, and habitat protection issues. And Commission and county staff have worked collaboratively to refine the amendment to do just this. The end result is a plan that would allow for additional new development in the community, focused predominantly on infill residential development, which will help tremendously with the community's and the county's overall housing objectives. And such new development will be accommodated consistent with sound resource conservation principles. Next slide. In terms of water supply, the groundwater basin has been under court adjudication for about a decade and has been managed by the Los Osos Basin Management Committee, or BMC, an entity created to comprehensively manage and monitor water resources to stop overdraft and seawater intrusion and meet water quality and supply requirements. The BMC has shown that the community has used less water for several years now than the basin's calculated sustainable or safe yield, or the amount of water the BMC has determined can be used while both meeting applicable drinking water standards and protecting basin health. In fact, the latest numbers from the BMC's 2023 report show the basin is trending positively and only 69% of its sustainable yield is being used. Moreover, there aren't any documented problems with community water extractions having any specific adverse impacts on Los Osos aquatic resources, such as wetland streams or Morro Bay itself. Thus, staff believes that the available data shows the basin is no longer in overdraft, that current water usage is not having any adverse impacts on coastal resources, and thus can be found to be a sustainable supply for Coastal Act purposes. Staff does not make this determination lightly, including as it understands the gravity of what it means, that a community that for a generation was essentially under a building moratorium due to public service inadequacies is now offered a path to developing once again. And staff is also cognizant that not all in the community agree that the basin is healthy enough to support new development. We have taken their concerns very seriously and did our collective best to understand the complex technical underpinnings of BMC groundwater management and have applied such understandings through a Coastal Act lens. As explained in detail in the staff report, staff believes that the evidence shows that there aren't coastal resource problems with the basin and that there is enough water to provide for new housing, community visitor-serving uses, and other essential needs to keep Los Osos a thriving coastal community, which is also a core Coastal Act objective. The modified plan would allow new development if it can be served by an adequate and long-term sustainable water supply based on the best available science, including as defined by the BMC's annual report documenting sustainable yield. And to be cautious and meter out new growth over time and not overburden the basin with a rush of new development, staff is also recommending applying a maximum 1% growth rate for new residential units in the community per year, which equates to about 50 such units. Next slide. With respect to habitat protections, the modifications provide a refined regulatory framework to incorporate the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's approved Habitat Conservation Plan into a Coastal Act and ESHA protection context. The policies mirror the HCP in terms of requiring new development within the existing developed community core to employ measures that minimize site disturbance and then to mitigate any remaining impact via payment into the county's Greenbelt Habitat Conservation and Preservation Program. Put another way, as opposed to piecemeal takings evaluations and potentially different outcomes for any individual project or site, the program would ensure that habitat benefits are pooled and focused to protect larger and more contiguous habitat areas, including a primary conservation area of over 1,500 acres, shown in green on the slide here, meant to be acquired, restored, protected, and managed for habitat purposes. Infill habitat impacts would thus be more clearly leveraged to provide greater benefit and protection for habitat more broadly, and the resultant program represents good public policy in terms of creating a comprehensive program that marries two seminal environmental laws and provides applicants, the public, Fish and Wildlife Service, the county, and this commission a clear and united policy approach to Los Osos' specific habitat needs. Next slide. So in conclusion, the end result of the suggested modifications is to provide for infill development in a manner that has adequate water supply to serve it, wastewater capacity to treat it, and all within a protected habitat greenbelt area that will preserve the community's periphery. The amendment as modified serves to implement many Coastal Act goals and requirements, including ensuring that development in Los Osos is sustainable, that the legal framework to build housing and community services to keep Los Osos a thriving community is provided, and again, that statewide and local housing supply needs are met. All of which can hopefully provide some certainty for this community, and all of which definitely shows that, with good planning, communities can indeed solve tough problems related to public services and natural resources. The community should be proud of its efforts and commitment to doing so. Staff very much thanks the county and its staff for their commitment here to thoughtful, long-range coastal planning and their open dialogue throughout the amendment process. And staff also very much thanks the local community, including those who may still disagree on certain elements. We believe that the results of this overall collaboration are robust Los Osos development provisions that should ably guide development and protect the community's coastal resources into the future. Thus, staff recommends the Commission approve the amendment as modified, and the motions and resolutions to do so, there are two each, are found on page 7 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thanks so much, Mr. Khan, and I just want to express my appreciation on behalf of the Commission for the tremendous amount of work that went into this, and it's an excellent presentation. Thanks very much. There are several ex partes, so we'll open it up. Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. On June 7th, 2024 at 3:00 p.m., myself, my staff member Sandy Brown, I met with Supervisor Bruce Gibson, where he provided an overview of the San Luis Obispo County LCP that's before us today. Los Osos is the biggest, what came out of the conversation was Los Osos is the biggest unincorporated community in the San Luis Obispo County coastal zone. The entire community falls within ESHA because of the soil type and the habitat it supports. He walked through the maps and timelines, including the staff report and exhibits, and provided details about the work that has been done to address water supply, wastewater treatment, and sensitive habitat issues in the Los Osos community, noting that the staff report lays out the complexity of the issues. In 1988, The Regional Water Quality Control Board issued a ruling that prevented the county from issuing new building permits. This was in response to septic tank pollutants in the groundwater basin, which had caused water purveyors to drill deeper and go into overdraft. 90% of the community is under this moratorium. Wastewater issues have been the subject of community controversy going back to the late 70s. Efforts to build a sewer system started around the same time that the building moratorium was issued. In 1998, a community services district formed, but they were unable to work through the issues. In 2004, an adjudication process began, and a stipulated judgment was issued on how to proceed. At that point, the regional board initiated action against individual property owners. In 2006, state legislation sent the sewer project back to the court, and in 2007, the effort landed with the county the same day that Supervisor Gibson took office. This is the biggest project he has dealt with during his time in office. The commission approved a permit in 2010. Virtually every property was connected to the sewer treatment plant by 2016. The community won an award for Sewer Plant of the Year during that time. A basin management plan was adopted in 2015. Since then, the committee that was established has managed the groundwater supply. They're seeing clear evidence that the basin is no longer in overdraft, it is recovered, and it's on its way to meeting management objectives. They're now wanting to start allowing controlled amount of development of vacant parcels. The commission's geotechnical consultant agrees with the county. The commission added a condition to mitigate future growth that the sewer connections would be for existing property only, and no new properties could connect until the LCP was updated to demonstrate a substantial water supply and no negative impact to habitat. This is the central focus of the agenda item before the commission. In 2009, the Coastal Commission certified LCP accepting Los Osos. In 2012, they started a new LCP update, which was approved in 2020. They've been working with the commission staff to bring them up to speed on work in the areas of water, sewer, habitat. They've federally listed species and have developed a habitat conservation plan with the state and federal agencies beginning in 2009 and completed in February 2024 when the habitat conservation plan and incidental take permit were approved. Supervisor Gibson expressed that he feels that they can get to a good place with the modifications recommended by coastal staff. We reviewed the map, which showed that within the densely subdivided area in the middle of the Los Osos, there's existing development in vacant parcels. Mitigation is based on a per square foot fee for offsite mitigation. The green shaded area is a priority for conservation within the HCP, where they target spending in lieu fees. Within the conservation area, there's some subdivided parcels. HCP says each parcel would be granted up to 30,000 development envelope, but would require a 3-to-1 offset. The idea is that this is the vehicle for ESHA mitigation. The county is working with staff on one of the suggested modifications related to the HCP, page 36 of Exhibit 3, which limits mitigations to existing habitat that particular species occupy. These are areas that are zoned residential and inside the urban service area line. Supervisor Gibson suggested that the way it is currently written, if someone has a parcel they want to develop within that area, they would have to do a takings analysis, and commission staff would also have to do an analysis and then negotiate. And Supervisor Gibson was asking for a revision to say development within the habitat conservation plan area shall be consistent and sited and sized as to not disrupt habitat values. He agreed with the condition, but believed that there's a more efficient way to get there. And I know that Supervisor Gibson is here with us today, so I'm sure he can speak more on what he's interested in seeing changed as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Vice Chair Escalante.
Since Commissioner Cummings has done such a thorough job with his notes, so much better than mine, quite identical conversation with Supervisor Gibson on Zoom. And, oh my God, did I fail to write the date? I'm sorry, guys. No, this was on the 31st of May, just for half an hour, and it was the same conversation. We'll repeat it. Thank you. It's on file, too.
Thanks. I also have an ex parte. It's on file, essentially identical to what Commissioner Cummings said. I would note that I accidentally included some other ex parte information on my form at the bottom, which is not relevant to this. Just wanted to let folks know. Any other ex partes? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing at this time, please, and ask how many speakers are there? We're going to be beginning with the local government.
We have a total of 37 people sign up to speak, 29 in the room and 8 on Zoom.
Okay, do we have representatives of the local government?
Yes, we have Bruce Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, in person. You don't need to speak. Because,
I was going to say, that's exactly what I was going to lead with, Chair Hart.
No, please. How much time would you like, sir?
I should need slightly over 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Six should
Thank
do. I am Bruce Gibson, 2nd District Supervisor for the County of San Luis Obispo, and proud to represent this piece of our beautiful coastline, including the community of Los Osos. I want to start with thanks to your staff for years of cooperative work with the county staff in terms of getting this LCP amendment to where it is. That results in an excellent staff report that outlines the complexities of this going back many, many years. And I particularly appreciate the addendum that was prepared, which went in and analyzed issues that you're likely to hear during public comment today and made one very, I think, important tweak to the suggested modifications that I had discussed with Commissioner Cummins. I'm not going to repeat all the details. Again, your staff has done a tremendous job, but I would like to show you one graphic to just give you a sense of the overall scale over time and various lines of effort. And I've understood from my staff that one, yeah. So let me, there we go. I can't see it, but I assume in the monitors in front of you. I know it, I've lived this, so I know this well. Up in the upper left corner, you'll see that the LCP covering the community of Los Osos was last certified in 1988. To give you some context on this, our project planning lead indicates that was 2 years before he was born. So we have undertaken since that time a great deal of effort. The upper left green box talks about amending and eventually certifying in 2009 the Estero area plan for the entire part of our coastal zone except for the community of Los Osos. But what I'd like to focus on are the 3 columns to the right of that, starting with the blue column, which talks to the efforts on water. And as indicated, the Los Osos groundwater basin entered adjudication with the 3 water purveyors in the county in 2004. And since that time, we have developed a basin management plan overseen by a Basin Management Committee, and since 2015, we have been in active management that produces the technical results that your staff has so carefully analyzed along with the Commission's hydrogeologist. In the next column, roughly brown, is the timeline on getting the wastewater plant together. That did come back via state legislation to the county in 2007 on the day that I took office, and it's been quite an adventure. But as indicated, you permitted the plant in 2010. It started operation in 2016, and I am pleased to say that in 2023 it was awarded Small Sewer Plant of the Year by the California Water Environment Association, which really is quite testament to the hard work that's done. This is a coastal sewer plant, by the way, that has no ocean outfall. All the water that is treated is put back in the ground and used otherwise to the benefit of the community. And then so that started in 2007. On the far right-hand side, sort of, I guess, a magenta hue, in 2009, the county started preparation of a habitat conservation plan. An extensive process that you see no intermediate steps revealed there until it was approved earlier this year, 2024. And so all of these things working together and all of them concurrently being pursued are the key to where we end up today. If you go back to the far left column, having these things in motion in 2012, we started preparation of this amendment. And I want to emphasize that where we are today is the result of a tremendous public process. There were literally dozens of meetings with various community groups over those years. There were 5 topic-specific workshops that were convened to talk about the amendment as it was developed. The LCP amendment was heard 3 different times at our Planning Commission, continued to on a couple of occasions in order to get more detail, and there was final action taken in a public hearing in 2020 before our Board of Supervisors. So I want to again end with thanks for all the hard work that a number of tremendously talented, I mean literally hundreds of people have worked thousands of hours to address the 3 fundamental issues that your staff has identified so clearly in the staff report. I again very much appreciate the small change that gets us away from a takings issue when we talk about development in the priority conservation area of the HCP. And want to indicate to you that we have expert staff from the County of San Luis Obispo standing by to answer any of the detailed questions. With that, I will yield what remains of my time, and thank you very much for being here in Morro Bay to hear this item.
Thanks so much, Supervisor. Really appreciate it, and all the time you took on the ex partes as well. All right, so we have another individual from the city, did you just say, or from the county?
Only for questions.
For questions only, all right. So now that we've heard from the local entity, I'd like to open it up to the public. So could we call the first public speaker, please?
Yes, the first speaker will be Patrick McGibney, and we understand that he's been granted 10 minutes.
That's correct. And also, if you could call after is it Mr. McGinnity?
McGibney.
McGibney speaks. If you could just have several speakers lined up so we can.
Yes, after Patrick will be Alex Fairfield, Emily Miggins, and then Jim Conroy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Unfortunately, this item has nothing to do with affordable housing. We wish it did. The 1% growth, if approved, is not for that. I am Patrick McGibney, a 50-year resident of Los Osos and chair of the Los Osos Sustainability Group. After reading the long staff report and the 5-page addendum just posted, dismissing all of the community's concerns and the findings of the Sustainability Group has submitted, and implying that this commission has already made their decision to approve this item, I hope this isn't a waste of time. Welcome to Morro Bay, and thank you for the opportunity to present our response to what we feel is a misguided staff report, one that seems to have been written more by the county than the coastal staff. But first, I would like to thank the commission and staff for your years of protecting our coast. It would look a lot different without your involvement. We're here today because we believe this staff has gotten it wrong. A continuance would be in the best interest of the community, the residents of Los Osos who depend upon the Los Osos groundwater basin as our only source of potable water. The reason we say this report is misguided is because it relies on numerous erroneous statements the county has issued over the years to justify issuing CDPs that will intensify water use of our basin. One such narrative is that pumping within the sustainable yield, or safe yield, gives a sustainable basin. Yet it is very clear that the State Department of Water Resources says in its best management practices for water sustainability that, quote, basin-wide pumping within a sustainable yield estimate is neither a measure of nor proof of sustainability. Sustainable yield is only achieved when there is no undesirable results, end of quote. The staff report continues and says, the community plan requires new residential development to be served by water within the identified sustainable yield without causing seawater intrusion. But in the recent annual report, it says 2 of the 4 chloride metrics monitoring wells are above the 100 milligram per liter target. And the report shows increasing chloride levels, an indication of continued seawater intrusion. It also says 4 of the 5 nitrate monitoring wells were above the minimum threshold of 10 milligrams per liter. These are both undesirable results of overdraft and show the basin is not sustainable. We now have reports showing pharmaceuticals and PFAS are contaminating our water. But the kicker can be found on page 16. In referencing building project, it says, quote, if the basin cannot accommodate such increased water demand, then the development may still proceed, but is required to offset its water use in an amount equal to at least 1-to-1, end of quote. We already know the basin can't accommodate increased water demand, and in defiance of the board's direction, the county already issues building permits, some requiring offsets, but the most recent reports will show chloride levels increasing. Water neutrality by using minimal offsets does not work. We have an example of that. In order to connect to the sewer, everyone had to retrofit or offset their water use. Toilets were upgraded to low flush, shower heads changed, new water-saving clothes washers were installed. Some went beyond the required and installed hot water recirculating pumps, repurposed septic tanks, put drip irrigation in their yards, and we all cut back on our overall water use. We did this to save our basin, but the chloride levels were still indicating that we were overdrafting our basin. Offsets may help to save water, but the water should be used first to create sustainability rather than intensify its use. This staff report is a far cry from the well-known letter of Dan Carls of just 2 years ago, in which he said, quote, "The Los Osos Valley groundwater basin is a high-priority basin due to its condition of critical overdraft. There is an insufficient water supply to serve even existing development in Los Osos without coastal resource harm," end of quote. This letter indicates that the Commission did not think that the basin was, as quoted, trending towards sustainability since 2016, as the staff asserts on page 26. Sustainable yield is only a hypothetical, as the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act points out, and is in no way an indicator of sustainability. We all know housing is needed, but resources are needed to service that housing. Los Osos is different from other coastal communities, such as Cayucos and Morro Bay. Cayucos has Well Rock Reservoir to service its water needs, and Morro Bay has state water. Los Osos only has an overdrafted water basin. After years of protecting our water basin, Commission staff now feels that the recent monitoring evidence shows a trend towards sustainability. Trending towards sustainability is a nebulous concept and has never been identified by this Commission as an appropriate metric to support new development in Los Osos. On page 93 of the Los Osos Basin Plan, it says, quote, "It is clear that the basin faces two significant threats requiring immediate action: nitrate impacts to the upper aquifer and seawater intrusion in the lower aquifer," end of quote. Both of these are considered undesirable results, and their presence alone would indicate the basin is not yet at a sustainable level to support increased development. There are several other quotes I'd like to leave you with, two from the Basin Management Plan and one from this staff report. From the Basin Management Plan on page 78, it says, quote, "Control of seawater intrusion is a prerequisite for any long-term basin management that provides sustainable groundwater resource," end of quote. Let me say that again. Control of seawater intrusion is a prerequisite of any long-term basin management that provides a sustainable groundwater resource. A bit different than what the staff is now saying. And on page 84, it says a supplemental water supply would be required for build-out. We have no supplemental water supply. In the staff report, page 15, quote, "The Los Osos Community Plan includes significant new policy direction with respect to water," end of quote. Significant new policy direction? Who wrote and added these new policies? The community hasn't been informed about them or consulted, or we haven't been asked to comment or have been included in discussions. And trying to find these new policies hidden in a 631-page document, given 3 weeks to find them and comment, is unreasonable and unfair to the community. A continuance would allow time to assimilate and discuss these new policy directions. The staff report also states on page 20 that, quote, "The Commission has not yet affirmatively found there to be an adequate water supply to service new growth," end of quote. That's not surprising, as a few years ago you questioned whether there was enough water even for the current residents. Climate predictions are changing faster than originally thought. Droughts are a big part of that. The lack of precipitation is not only changing things for the sustainability of our drinking water, but also all surface waters, like the Los Osos Creek, affecting habitat and species in the National Estuary. How will sea level rise affect the basin? Will the mounding off Broderson have to be higher to halt seawater intrusion, perhaps 12 feet rather than 8? What affordable alternatives does the community have? Questions like these must be considered and solutions planned for. Indications are the basin is still in peril. It wasn't too many years ago the county was saying that the Paso Robles water basin was too big to run dry. Now private well owners in North County are having their wells go dry. Their basin is in severe overdraft. The county hasn't been a very good steward of any of their water basins, and ours is no exception. As forecasted, we are now faced with another La Nina this coming rain year, with possible drought years to follow. Therefore, it is premature to be certifying the Los Osos Community Plan allowing a 1% growth rate. The Los Osos Sustainability Group requests that this commission postpone certifying the Los Osos Community Plan and the proposed Estero area plan updates until affirmative evidence shows sustainable water supply for the current population, and any further intensification of water use would not cause adverse impacts to ground and surface waters. The evidence presented in this staff report does not support the conclusion that the Los Osos groundwater basin can safely meet current water demand, let alone support new development. A continuous would allow time, which has not been allotted, for the staff analysis to be carefully analyzed by an expert and the community to have needed time to review any updates or changes in the LOCP, the Growth Management Ordinance, and the Estero Area Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Please no clapping, folks. If you want to wave your hands in favor, that's great, but try to minimize disruption here. We've got a lot of folks. So let's call the next speaker and then let people know who will be following them.
Yes.
And you'll have 2 minutes each speaker.
We're continuing with Alex Fairfield, Emily Miggins, Jim Conroy, and Keith Weimer.
Thanks. And I did take a 3-minute shower today. Tomorrow I'll skip it. My name is Alexandra Fairfield, and I am a resident of Los Osos. Thank you for letting us address you on this important work that you're doing today. Up to now, we residents had placed our trust in our water purveyors and our local management bodies to protect the quality, availability, and sustainability of the water from our aquifer. This trust has been broken. And now we put our trust in you, the California Coastal Commission, to do the same, to protect the availability of water for us, 15,000 people of Los Osos, and for our surrounding habitat. Historically, it took only a decade of development to push our aquifer to critical levels in the 1980s that resulted in the building moratorium. The Basin Management Committee provides an annual monitoring report on 4 metrics or indicators of the status of our aquifer. These indicators are the levels of basin yield, water level, chloride, which is seawater intrusion, and nitrate, which is agriculture and septic field contamination. Currently, 3 of these indicators are far below the goals set by public health and other authorities. For years, we residents, every day, restrict our own water use, and our dollars are still paying for the new sewage system. This community effort has brought some improvement in the aquifer, but the aquifer still has not met the minimal goals set after 8 years with the new sewer system. Will we have sustainable water for new development? One might say, you don't take off your parachute just because you're getting closer to the ground. Decision before you today is really one of common sense. The development plans for Los Osos need more analysis and public consideration. The aquifer changes slowly. More time is needed to judge whether it is safe, adequate, and sustainable. Please keep our trust in you and in your mission as the CCC and vote for a continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Miggins, Jim Conroy, and Keith Weimer.
Hello, Commissioners. I am Emily Miggins. I first learned about the Coastal Act at a very young age when I was the first woman director at Earth Island Institute, and I learned that from Carl Anthony. And I've been working on sustainability metrics and reporting standards for most of my career. Most recently, I was the director and trying to work with grassroots and national organizations at Safeway as their sustainability manager and supply chain, measuring, proving sustainability, making good choices, billions of dollars. And I never thought in a million years I would be before the Coastal Commission having to talk about this. And I'm sorry that I'm emotional, but I am. My husband is a hydrogeologist. Currently, he serves Health and Human Services because he's that good at data. I've tried to engage with your staff over what's going on, and I appreciate all of their time. I appreciate all of your time. I don't know that I could do what you're doing here today. But it has to be pointed out that as a year ago, the Coastal Commission was vetoing development based on a lack of water supply. And only thing that we can really say that has changed this year is that we had historic precipitation, which resulted in historically low basin yield metric. So again, it must be stated that this is a big change in policy for the Coastal Commission. It's a big change for Los Osos, and that's why we're asking for a continuation, because when I tell you that we've been gaslighted, I hope that you will hear me, not by your staff, but by county staff. We have not engaged in Los Osos. My phone started ringing at 6 a.m. because the word is getting out in this little town that has done everything that it can do. I'm sorry, I'm gonna just try to finish this. To engage in water use savings. I know so many people that are down to 25 gallons a day for 2 people households.
Thank you so much.
I want affordable
I really
housing.
appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jim Conroy, followed by Keith Weimer, Linda Parks.
Howdy. I'd like to take a hint from Miss Dana and say, I love the Coastal Commission. You know why I love the Coastal Commission? Because you are there to protect the coastal land from basically developers and other government entities. And for the past 50 years, you've been doing a good job. Thank you very much. So, what is my basic message to you? Please don't do this. We don't have enough, our water source is not good enough to take on 1% growth, which really means 30% growth, because that's what the county really wants. They want 30% growth. They've been broadcasting this for quite a while, and this gets them in the door. If you put 30% growth on Los Osos, you will utterly destroy that community. A little known fact, Los Osos did not get a chance to vote for Mr. Gibson in the last election. You probably don't know that little fact. So, in my mind, he does not represent us. We did not vote him in. I don't know what more I can say, except for I think, from where I stand, you are being conned to believe that our water supply is going to be good enough for 30% growth. It is not. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for the compliment, too.
Thank you. Keith Weimer, Linda Parks, and then Linda Owen.
My name is Keith Weimer, and I turned in something today, and I'm sorry about the late submittal, but do you have this? Okay, great. I'm the past chair of the Sustainability Group, and I was there in 2010 when Conditions 5 and 6 were put into effect. And the reasons they were is because we got up and pointed out that seawater intrusion was much worse than people thought. That, in fact, the model hadn't tracked it properly, and it was a lot farther inland. So here I am again to tell you that basically this criteria for approval is based on the model. There is nothing else there except, well, I'll go over that here, but there's no other physical criteria, basically, other than the wetlands look pretty good now. But there's an attempt to look at the metrics. There's an attempt to say there's a trend. There is no trend. I'll show you that in just a minute. So basically what we're hoping to do, what I'm hoping to do is that, to tell you to look at things closer, because this paper, I tried to go over all the things that weren't covered in the staff report. But really, if you look on the front of this, that's the elephant in the room, and that's the elephant in the basin that nobody wants to talk about. And it's the lower aquifer. It's one part of the lower aquifer called Zone E. And it's moved all the way up to the community center, almost halfway through the community. The front of that, the way it enters the basin, is almost the full length of the community. There's a claim that there's no exceedances of water quality, but this latest AMR was 3,200. I'd love to have just a couple more.
Thank you,
one
sir.
more
We
minute.
have so many speakers here today, so I'm sure your points will be covered.
Okay,
We have the
please
next
take a
speaker,
look at
please.
mine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Parks, Linda Owen, and then Lisa Denker.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Thank you for volunteering your time to be here and to protect our coasts and public access. I also appreciate the hard work that's been done to help the critical water issue in Los Osos. As a retired Ventura County supervisor, I understand the strong desire of Supervisor Gibson and the county to lift the moratorium. I recently moved to Los Osos. Like many of my neighbors, we don't drink the tap water. We're in the small S&T Mutual Water District of 200 homes, and in the short time that we've lived there, we've seen them shut down a well and try to find other sources. Of the 5 wells they had, only 1 is still usable. We've watched the area water districts try pumping here and there to try to find clean water with safe levels of chlorides and nitrates. The nitrates can probably be dealt with by sewering the remaining 1/3 of Los Osos. But what about the chlorides associated with seawater intrusion? I wonder if this item passes, if the new water users will cause more water to be pumped and make seawater intrusion worse. It is likely that seawater intrusion is going to get worse anyway during the summer and in the next drought, and certainly something that we have to be concerned for. Postponing your decision today will give you the opportunity to have this year's dry weather data to compare with last year's rains. This is information you don't have today. However, I wonder if we lose our aquifer to seawater intrusion, if we are sunk, since we have no other water source in Los Osos. Such a situation would not be good for residences or businesses. I urge you to err on the side of caution and postpone something that can increase pumping until you are convinced that our water basin is healthy for existing residents, but also for future residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Owen, followed by Lisa Denker and Pam Olet.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Los Osos, Lindy Owen, and I've been following this sewer. I've been a 34-year resident, so this is from 2019. This is the draft. I think it's about 4 pounds, and you've probably read the whole thing, right? What I would like to say is there's a couple of very important items in this community plan that have not been discussed with our community. Mr. Gibson, as charming as he is, has had a couple presentations, but the amount of people that have shown up come nowhere close to the 15,000 residents that will have their lives ruined by this if it goes wrong. And things could go wrong. We've seen it happen. We just heard about the Paso Basin. Endless water, no problem. It's in crisis. We're in crisis, and we haven't come out of it yet. The county has a vested interest in seeing new growth because it will bring in new revenue. They're $15 million in the red this budget period. So they could certainly use some growth in Los Osos. I estimate between 20 to 25,000 per home. Then there's tax revenue going to come in, and then the habitat conservation funds will be beautiful also. So the county's going to do very well on this thing. The county also manages 1/2 of our basin. None of those private wells or ag are metered. None. The rest of us pay on our water bill to manage the basin management. The county gets it from the general fund, apparently, because none of those 1/2 of the people in our water area are metered or have any costs. So this is what we need is an extension, and we need caution. We need caution. Let's not blow it in Los Osos. Your chance today is to go ahead and give us an extension, require that we have some serious meetings about
Thank you
the
very
water
much.
issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, Lindy. Lisa Denker, Pam Olet, and Pat West.
Lisa Denker, Baywood Park. Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's hard to understand the policy shift of the staff report in relation to the Coastal Commission letter of April 19th, 22 letter to the county. The basin plan has not yet met the initial goals, and 2 years of tremendous rain does not give certainty of this plan. The basin recharge is halfway to 8 feet. Advancing seawater intrusion has almost doubled, chloride showing signs of overdraft, sea level rise. This problem will always persist with sea level rise. Leaching nitrate levels downhill from unsewered Cabrillo neighborhood shows that the interacted issues of wastewater impacting groundwater basin are not resolved. Our basin must be monitored utilizing high standards of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, and those standards do not incorporate sustainable yield estimates directly into a sustainable management criteria. Our basin supports groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and I really feel these have been overlooked. Our water really comes from Los Osos Creek, from the Irish Hills, flowing down Los Osos Creek into the bay. And there's a lot of sinking of water into our basin. The Morro Estuary is a groundwater-dependent ecosystem. Recharge from Los Osos Creek to the basin comes from precipitation. Pumping the upper basin will impact GDEs, and there are signs that shallow subsurface or groundwater withdrawals may be affecting these ecosystems. The entire watershed needs to be monitored and studied for persistence of federally protected steelhead trout along Los Osos Creek and other GDEs in Los Osos Creek. Commissioners, please don't support it. Current residents need certainty. We need certainty of viable water into the future. I ask for continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pam Olet, followed by Pat West and Rebecca McFarland.
Hi, I'm speaking for Pam Willett today. She's a CSD board member and she's on the Utilities Committee. And she has something very important to say about the purveyor letter and how it was signed and how most of the people did not know about it that are on the CSD. During the Utilities Advisory Committee meeting held on May 15th, I was shocked and disturbed to learn that the county and the California Coastal Commission had a tentative agreement to pursue a 1% growth rate for Los Osos. Even more disturbing was that this tentative agreement was reached without the other 3 members of the Basin Management Committee who happened to be the agencies that supply water services to the people of Los Osos. Los Osos Community Services District, Golden State Water, and S&T Water were all left out of a meeting that decided to add homes and people to an already severely compromised aquifer. And one should ask, why did this happen? The Central Coast has experienced 2 good rainy seasons and given us a basin yield metric of 69. Additionally, the groundwater levels have risen 4.3 feet. This has created an illusion that the basin can support new growth. This is an illusion for several reasons. The basin plan's stated goals for sustainability is to achieve groundwater level of 8 feet or more. That current level is 4.3, almost 50% below the stated goal. Chlorides are almost double. It's at 100. It's at 199, and it's supposed to be at 100. That should make your eyes open up and go, what? That's proof of seawater intrusion. In the 2024 draft report of the State of California Sea Level Rise Guidance, the predicted rise in sea level ranges from 0.8 to 1.2 feet by 2050. It states overpumping of groundwater, freshwater aquifers, combined with sea level rise continue to increase intrusion of seawater. Please postpone this vote.
And
Thank
then
you.
could you please state your name for the record? You were speaking for Pam Olet, but you didn't state your own name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca McFarland.
Okay.
Who's talking? You.
Over here. So next.
We do call him the wizard, I don't know.
Next will be Pat West, followed by Rick Kirk, and then Robert Sarvey.
Okay, did you hear the names, folks? Ms. West?
Yes, my name is Pat West, and I'm here today to request your postponement on the vote for the Los Osos Community Plan that eliminates the moratorium on new construction. Our town has but one source of water, which has long been battling inadequate yield, seawater intrusion, nitrates, chlorides, etc. I am not a scientist, so I won't go down that road. I am a concerned resident of Los Osos, living in a modest, single-family home built in 1969. I have done my part to help mitigate all these issues. Borne the initial cost of putting in a sewer system and its ongoing annual increase to my property taxes, plus I installed 120 gallons worth of rainwater collections so I can feed my vegetable and fruit gardens. I maintain my, I've installed drip systems and put them on timers and been good at only using them twice a week per our mandate from our water companies. And I even save water from my shower and use it to feed my vegetables and fruits. Our entire community has made these kinds of sacrifices in hopes of improving the volume and quality of our basin water. We have not done this so that outsiders can come in and benefit from the sacrifices that we have made. Please tell me why the county, tax coffers, and big construction companies should benefit from all the hard work we have done to save our water.
Time?
Am I out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can see, folks, everyone wants more time, but if we give everyone more time, in fact, could I ask how many more speakers are there?
Let me check really quick. We have 25 more speakers.
Okay, folks, we're going to have to unfortunately reduce the time because otherwise we'll be here for the rest of.
Since I'm already here, can I have my 3 minutes?
Yeah, so you'll have 2 minutes and going forward we'll have 1 minute. And also, folks, we are hearing what we're hearing. We're hearing the similar things from all of you, so just want to make that point too.
We're not allowed to cede time, actually, so what your
Is there a ceding of time that's being requested?
I spoke for Pam.
She was told that we don't see time.
Right, but her name.
Okay, please don't argue with them.
Well, right, but.
So you already spoke.
But the name was called, and so that's why I came up.
Okay. Have you spoken for yourself? You've spoken already, right, for 2 minutes?
But not for myself.
Okay, it doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. So we'll have to call the next speaker.
Okay, could I please just make a correction? I was.
Very briefly.
Right, I was chastised for saying that Pam Willett is a member of the CSD board. She is on the Utilities Committee.
Okay.
And I want to make that clear because I was chastised and I'm not a liar. I don't
Okay.
like to misrepresent
Since
things.
we're the ones that are hearing this, we're certainly not chastising you.
Okay, but
We
I did.
appreciate
So I just
your
want to make sure
speaking.
that you know.
Of course, thank you. All right, next speaker,
Thank
and
you.
we'll have 1 minute going forward, please.
Next is Rick Kirk, followed by Robert Sarvey and Robin McPeak. I'm not seeing anyone approach the mic. As Robert Sarvey, Robin McPeak, and then Susan Sarvey.
What is the name of just could you come up, sir? And then we'll call Robin if you can go next then, please.
Yeah, I want to thank the commission for coming to our area.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Robert. I was getting to that. I want to thank the commission for coming to our area to hear this item 14A. My name is Robert Sarvey. I live on 4th Street in Los Osos. I submitted written comments yesterday. I apologize for late submission, but I didn't find out about this meeting until Sunday when I randomly picked up a copy of the Los Esteros News. I have copies of my comments. There's 8 pages. I sent them to every single one of you last night, but I know it's too late for you to have taken a look at them. Coastal Commission staff states in its recommendation for approval of this project, as submitted, there is some question as to whether the plan can meet its objectives. That begs the question, why does the staff recommend an approval of this plan? The commission should only approve a plan where it is certain the plan will meet its objectives. If the plan doesn't meet its objectives, Los Osos has no water. Staff bases its approval on the Draft Basin Management Committee's report, and the report shows that only one metric out of the 4 metrics that show the health of this aquifer are met. So
Thank you,
that's
sir.
it, huh? So the residents of Los Osos have reduced their water consumption to 38 gallons a day. Residents have an allotment under stage 3 of 150 a day. We've removed our lawns, replaced our landscaping. You can count on water withdrawals increasing immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robin McPeak, Susan Sarvey, Sylvie Aselin, Marlene Peterson.
Okay, Robin McPeak from Los Osos, good day. I'm here to ask you for the continuation. I'm abbreviating my spiel as quickly as I can, but I believe the proper course of action for you is to vote to extend the time limit to act on this amendment. Under the current plan, the County Board of Supervisors will be the ones who will make the decision to put the brakes on the build-out. If the BOS is making this decision, then the decision is inherently political. There's no protective backstop. Using a BMC metric instead of a SEGMA metric smells of a political decision, and this should be addressed. So I believe, once again, the proper course is for the continuation. Hire an independent licensed hydrogeologist to assess the groundwater basin and assign report with their professional seal. This will allow the entire community to be confident that the decision on our community plan is made with valid information, science, not politics.
Thank you. You know, folks, one of the things that we're hearing over and over is a request for the decision to be continued. So if that is your request as a speaker, you could just simply, if you'd like, raise your hand now. You don't need to come up because we're hearing that. So if everyone that's feeling that way in the room, that your main point is to request that we continue our decision, you could just raise your hand at this moment. We could get a sense. Okay, a lot of people raising 2 hands. That's so if you've already raised your hand and you don't have anything that's unique, I'm not going to take your time, then really it would be better just to allow the speakers to have something new to say, and then we'll bring it back to hear what Mr. Khan has to say and discuss it. Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioners. My name is Susan Sarvey. I live in Baywood, Los Osos. I pay an effective property tax rate of 1.91. The rest of San Luis Obispo County, on average, pays 1.43, and Morro Bay, 1.32. We have less curb, gutter, sidewalk, and storm drainage than anywhere else you're going to visit in this area. The storm drainage problem is serious. This is a picture of Estero Bay at Santa Isabel and Pasadena. All that white that you see going up to the water is toilet paper. And it is also on the other side next to the dunes. The county did not do their due diligence. They have not solved this problem. We have got new wastewater things, and that's great. But this last year when we had a lot of water, I took my grandkids down to go kayaking, and there was signs saying that the water was not safe, that it was contaminated due to overflow from the heavy rain. So please continue this because they don't have their act together. This proves they're not taking care of business on the coast.
Thank you. Next, Sylvie Aselin, Marlene Peterson, Michael Cerrone, Tamara Boyd. If you've heard your name, please approach. The order doesn't necessarily matter.
Hi, my name is Sylvie Aslin. I live in Los Osos, and I would like a continuance, and I agree with everything that the other local residents said. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Marlene Peterson, Michael Cerrone, Tamara Boyd, Michelle Harms.
Hi, my name is Marlena Pedersen, and I'm a resident of Los Osos. What I want to say is we love the Coastal Commission. There are some states that are wonderful stewards of their coastlines and their natural resources, like Oregon. They had Governor Oswald West, who set aside 362 miles of their coastline for protection that could not be developed, and it was preserved. We don't have Governor Oswald West, unfortunately. What we have is you. And we appreciate you and rely on you to be the wonderful stewards of the coast and our natural resources. So please continue to do what you do best and do not be influenced by special interest groups and government to develop where we should not be developing without further just gleaning of information. And we do need more information. 2 years of wet doesn't mean we're not going back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Cerrone, Tamara Boyd, Michelle Harms, Bebak Nafisi.
Hi, my name is Mike Cerrone, lifelong resident of San Luis County. I've been living in Los Osos for 20 years and farming for 41. I feel like I have a lot of understanding about water, wells, water basins, so I'm very concerned for Los Osos. Los Osos has 2 wells that at this moment barely sustain the existing population. To say that the wells are trending in a positive direction after 2 unusually wet years is not enough evidence to make me feel comfortable. I believe we need another source of water before we open the door to more water use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tamara Boyd, Michelle Harms, Bebak Nafisi, Barbara Bonifaz.
Hello, Tamara Boyd. Thank you for being here and hearing everybody's comments today. I am a 40-year resident of Los Osos, and as a lot of other community members, very concerned about our water source. And so I urge you to reconsider and postpone this Los Osos plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Harms, Bebak Nafisi, Barbara Bonifaz, Tom Christensen.
Good afternoon. My name is Babak Nafisi, and I'm not happy that we have to rush through this. This is a really important issue, and if we don't have time to give it...
Sir, rather than making those comments, why don't you just tell us what you'd like to say? If you're saying something unique, I'll give you more time, but why don't you just tell us what you want to say?
I just think it's symptomatic of how this issue has come up. We've pointed out that staff hasn't really consulted with any genuine technical experts, and apparently there's a geologist on staff, but I just hear staff basically repeat what the county has been saying for years. Please ask your staff if this 1% growth that we've heard about includes such things as ADUs, affordable housing, and other uses that are not subject to growth management. And where's the estimate of how much actual water will be used? And also, the concept of a sustainable yield is theoretical, and it's supposed to be adjusted, but it takes time. Now, you have a trend of deteriorating chloride levels. So how can
So I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Thank you. How can the basin be sustainable if a key metric is trending downwards? It's a theoretical concept that should not be used for basin planning. Last thing I leave you with, the BMC, the Basin Management Committee, whose job it is by a court order to manage this basin, is not here. Its director is not here. When the county met with staff, it did not include Dan Heimel and the BMC. And the BMC was yesterday told about, or basically invited to concur with the results of the purveyor letter. The community was not in any way engaged in this decision-making process.
Thank you. One more call for Michelle Harms, followed by Barbara Bonifaz, Tom Christensen, and Tom Anello.
Oh, go ahead. We're running out of time.
My name is Barbara Bonifaz. Thank you so much for meeting so nearby our community of Los Osos. Very much appreciate your work and that you are here. I've just owned a home in Los Osos now for just 2 years, but I grew up in San Luis Obispo, and my family's been here since 1939. Many relatives throughout the county. I've been coming back here every 6 weeks all my life. I was up in Montana most of my life. And I love to hear the debate on how to protect the systems that we somewhat are lacking up there in that part of the country right now. I wanted to say that I am urging your continuance. This is an issue that I've been wrestling with since I arrived, since my neighbor first came across the street and said, "What do you got a hose in your hand for?" My first day of residence, we were all very concerned about the amount of water that's being used. So thanks, that's it.
Thank you. Tom Christensen.
I know we're under a lot of
Tominello.
pressure here, so I'll be real quick. I agree with the fellow who said we all love the Coastal Commission, and you should all be given red flowing capes from the governor, I think, just because you're all superheroes in our minds.
You'll have
Poor
40
stuff.
minutes.
Okay,
No, I'm
all
just
I'm trying to say, I want to make this simple. I'm just a contractor, real estate bro. You know, you got too much to study if you looked at all these agendas, okay? There has been a serious problem here, and I sympathize with the staff here. You know, they inherited it from the other generations, and they built too many houses on too little lots, and there's too much stuff in the ground, and it's all bad, and there's not enough water. I got one answer: desalinization. If you can prove it, let's do it. I'm sorry. That's all I'm saying. This is not the time. And don't be made fools of by the smooth-talking politicians and the special interests. Forgive me. Am I too straightforward? All right, I'll sit down.
And then what was your name again, sir? We had Tom Christensen.
Tom Christensen.
Okay, Tom Anello next, and then Wendy Whitesoul, and
Mr.
then
Anello.
Neri Kacho Achajijan.
I'm Tom Anello, and I'm going to make this really brief because I'm kind of emotional too. I've been a Los Osos resident for 21 years, and ever since I have been here, there has been a moratorium, and it's been because of bad water or low water levels. And my concern is, yes, we've had a couple good years of rain, 2 of them. Prior to that, we had about 7 years of drought, and that created a problem. That made us all conserve water. I have I think 120 gallons of rain barrel water that I'm using now because of it, and that's part of my conservation thing, but I am really concerned about it. And so, thank you. Continue.
Thank you. Next, Wendy Whitesoul, Neri Kacho Achajian, and Dale Peterson.
I guess I'm going to be the weirdo that steps up and says, there are also people who are very, like myself, who know that our community needs to grow. People that have lived in this community for 50 years and are paying very little in taxes are not making it sustainable for our community to grow. So we need young families. We need people in new homes paying the current tax rates. We need some growth in our community so that our schools stay full, so that our teachers stay here, so that our doctors have patients, so that our community can be sustainable and continue to thrive, because it's a fabulous place to live. I'm sure that the hours and the dollars and the people all making this report that is in front of you and has been amended, I'm just dismayed to hear that everyone here is against this.
Thank you.
It makes no sense.
Next, Neri Kacho Achajian,
Hi, everyone.
Dale Peterson,
Okay,
and then Gordon Hensley.
we're just going to hear from the speaker. Chris, can you restate the names?
Neri Kacho Achajian, Dale Peterson, and Gordon Hensley.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Nairi Kacho Shajian. Thanks for the pronunciation. I would like to express my strong support in voting to approve the amendments to the LCP today. SLO County staff has worked tirelessly with Coastal Commission staff for decades to implement a number of initiatives that protect and bolster local water, wastewater, and habitat resources. It's incredible to witness the level of care and detail with which any governing agency approaches this special area. The detail and complexity within these amendments is, like Chair Hart said, tremendous. Los Osos has unfortunately been in a state of limbo for far too long, and this community and interested individuals deserve a chance at sustainable growth. With responsible measures in place, these amendments carefully and responsibly open the door just enough, 1%, to allow for sustainable activity to ensue. There actually do exist many opportunities to add modest, age-restricted, affordable homes in Los Osos. In fact, many of the already existing age-restricted communities have very long wait lists of individuals interested in living in them. Our community and our county would benefit tremendously by the approval of these amendments that have been thoroughly vetted by your staff and recommended for approval today. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last two speakers in person and are Dale Peterson and Gordon Hensley, followed by 5 we're able to find on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Dale Pedersen. I'm a resident of Los Osos. I'm asking for a continuance on this vote based off of the fact that I don't think we have all the facts. A friend of mine is a climatologist at JPL. In 2000, they created a study that showed long-term, intermediate-term, and short-term water trends and precipitation for this part of the world are all declining. Every 20 years, that trend will reverse. We've seen that. We are now basing a decision on very, very short-term data. It is not sustainable. Please continue this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Gordon Hensley. And then our Zoom speakers will start with David Gray, followed by Jeff Edwards, and then Lindy Dowd.
How many Zoom speakers do we have?
We have 5 that we're able to find.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not seeing Gordon Hensley approach the mic. So David Gray, who's in on Zoom, you should be able to unmute and start.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm David Gray, and I'm a residential property owner in Los Osos, and I would like to encourage the Coastal Commission to certify the land use plan amendment and allow additional residential development and growth in the community as supported by the technical environmental data. Getting to this point has been a long process, and the community of Los Osos is deserving of a sustainable build-out. I understand the staff position for a conservative start for additional development. However, looking at the history it's taken to get here, we would encourage the Commission to consider an adjustment to the language in the water supply section of Roman numeral 6.A that explicitly states the growth rate not to exceed 1%. I'd like to encourage the Commission to consider language that would allow the growth rate in the future to be based on the evidence-driven metric of the above reference plans as it pertains to basin health. Again, please support the land use plan amendment.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Next, Jeff Edwards, followed by Lindy Dowd, and then Armin Aga and Rachel Rayner. Jeff Edwards.
Yes, good afternoon, Commission. My name is Jeff Edwards, and I'm a 48-year resident of Los Osos. I support the county proposal before you today. Like many complex documents, it's not perfect, but should move forward. Any corrections can come back to your commission at a future point. I wanted to advance a water fact. We would have to go back to the early 1970s when our population was 1/4 of what it is today to find a water demand for the urban area that was the same. In other words, today we are using, with a population of 14,500 people, the same amount of water the community used in 1972 with a population of a little over 3,500. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lindy Dowd, followed by Armin Aga and Rachel Rayner. Lindy Dowd.
I'm Lindy Dowd, 50-year resident. I want to thank you and your staff for defending the Los Osos water basin against the county's relentless pressure for development all these years. You've done a stellar job until now. The tone and message of this staff report, however, are so inconsistent with the thoughtful eloquence and adherence to the Coastal Act of previous staff findings, it's giving me whiplash. Suddenly measurable targets for sustainability don't matter anymore, and estimated sustainable yields are being used to determine sustainability. None of the measurable targets for water level, chlorides, and nitrates have been met. And after 2 good rainfall years, the county has now convinced the staff that calculated BYM of 69 shows the basin is trending towards sustainability. Trending is not sustainability. The staff report relies too much on the county for oversight. The county is the wolf watching the hen house. The county's irresponsible issuing of building permits beyond basin capacity is why we're here in the first place.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then our final two speakers that we're able to locate are Armin Aga and Rachel Rayner, and then I'll begin to call names that we haven't been able to find. Armin Aga, you're on the phone, I see, and you're able to unmute yourself now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Armin. I also love the Coastal Commission. I'd like to express my strong support for your vote in favor of the amendment to the local coast program that has been recommended for your approval by your staff. An approval here will directly result in job creation, stimulating local businesses, providing much needed economic benefit for the community. I urge you to vote forward in today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Rachel Rayner, you're also joining via phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Can you hear me okay?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Hi, this is great, thank you. This is Rachel Rayner with RRM Design Group. I'm a local land use planner in the county and just wanted to express my support for the local coastal plan amendment that's before your commission today. I strongly urge you to move forward with the amendment and vote for its approval today before you. Thank you for your consideration and thank you to the county for your tireless work on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. And then now for the names we haven't been able to find, I'll call your names, and if you're either in the room or online, please raise your hand. Mike Snyder, Karen Hale, David Dodge, Gordon Hensley, Michelle Harms, Rick Kirk. Okay, we found one. It's Mike Snyder. You're being promoted as a panelist really quickly, and I think you'll be our final speaker. I'm seeing no other hands raised. So, Mike Snyder, when you're able to, please unmute.
Hi, yeah, my name is Mike Snyder, and I just wanted to give my support to vote in favor of the amendments to the local coastal program. And I really urge a vote forward in today's meeting. And thank you for the time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
All right, I want to just express my appreciation to all of you. It takes a lot to take time out of your day, and I know how busy everyone is, and I'm just so appreciative of you all coming here today, and thank you so much for your support for the commission, regardless of what happens. You know, I know it really means a lot to us to hear those words, so thank you very much. All right, I want to return now to the local government, whether that's going to be Supervisor Gibson. Are you going to be doing the rebuttal?
Thank you, Chair Hart.
You just need a couple minutes then?
Just a couple minutes for me. I think, we've heard a number of concerns expressed today, and I could respond to each one of them in detail as we have many times before, but I think it much more productive to go with your specific questions. Again, we have technical staff standing by on any of that. I would just speak to a couple of different, I should mention that, as I indicated at the start, your addendum, your staff's addendum published today speaks very nicely to a number of these, and I think is a good summary of the response to public comment. So just looking at a couple of things, one thing I'd emphasize with the commission is that the fact that the water supply is a big deal, but this basin's under adjudication. The court has retained authority, and so it is guaranteed that this basin will be managed to be balanced because of that court authority. There is ongoing management in perpetuity, essentially required for this basin. And none of the actions that we take are based on 1 or 2 good rain years. This is long-term. This is about 20-year time horizons, and we can go into that detail. I would point out one other thing about growth, which I know is of concern, and we can hear a lot of emotion about that. But I would point out that these amendments also lower the expected build-out of Los Osos from 28,000 down to 19,000, and that number is chosen specifically because the Basin Management Committee foresees a series of projects that can provide a sustainable water supply. The Habitat Conservation Program can handle the habitat impacts, and the wastewater project has capacity to do that. So with that, I'd respectfully ask for your concurrence with your staff's recommendation. As I indicate, if you do have specific questions on specific technical matters, we can certainly provide those answers.
Who do you have here from your staff?
I have our planning director, Trevor Keith, our planning lead, Corey Hahn. We have Brian Stack from our County Counsel's Office. We have Kate Ballantyne, who's our Deputy Director of Public Works and very much involved in the development of the sewer plan. And we have Dr. Blaine Reilly, who is our Manager of Groundwater Sustainability.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. So all of us know if we have questions, we know that we can turn to you to ask. All right. So in that case, I'm going to bring it back to staff to address the public comment.
Sure, I'll take a first crack at it, and Dan can fill in any blanks here. I think, obviously water is the primary issue here. We have spent many years studying this basin, working with the county, the Basin Management Committee, the Sustainability Group, many members of the public today, to understand what is an inherently very complex issue about groundwater modeling and inputs and outputs and technical work. And I think the best way that I can summarize it is that we are comfortable making the determination about sustainability based off of the sustainable yield metric that the BMC has put out. And I think it's important to note they have many metrics. It goes to what Supervisor Gibson said about this is an adjudicated basin. There's a whole basin management committee of technical experts that are managing it. And because of that, there's various ways that they look at the basin. And some of these are the chloride metrics, some of them are the nitrate metrics. And those are very important things. But what we have landed is that those are more, they're discrete metrics that look at individual wells that have known historic problems. And that's an important thing to look out for longer-term trajectory in terms of improvement. But what we're looking at here and what we've done in similar jurisdictions that have overdraft issues is look at the basin as a whole and in terms of inputs, outputs, and are there coastal resource problems associated with those extractions. And that's really the fundamental standard that we're looking at under the Coastal Act is, are there coastal resource problems with water usage? It isn't necessarily, are we meeting a specific numeric standard, a specific water quality metric. It's, are there coastal resource problems? And based on the evidence as we laid in the staff report and the addendum, we don't see any at this time. That being said, we're also being cautious with our recommendation here. You heard about the 1% growth rate, that there's policies in here to tie the amount of development to the sustainable yield to make sure that we're not going into overdraft. And those policies will work in conjunction with other county endeavors in terms of water retrofits to make sure that new development does not exacerbate any water usage. And again, as Mr. Gibson mentioned, there's also the adjudication issues. And so there's an entire, the Basin Management Committee, there's an entire legal framework kind of separate from the Coastal Act here that's also managing groundwater. So all of that to say that we feel comfortable that this particular groundwater basin is heavily managed, it's on the right track, we feel comfortable that it can support development here. And working in conjunction with the Habitat Conservation Plan, we are not talking about big sprawling subdivisions, we're talking about infill development. I think that's also another important point here. This is not to open the doors to proliferated growth here. So with that, our technical team is also available for any more in-depth questions, but that's kind of the overarching framework of how staff has been reviewing this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Khan. Mr. Carl, do you have any additional comments? All right. I know you're available for any questions. We have the county staff also available, so I'll turn to the commission. Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all again for coming. I mean, it's very important to see how involved the community is, and you're really breaking my heart because this poor lady up front is crying all the time, and it really makes me feel terrible for you. I wish I could help. We'll try to help. I find this, again, very complicated. I'm not a scientist. I'm a lawyer. So it really takes a lot of studying and restudying to try to figure out the scientific aspect. But what I heard today from all of you kind of collectively in your own ways is that your interpretation of the facts on the ground or underground are that this chloride equals seawater intrusion. The chloride level, maybe the nitrate level too, and the gentleman who had this graph, which I'm so sorry I don't understand. So, and I heard you say that you'd looked at the chloride levels more for wells and creeks and things, but I'm assuming this is a picture of the groundwater basin, right? So could you just explain a little bit? Have you seen this document? Do you have any way to respond to what the gentleman was asserting about the seawater intrusion? Because to me, that is the big issue here that I heard from everybody. And if they're mistaken, I'd like to hear why and how you felt comfortable going forward.
I think, and we also have Dr. Street on Zoom in case for more technical responses here. I think the overall response to that about the relationship between the chloride metrics and where we're at here, those individual chloride metrics are at 5 specific wells that are looking at places that have known seawater intrusion problems. So in the lower aquifer towards the ocean. And that's to look at trends over time about are we improving these problematic locations. And the metric is actually quite low. It's 100 milligrams when the water quality standard is actually 250. So it's purposefully conservative to look at, again, improvement over time to get back to historic levels. The basin is large, and so when we're looking at overdraft and use overall, that's when we're looking at the Basin Management Committee's overdraft or sustainable yield standard, which shows are those wells, the drinking water wells, producing water in excess of state and federal water quality standards, and they are not. And so it's, again, it is complex. Part of it took us many years, frankly, to understand this too. Does that help answer?
A little bit.
Okay.
But I'm assuming, because you say you look at the wells, because the wells are really drawing right from the aquifer should be, I assume, fairly consistent. Either it has too much chloride or it doesn't. I mean, is that what you're saying? Is that these are places that they were sampled, they had too much, and they feel that these are now either on decline or going to decline?
That's
which is the
correct.
other thing I wanted to ask you about.
That's correct. They're expected to decline, but the wells that are the wells that are used currently for domestic purposes, those are meeting the water quality standards, the chloride metrics. So that's part of the calculation of where the sustainable yield comes from, is that seawater intrusion is not advancing, and that it's below that 250 microgram number, which is the State Water Board secondary standard number.
Okay. There was 100, 199, and 250? Someone's been mentioning that it's supposed to be at 100 chloride.
100 is the goal, the metric for chloride at those specific known problematic locations.
And that has been achieved?
Those have not been achieved. That's what many members of the public cite to as there still being problems.
Okay.
The 250 number is the number for purposes of the sustainable yield and making sure that water that's used for domestic purposes meets drinkable, correct.
Okay, all right, I can sort of understand that. Shoot. Could I ask the gentleman who made the graph a question?
Sure.
Can I ask you just a question?
I can't remember who that was. Could you restate your name when you come up, please, sir?
Yes, please, sorry.
Yeah, my name's Keith Weimer.
All right, Keith, are you a scientist?
No, I'm not a scientist.
Okay.
Have a master's in reading.
Well, that's terrific. But you're also good at graphs, I
But,
guess.
and why I say that is because I've gone over all this stuff for 13 years.
13 years. And so tell me what you think. Can we just use the
But
first page?
what this is showing is that this is all seawater intrusion. This
And
is
you know
moved
that why?
Because it's in the pink there.
Yeah, but why
They're
do you know
showing
that that is it? That
Well,
it is
it's-
intrusion, is
It's
my
on the
question.
graph, but it's also a chloride, a very high chloride level. So, and this came out of
I think what the, yep.
the BMC's annual monitoring report for 2023.
Okay.
And so this is called Zone E. Zone E has moved in from the sand spit for 40 years. It's been moving into the basin, and it hasn't stopped. And when we talk about, the chloride values of wells, well, there's a couple of observation or monitoring wells here, and they have been steadily going up. So the MCL for, maximum chloride level for that's safe drinking is 500, and that's the value that they were looking at when they said there's no wells that have exceeded, that. But these observation wells are at 3,200, and they came up from 2,800 last year.
Okay.
So it's coming in, and here's one of the problems with talking about exceedances, is that once it gets to 500, they close the well down. So I can name 4 or 5 wells here that have been closed down. So the active wells, yeah, you don't have the exceedances because they've been closed down.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
And you
I
got
can-
this from the BMC themselves?
Yes, and I
Okay.
could explain the 250 if you want me to.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank
No,
you.
Now I've gotten a better idea. Okay, could you respond to Kevin, could you respond to the wells that are shut down versus the wells that are open?
I think it might be easier for the county's hydrogeologist to get
Okay,
up and
that'd be
help
grand.
decipher this.
That'd be
and
great,
also-
and if you could just come up and state your name, please, and your exact role.
Are you a scientist? I'm looking for scientists. You're not a regular.
I don't want to
Tell us
disappoint you.
your credential, please.
Yeah. My name is Blaine Reilly. I'm the Director of Groundwater Sustainability for the County of San Luis Obispo. Just credential-wise, bachelor's in geological engineering, master's in civil engineering with a focus on water resources, and a PhD in civil engineering with a focus on groundwater hydrology. Been practicing coming up on 50 years. I like to say this is blonde hair, but it's not. So my role with the county is to be the county's staff representative in each of our groundwater basins, of which Los Osos obviously is one. So if I could, I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions.
Please, I just want to understand the difference between what the public who are present here today are perceiving as a truly measurable problem that has been proven in their minds to be saltwater intrusion that is getting worse and worse, and which would logically, I think, go towards their conclusion, which is this may be a premature approval. If something's getting worse, you don't want to make it even worse than that. So could you explain in your mind why these same statistics do not equate to an unsustainable, undrinkable groundwater?
Certainly, and I was handed a demonstrative, I think it's called, in the legal world at least.
Okay.
Let me pass these out.
Sure.
And then when you go back, tell us what it is.
Tell us what it is. Thanks. Oh.
And please, Chair, read our letter. My husband is a hydrogeologist.
Yeah, you just can't speak from the audience like that, but I really appreciate it,
Is
though.
this the same? No.
Thank you, Louise. Okay,
thank
can you describe what this is and where it came from? And I'm concerned that none of the public has it. Is there a way that we can show this? Trying to think. Could you please give Billy a copy of it? Thanks, and I guess Dana needs another copy. Just wait 1 sec, okay?
Sure.
He's gonna probably take a photo of it and put it up. I want to wait till it's on the screen to talk about it. So
Sure.
You can talk about something else, or we can just wait a minute. How long is it going to take to get it up there? 20 seconds? Okay, that's good. No. All right, just give us a minute so they can get it up, so everyone's looking at the same thing.
Do you have anything else that you want to talk about in the meantime?
Sure, one other question I had, which.
Of the annual report.
Oh, I have a couple.
Okay, can I ask, Supervisor, I really appreciate you, but can we just have one speaker at a time? Okay, so.
Can I'll ask Kevin another question?
Sure.
I want to just really understand adjudication issues. So this particular groundwater has been before court, and the court laid down rules by which it can be used by the public. If, I don't know how to ask this question. What would happen if you went forward with the staff recommendation and, shoot, could this court, the prior court, insert itself between what we think is appropriate to do here and what perhaps these people feel is inappropriate? In other words, is there somewhere a document that can enforce if we are making a mistake? That makes sense.
I think yes, the short answer would be yes, that the court's adjudication requires that's where all these metrics and the Basin Management Committee, that's all emanates from that. And so if there were problems that there's development allowed and extreme drought, because we acknowledge all this, they would have the ability per their laws and regulations to come in. But I think the other important point is we would too. The way that the policies are written, new development wouldn't be allowed if there's overdraft, if there's adverse problems going on. So, and appellate authority, all those type of things. So I think the short answer would be that there would be two hooks, if you will, for backstops.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
All right, we have other commissioners
Yeah,
that
just
have.
while you're on that, Mr. Khan, while you're on that, what are they? What are the specific triggers that would say halt,
If
don't issue
the
a
best
bill.
available science shows that the basin is in overdraft, including as determined by the Basin Management Committee's annual report. So they put out an annual report that identifies the sustainable yield number and what that is, and in relation to how much water was used. And so those would be the backstops that are written in the policies that we've identified.
And the BMC is involved in this report. Do they approve of what we've done, or do they need to approve what we've done based on their ability to kind of govern what's going on in the water? I mean, are they okay with our report? I guess is my question.
The 3 water providers have written a letter indicating support, as well as the county. I'm not entirely sure if the BMC itself has indicated support.
Okay. So this has all been reviewed by at least the people they put in charge. A lot of people are saying, no, that didn't happen. But I think that's just a matter of somebody proving that they did. So we have the picture?
Okay, how's it going with getting the?
There it is.
It's up.
Okay, great, terrific. All right, can we return to that, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah, can you address?
And I want to everyone keep in mind, public comment is closed here, so we're not having any more public comment. If there's specific questions that a commissioner has of an individual or of staff, they'll let you know, okay? Thanks.
And if you could also address the issue of drinking water, safe, not safe.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So what you're looking at on the screen and what you have in front of you is an exhibit that comes from the 2023 annual report that was produced on behalf of the Basin Management Committee. They have a consultant that does this each year. And I'm going to get into this in just a minute and explain what it is. But before I do, I wanted to give you, conceptually, it's somewhat complicated. The definition of sustainable yield. You've heard sustainable yield a lot today. Sustainable yield, as it's defined in the Los Osos groundwater basin, is a little bit different than it's defined in other groundwater basins. The sustainable yield is defined in this particular basin as the amount of water, groundwater, that can be extracted from the basin from a very specific set of wells. So the sustainable yield is tied to, in this case, where the existing pumping wells are located. Because some are located kind of closer to the coast, some are located farther away. So the sustainable yield is a determination of the amount of water that can be extracted from that particular combination of wells, such that the seawater intrusion front, because there has been seawater intrusion historically. The seawater intrusion front does not encroach any further inward away from the shoreline and inland from the location that it was in 2021. So the hydrogeologist, the consultant hydrogeologist, who's a professional registered consulting hydrogeologist, goes through all the analyses, documents that analyses in his annual report each year, and says, this is what I recommend the maximum amount of water from the specific combination of wells that exist can be to hold that seawater intrusion, encroachment limit where it is. So they don't want it to move any further inland. Where it is today is such that the water quality that's being produced from all of those extraction wells, it meets all water quality standards. So it meets the chloride standard, it meets the nitrate standard, all of that, right? That's a unique definition of sustainable yield, and it's not like any other sustainable yield definition that I've ever seen applied anywhere. That's baked into the basin, the basin plan, and the basin plan was adopted by the court and said that is the plan that you will follow, right? So that's hard baked in there. In the event that conditions change and the data suggests that the seawater is encroaching further in or is likely to encroach further in, the hydrogeologist will recommend a lower sustainable yield, right? That's the protection that's baked into it. And it's something that the Coastal Commission's hydrogeologists and their staff spent a lot of time with the hydrogeologists, the consulting hydrogeologists, myself and our staff, making sure they understood. So that's a complexity that I wanted to make sure is very clear because it's somewhat complicated. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. So what you're looking at here is, these are, the blue line is the groundwater level. The groundwater level, and it's a metric, so it's based on groundwater level measurements in a number of wells, a combination of wells that are kind of rolled in through a formula. And what it shows you is, you can see that blue line is increasing, right? That's the water level in the groundwater basin. Over time, has been increasing effectively since 1990. The water levels within the basin, groundwater levels within the basin continue to rise. They're rising because we're pumping less water out of the basin than is coming back into the basin, right? So that, and the dash line is what was predicted through modeling. So the trend that was predicted, what's happening is generally following the trend that was predicted. So what we anticipated would happen is happening. The red line is the chloride concentration of that. It's a metric of those sentry wells that have been talked about. Those are monitoring wells, not extraction wells. So they're not being used as a water supply, but they're monitoring wells. A combination of those, the 5 wells that you've heard about, it's a metric that's based on the measurements in those wells. And you can see that in general, the chloride concentration was moving up to about 2012, I think. And then it started to come down. And there's a lot of fluctuation there, and that was expected. That is expected. But generally, it's following that dashed line, that dashed red line, and that was what was projected to happen. And you can see the projections are, we still expect the chloride metric number to continue to increase for a few more years, and then at some point, the conditions will be such that the seawater intrusion front will begin to move back out. And that's what's predicted in the model, and that's what the data is suggesting is happening. Let me stop
Okay,
with that.
just one sec, let me hold you there.
Can I
Yes,
say,
Commissioner
so
Lundberg.
how do you, okay. If sea levels are rising, that's counterintuitive to this chart.
Sea levels are rising, but remember, the groundwater level in the aquifer is rising too, right?
Yeah.
And so it's hydraulic pressure. So as the groundwater level in the basin increases,
Yeah.
even if seawater is increasing also, as this level increases at a faster rate than this level, it's effectively pushing that seawater out.
Got it. But if your right hand, I'm not going to argue with you, but
No.
if there is a drought, would you anticipate your right hand going up or staying flat? Where would you, if that's true, is there a point where we could do this?
Well, what we've seen in the past, and we have had recent drought cycles. I mean, luckily, we've had a couple of good wet winters.
Yeah.
Prior to that, multiple drought years, significant drought years in this part of the state. We still saw that water level rising, not at the rate that we saw in the last couple of years, but it continues to rise. If we see this, right, then the sustainable yield number will be recalculated and it will be different. And that will then impact the amount of growth that will be, the way the plan's written, the amount of growth will be potentially reduced to zero.
Okay, any other
Yeah,
questions?
just-
Commissioner Bochco?
Just a couple more. And I want to say, it sounds to me like the good work of all these people is one of the reasons during a drought, the water still increased in your aquifer. So you guys are doing a great job. Don't stop doing that.
Yeah.
But anyway, and again, you addressed, I think, what the other gentleman said about these wells being closed. These are measuring wells. These are not drinking wells. So they're not getting shut down because they're overly, they're not moving them. They're all the same.
Historically, there have been wells, this has been years ago, but there have been wells closer to the shoreline that were taken out of service due to seawater. That's been quite a while ago, but yes, that has
And the
happened.
BMC is not counting, they're not looking at that. They're looking at their existing wells to make their measurements and make their decisions.
Right.
And so in other words, and this will be my last question, if people are still concerned after whatever happens today, is it within their power to go to the BMC? Do they have have hearings like this and say to the BMC, look, these guys got it wrong? Is there some kind of hearing procedure or appeal procedure? I was just curious if there's some other remedy that these people have.
Yeah, the Basin Management Committee meets, I think, it's bi-monthly, I think. It's a public meeting. Many of the people that provide a comment today regularly attend those meetings, and that is the opportunity. They are in attendance when the annual report data, when the information is being rolled into the annual report data, including this information, is presented to the Basin Management Committee. They have an opportunity to comment at that time. And the Basin Management Committee, the members of the committee, are very thoughtful, and they do listen to the public.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
All right, Commissioner Rice and then Commissioner Cummings. We're going to hear from Commissioner Rice here now, right here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, I
I
don't
see.
have any questions for him.
Oh, I thought you did have a question.
Not for him.
Oh, okay, you could sit down.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. It's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Question to staff. So today for us, and as we're evaluating this, I'm trying to make sure, I'm trying to stay focused myself in terms of what we're supposed to be focusing on and what not, and I'm drifting in my own mind actually into an area which I think is probably not relevant, and that is, and here's my question, with regards to the amendment, and to the community plan itself, and are we agnostic as to how, if this were to go forward, how that 1% of allowed development per year, 253 units, are we agnostic and not opining on how that is distributed in terms of single family versus multifamily? Do we care about that? And then I guess there's a related question, and it's more, is does, in the analysis of the community plan and this calculation on water and how much growth can be sustained in the metering, is there a calculation based on, is there a difference between water use demand based on multifamily versus single family? And does that play into that number, that 1% growth? Probably didn't ask that well, but.
So under the 1% cap, all residential units would be subject to it. So that would include single family, multifamily, accessory dwelling units. And the analysis would, as part of an application, would just be, I mean, in essence, today the determination would be, this commission would be saying there is an adequate and sustainable water source, and so can move forward in that regard. There would also be, opportunities for water conservation measures as part of, coastal permit approvals. So we're not, the intent there, or the idea would be that there would be basically water neutrality for those new units. But that's, I mean, I want to also make clear, because we've made points over the years to make sure that water retrofitting is not a vehicle to overcome a water limitation. This is different because we are determining the basin is sustainable already, and so a water neutrality or a water retrofit condition is to keep it that way, as opposed to overcome that limitation.
What about the multifamily housing question that the commissioner just asked?
In terms of, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Could you restate your question?
Maybe I'll, so I believe somewhere in the report it identifies that there's a wait list of 250 units of housing, a small subset, 238 on the wait list for single family, 19 for multifamily. And so I guess, and I was wondering, and how do those get metered out by the city? But I think my first question is, should I even be thinking about this, and am I agnostic to it? Or should we be agnostic? I'm concerned about it because I'm thinking multifamily serves a different socioeconomic category, and I'm hearing people in the community concerned about teachers, about service workers. How do you support those visitor serving uses if you're trying to build a tourist, your tourist element of your economy? And then I'm also thinking about, I make an assumption, and I don't know if it's correct, that multifamily development has a lower water use per person or per unit than single family residential.
I think to that latter point, generally speaking, yes, multifamily residential uses much less water than single family. In Los Osos in particular, these are pretty small lots. So we're not talking about, generally speaking, large-scale water guzzlers. And then in terms of the former question about, what types of units would be allowed, right now, our suggested modifications do not have a preference. It's basically how the county would, in their capacity, prioritize who's on the wait list and whatnot. So it'd be more of a county concern.
All right, okay. Well, and since I'll ask one more question since I have the mic, and maybe this is for someone from the county. Was Los Osos, in terms of your current housing element, your 6-cycle housing element, is the county counting on units in Los Osos to meet its RENA obligation?
I'd defer that to my planning staff, but I do believe we are. We see that with the adoption of these amendments, that we would see somewhere between 500 and 700 new dwelling units available in Los Osos. And, over time, again, very carefully managed. If I could speak just quickly to the wait list, we inherited this from the early 90s as the building moratorium sat there in place and the desire to develop undeveloped lots continued. We started a wait list. We've taken deposits. And so that is a time-ordered wait list, and I'm not sure where multifamily falls. But separately, the county has a robust effort in affordable housing. And amazingly, in the 35 years that we've been working on this, things like the density bonus laws and ADUs. So we would, with your certification, then be looking to come back to our Board of Supervisors to accept your modifications, at least on my recommendation, and talk about implementation. And so that is a bigger county or county-centered operation.
All right, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And I guess I would just close by thinking about the history of Los Osos and the fact that there was that unbridled development that happened in the 80s that really kind of created the problem because it was really poor planning without the infrastructure there to support it. And I'm guessing that most of you living here are in the room today maybe benefited from that poor planning, but it did create a lot of housing that exists today. I feel like that the county and the community's actually come a long way in terms of addressing the challenge. It's making up for what didn't happen before in terms of appropriate infrastructure, and the environmental improvements are coming along behind it. I trust the science analysis that our staff has done. They don't move into these areas lightly, and the moratorium's been in place for a long time, and it was warranted because I don't think we don't want to be approving development that cannot be supported by the infrastructure, by the water supply, et cetera. And I guess I'll ask one last question. So this annual report that will be given that's basically analyzing the water basin and the sustainability level, how timely is it? What does staff have to say about sort of the timeliness of that? Because there's always, any kind of analysis is always looking backwards and there's a delay. And I don't know to what degree that it has to be so sensitive in terms of putting the brakes on issuing permits, but could you speak to our level of confidence in the timeliness of those reports in terms of putting the brakes on development and issuing of permits?
The report comes out usually in springtime to ascertain the inputs and outputs for the previous year. But one thing I would note is that's an example of the best available science, but it's not the only source. So if there's another report that comes out and says things are good, great. If there's another report from U.S. Fish and Wildlife that extractions are having problems with creek resources, that's another source of information that we could use. So it's not just this BMC annual report, but obviously it's an important one because it's so specific to the issues here.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank everyone for their hard work. I mean, decades worth of work to kind of bring this forward today really reflects how serious people are taking this item. I did have a couple questions for the county, probably for the hydrogeologist. And I guess I'll just start by saying I'll bring it into my questions.
And sir, can you restate your name when you come up, please? Thank you.
Yes, Blaine Reilly with the county.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if you can, because I think one thing that we haven't been touching on a little bit here is the fact that you all now have a tertiary wastewater treatment plant that is injecting tertiary treated water into the ground to help replenish the groundwater basin. And we've been talking a lot about saltwater intrusion and drawing from wells, but I think what we're really not touching on as much is this new form of technology that's actually helping to sustain water over time. So I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to that plant, the process, how it works, and how it might help with these increasing trends in water availability within these wells.
Certainly. So yeah, just not too many years ago, a brand new state-of-the-art wastewater treatment plant was constructed and is operational. Treats to a tertiary quality, basically removes essentially all the nitrogen from the wastewater. We take that treated wastewater and recycle water, and then some of that, a relatively small amount of that, is used in lieu of for irrigation purposes. And we're trying to expand that a little bit right now. But most of it is actually conveyed to a recharge point, or actually two, but the largest one is what we call the Broderson site, and that recycled water then is put into the ground and is allowed to recharge. The majority of the water that's being treated is recharged. That's forming a groundwater mound, and that mound is really designed, the location and the operation is designed to help promote the movement of seawater outward towards the ocean. So, yeah, and it's in place and operational.
And then I guess my second question is who's really going to be in charge of in terms of the monitoring and providing updates? I guess what agency is going to be in charge of that?
That is the County of San Luis Obispo. We, the county, through our Public Works Utilities Division, operates that plant, and as part of that operation, under our permit from the regional board, we are required to monitor not only the basin, the effluent, but groundwater conditions within the basin.
Thank you. And I'll just make some brief comments because I know it's been a long item, but I just want to acknowledge the complexity around this and just highlight the unique challenges that this community faces as it relates to building housing. And I do think, though, that approving this plan actually gives the local jurisdiction more control over how housing gets built and how development occurs. And it really allows the community to work with the locally elected officials and experts to develop the community in a way that's sustainable. I think it's really helpful that the Coastal Commission is also going to have an eye on this and being able to determine, if the groundwater levels begin to have impacts on coastal resources, there's an opportunity for us to weigh in and step in. It sounds like the courts have stepped in historically, and I think we're all going to be really looking at this very closely. And I do understand that, development can be a scary thing for communities, but it does show that the county has taken a lot of steps to try to address many of the concerns around habitat impacts, also ensuring that there is technology that will help improve water availability over time. And I think that it's just something that, we need to we can continue to monitor and move forward with today. So, because I don't see delaying this actually, resulting in anything different from what is likely before us right now. And so with that, I'll just end my comments there.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments by any commissioners? All right, then I'm looking for, do you have a comment or a question? Sure.
I just figure I should say something since I have been consistently appealing Los Osos projects ever since I started in this commission. So, and to the public, thank you all for coming, and yeah, it's been many years, and I think because of that particular unique perspective, I have actually been reading these reports every single time with a lot of care, and I do know one thing I have learned, and this is for the public, that the staff of the Coastal Commission are consummate public servants and within very high integrity, and especially including our highly qualified scientists. So they have my utmost respect and trust. And I guarantee that all of us will be looking at this very carefully. I'd say that, this change, I understand, this is very difficult to swallow. And the trepidation is very understandable, but we, have to evolve. And I think this moratorium has helped. Actually, I agree with Commissioner Cummings that it's helped the region sort of reset itself on a more sustainable path, unlike many other regions in the state, across the state, that haven't had a chance to do that and have just continued to grow and grow and grow without this thoughtfulness. So I appreciate the process, and I will be supporting you. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? In case I'm looking for a motion, or there's a series of motions. And that would be Commissioner Bochco. So you see, starting on page 7, there's a series of motions, Commissioner. It's page 7,
Okay. I move that the Commission certify Land Use Plan Amendment LCP3 SLO 21-00281, Part G, as submitted by San Luis Obispo County, and I recommend a no vote.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. We
would it be appropriate to have unanimous? It was seconded by Commissioner Lowenberg. Why don't we go ahead and take a vote on this?
Yeah.
Ms. Miller? And the mover's requesting a no vote.
Commissioner Cummings?
No.
Cummings, no. Commissioner Escalante?
No.
Escalante, no. Commissioner Lowenberg?
No.
Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Newsom?
No.
Newsom, no. Commissioner Rice?
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders?
No.
Turnbull Sanders, no. Commissioner Uranga?
No.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson?
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Bochco?
No.
Bochco, no. Chair Hart?
No.
Hart, no. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. All right. Next motion, please, Commissioner.
Yes. I move that the commission certify LCP 3SLO 21-00281 Part G if it is modified as suggested in this staff report, and I recommend a yes vote.
Commissioner Lundberg, you second? Second. All right. We have a motion and a second. Like a roll call vote, please. And mover's requesting a yes vote.
Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Newsom?
Yes.
Newsom, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders?
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Bochco?
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wilson?
Like I said, I'm used to it.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. All right, folks, that concludes this item. I really hope that your community thrives, and we'll see what happens. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break, commissioners. Take a break for, why don't we take 10 minutes, 4:10. We have 2 more items. Hello? Okay, commissioners, if you can come back and we'll resume the meeting. Yeah? Okay, Mr. Carl, is 15A next? Okay.
Yes.
All right, folks, if everyone in the room could just not talk, we can resume. We're going to move now to an appeal 15A. Mr. Carl.
Yes, that takes us to item number 15A, and I'd like to ask Luke Henningsen to give the staff presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 15A is an appeal of a Santa Cruz County decision approving an after-the-fact coastal permit to recognize some fairly minor rear yard improvements at 735 Seacliff Drive in the unincorporated community of Aptos. Specifically, these rear yard improvements include an outdoor kitchen with a sink and barbecue, a fire pit, and a low-profile garden wall. Slide 1 shows the fire pit and garden wall in question as seen from the applicant's backyard. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows the project location in the Seacliff neighborhood in the unincorporated Aptos area of Santa Cruz County. The project site is located on the seaward side of Seacliff Drive at the top of a coastal bluff above Las Olas Drive, where there is residential development at the beach below. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in on the project site in question with the project elements noted in the rear yard of the applicant's home. The outdoor kitchen is located on an inland extension of the rear yard deck, and the fire pit and garden wall are located towards the back of the rear yard, 10 to 12 feet from the edge of the coastal bluff. None of the project elements are visible from Sea Cliff State Beach below, as they are concealed by bluff face vegetation. Next slide, please. The fire pit, garden wall, and a portion of the rear yard deck are shown here on slide 4. The appeal focuses on two main contentions. First, the appellant contends that the fire pit and garden wall present a hazard to the residential development on Las Olas Drive at the base of the bluff because these landscaping elements are made of concrete and are adjacent to the edge of the coastal bluff, which is susceptible to episodic coastal erosion. Second, the appellant contends that the applicants redeveloped the rear yard deck within the last year without a CDP, which would be a violation of the county's LCP and would need to be resolved in order to approve this project. Next slide, please. However, staff does not believe the appeal contentions raise substantial LCP conformance issues. In terms of the fire pit and low garden wall, the county appropriately applied LCP coastal bluff setback provisions that address bluff setbacks for minor backyard elements like those here. These minor rear yard improvements don't raise any significant coastal resource issues and are required to be removed in the event of slope instability or future erosion. In terms of the rear yard deck, the county approved a coastal permit for this deck in 2010 and determined that the minor termite fumigation that took place last year did not require a coastal permit, which appears accurate. Next slide, please. In sum, the project is to recognize fairly minor rear yard improvements on a residential parcel that do not raise any significant coastal resource issues. As a result, staff recommends that the commission determine that the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial LCP conformance issue and that the commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project. The single motion necessary to implement this recommendation is found on page 4 of the staff report, and this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Henningsen. All right, so this is a recommendation of no substantial issues, so we're going to have a public hearing on this. Is there any ex partes on this? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing, ask if there are any speakers.
Yes, we had 3 speakers.
All right.
Including the appellant, the applicant, and 1 interested member of the public.
Okay, so counsel, do we bring the appellant?
Yeah, we start with the appellant.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Janelle Martin, in person. Please turn the mic on, the button at the base.
Right, and state your name, please.
Hello, yeah. Yes, my name's Janelle Martin. I live next door to this project at 733 Seacliff Drive, and I've lived there for almost 20 years. For a few years, I managed this property next door, the one that's trying to get the permit, so I know the property very well. And I want to thank you all for your hard work. It has taken me a total of 6 hours to drive here and back home, 4 hours here at the hearing, and just that I'm very concerned about this project, and that's why I'm here today. I believe this project is a substantial issue, and I would like to have a full hearing on this application. I would like you to override the Coastal Commission's application, and it was was not done properly. The applicants are putting in over 8 tons of concrete within 5 feet of this bluff. This could affect my home, along with all the other neighbors along the bluff cliff there. Now, in the report, it says it's 12 feet away from the bluff. That's incorrect information. It's 5 feet away, within 5 feet of the bluff. And I think you've seen pictures of the bluff. I have more pictures if you want, showing it's pretty scary, 100-foot cliff, and there's homes below. And so I'm very concerned about this. This is a vacation home. It's been a vacation home for many decades, so the owners aren't there very often. And the prior owner had, she had lots of problems with the cliff. There's problems. I can show you pictures of the landslides. And they put this all in without a permit. The prior owners of this, the wall and the outdoor kitchen and the 27-foot wall, 8 tons of concrete. There was a lawsuit a few years back with the prior owner because there was land slippage and it caused substantial damage to the homes below. I have the Superior Court case number. It happened in 2000, and I have the names of the owners where their property was
I'm going to give you one
damaged.
more minute.
Oh, thank you. So this wall was never inspected, 27-foot wall was never inspected or permitted, and it wasn't anchored properly to the cliff. The no tails or holding it down, no footings. I had to get a permit a couple years ago for a simple, it was a simple cable fence. No concrete I couldn't use along the cliff. I didn't want my animals to fall over people. And I was to absolutely no concrete, along with several of my neighbors. I have their names here along the cliff. And so we were very shocked to find out that there's going to be over 8 tons of concrete within 5 feet of the bluff with homes below, and it's already had substantial damage over the years, according to the manager of the homes below. And the owners of the property, they had a licensed contractor. He would have had to know this needed a permit. Everybody knows along the bluff that you need to have a permit. He's very knowledgeable. Everybody is. And the present owners, they've owned property along the bluff in the past, a couple doors down. So they're very knowledgeable about what needs permits.
Okay, thank
but
you
put
very
it
much.
anyway without permits.
Thank you, appreciate your comments.
Thank
All right.
you.
All right, next speaker is going to be the applicant or not?
We have a Marvin Tseu sign up, but we're unable to find them in Zoom. So.
Any other speakers?
And then we have one member of the public, Mary Lou Sams-Wiley, in person.
Okay. Could you restate your name? I couldn't quite hear.
Mary Lou Sams-Wiley. I'm a boomer, sorry. So I've been a resident for Santa Cruz County for over 52 years, been here to address the concerns over the 9.6 to 11 tons of concrete, not including the total width of the footing, which should be placed underneath, verified by Granite Construction for the concrete and such. So it was placed at 735 Sea Cliff Drive, approximately 5 feet from the cliff's edge. The standard footing under a concrete garden wall or any type of concrete would be 2 foot wide for the height that it was. And so there would also be additional 6 inches of drainage rock placed underneath, but there's no drainage plan or sump pump to send it back out to the street. Due to the prior slides, gopher holes, continued frequent watering of the lawn that goes all the way to the bluff edge, there's a higher risk of slippage and potential shearing, which continue to be made worse by heavy El Nino rains with the concrete. I previously discussed my concerns with John Kasunich, a renowned soil geologist and engineer, saved Jack O'Neill's house on East Cliff Drive, and he concluded it's not safe to have the concrete so close to the edge of the bluff. He had commented that the normal bluff erosion is 3 to 5 inches per year. So with the additional effects of El Nino, that could increase. At 5 inches per year, that gives a time frame of 12 years before that cliff falls down. And at 3 inches, that gives you 20 years. It's not a question of if it will fall, it's when, and which will affect the properties on either side, the people down below, could affect their foundation, resulting in a red tag for the properties up above and below. And that with the chunks of the concrete falling down, I'm not able to the weight that it would fall, but at 32 feet per second, a 10-pound rock could become over 100 pounds falling down or the over 100-foot cliff and then bouncing against the cliff, project outwards into people's homes and resulting in loss of life, property, bouncing out to the surrounding properties and or bouncing beyond their homes and such. Robert Schultz, who manages the properties on Las Olas, has commented that Janelle Martin's property has minimal amount of sloughage, whereas the people on either side of her, 731 and 735, has had a lot and such. So major concerns for that concrete on that side. It doesn't include the rebar. Ooh, better hurry. And that, and also with the inconsistencies by the planning department, as Janelle commented about hers, but if this allowed to continue, other people will be saying, okay, the barn door is open. We can also put in these garden walls, will not require a building permit, but then we can also have this heavy concrete on the outside edge, which will contribute to erosion and shearing and the falling of the property.
Thank you.
And then we were actually able to find the applicant. They were logged in under a different name. So,
Okay.
Marvin
And then,
Tseu.
please.
Thank you. My name is Marvin Tseu. I'm the owner, along with my wife, Mary Mocus, of 735 Aptos, Seacliff Drive in Aptos. Thank you very much for this hearing. We too are concerned about the coastal bluff, and we are always trying to do things that are in compliance. This wall and fire pit and items that are under contention were put in when we purchased the house the first time, when we purchased the house in 2008. And so for all of this time, it has been in place and stable. We have done enormous amounts of work on the home twice in order to continue to improve the home. And most recently in the construction of an addition that was all permitted. We had drainage experts as well as geological experts come in and evaluate the property, and they saw there was no commentary at all regarding the fencing or the fire pit or any of the landscaping improvements that we have done. The reference to John Kucinich, who is a respected geologist in the area and advises on hillside matters, I think is just inappropriate. I talked to Mr. Kucinich himself, and he said that he had received an inquiry call from Ms. Martin, but it was one of those kinds of calls where she was making a general inquiry, which he could not comment on. And so I just don't understand, because there was no retainer or any kind of actual study that was done by him on this particular situation. So in short, we believe that we need to file for permits to retroactively include these landscape improvements. We are, in fact, interested in doing that. That is what this is all about. And I'm quite frankly really sorry that we have to take up your time in this matter, in as much as that you have much bigger issues, as the previous agenda item showed. And with that, I'm going to close my remarks and give back the 30 seconds that I have on my time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is that the final speaker?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to staff to respond. I would say specifically to the issues of the concrete and that sort of thing.
Well, I don't know exactly how much concrete was there, but I have a few comments that might be helpful. One is that it's true that these improvements went in without a permit. This is the permit that's retroactively approving them. So this is an after-the-fact permit. So that's why we're here. As to where these things are located, the appellant is suggesting that they're 5 feet from the bluff top edge. We've confirmed with the county that they're 10 to 12 feet, which is what we represented in the staff report. And also, we also reached out to John Kucinich, having heard that he was being referenced here. And he said that he had a passing conversation and that he indicated generally that the bluffs in Santa Cruz are eroding, like all bluffs do, but that he was not retained. He didn't actually consult and didn't actually look at anything related to this project. But to your question about how much concrete, I don't know how much concrete was poured there. So, but that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Carl. All right, bring it back to the commission for any questions or comments or a motion on this. Any questions? Commissioner Cummings, questions or motion?
I just have a brief question, I guess. It's a little confusing just when, or maybe this is for the applicant, because I'm just kind of wondering how this actually came up. It sounds like the wall and the fireplace were built based on what they said in 2008, and now they're coming forward, 2024 for a permit. I'm just wondering what.
Maybe Mr. Carl, can you answer that? Or Mr. Henningsen? Or do you want the applicant back?
Well, I think I know the answer, but I think that this, correct me if I'm wrong, but that this applicant was reported for having illegal development in their backyard, and then they had to pursue the after-the-fact permit from the county.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
That answers my question.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure.
Are there other questions? Okay.
I just need to find
And the motion is on page, 4.
having some technical difficulties. My apologies. If Katie has it, maybe she can just do
Okay,
it.
Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-SC0-24-0019 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote. And was that A-3-SC0 or O?
Oh.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any objection to unanimous approval? It was seconded by Commissioner Cummings. All right, seeing none, no substantial issue is found. And we will move on to the next item. And I would just mention that with regard to that prior item, any enforcement actions that are connected to this are ongoing or will be ongoing, and our decision today does not relate to the enforcement actions. All right, so let's move on now to item, is it 16A?
Yes, we're at item 16A.
It's
and
our last item today.
This is the last item of the day. We do have a PowerPoint, and Ryan Maroney, who's our district supervisor in our Central Coast office, is going to give our staff presentation.
Thanks, Dan.
Mr. Maroney.
Item 16A is a request by San Luis Obispo County Department of Parks and Recreation to construct a new segment of the California Coastal Trail that would connect the north end of the city of Morro Bay, about 4 miles north of here, to the community of Cayucos, just over a mile north of there. The photo here shows the northern portion of the project near Studio Drive in Cayucos, looking south toward Morro Bay and its iconic Morro Rock. The project has been envisioned for several decades and should result in a substantial benefit to the area residents and visitors, including providing expansive views and access to this impressive stretch of beaches backing up to Highway 1 and the undeveloped foothills. Next slide, please. The project would connect coastal trail segments in Morro Bay and Cayucos via a 12-foot wide, 1.25 mile long, Class 1 bicycle and pedestrian trail, shown in red on the slide. The project includes up to 6 free-span pedestrian bridges, guardrails, retaining walls, pull-out style overlooks with interpretive panels and signage, as well as habitat restoration along the trail. All told, the project would be a significant component of a larger and regional non-motorized transportation system in these two communities. Although the project is obviously a significant new public access benefit supported by the Coastal Act, it is also located in a dynamic shoreline area that presents some challenges, all of which staff believes can be appropriately addressed. Slide 3, please. With respect to coastal hazards, while the majority of the trail will be set back far enough from the bluff edge and shoreline to avoid beach area structures, a small portion of the proposed project would rely on retaining walls to support the trail. This area is located in the southern portion of the project, where its slope and lack of space between the beach and the highway create a pinch point of sorts along about 700 feet of the project area. The applicant, as conditioned, the applicant would waive any right to future armoring and instead would remove the trail and other hardscape features when they are no longer feasible to maintain. In any case, Caltrans is currently studying the stretch of Highway 1 between Cayucos and Morro Bay for longer-term adaptation options, and this trail system would be addressed in that context as well. Slide 4, please. With respect to dunes, much of the bluff area includes such features as seen on slide 4, and it will both protect against and mitigate impacts, including through up to 9 acres of dune restoration. In terms of cultural resources, staff conducted outreach to all tribes identified on the Native American Heritage Commission list for this area and consulted with each tribe that responded and found no objection to the project as conditioned. Moreover, these tribes will have the opportunity to monitor ground disturbing activities and to assist with measures to protect any cultural resources that might be identified if needed. Slide 5, please. In sum, the project as proposed and conditioned Staff believes that the project represents an exciting opportunity to meet multiple Coastal Act and community objectives, including a new multimodal California coastal trail connection between the communities of Cayucos and Morro Bay, as well as resource enhancements to the area's dune and bluff environment. Therefore, staff recommends approval as conditioned. The motion and resolution to effectuate this recommendation are found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Maroney. All right, are there any ex partes? All right, are there any speakers?
Yes, we have 9 people signed up.
9 people, all who want to speak on this topic.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to, so is there a representative of the, is it the county? It is. Oh, you're back. All right, so here's what we're going to do, Supervisor. How much time do you actually need?
I need about 45 seconds.
Okay, so we're going to give you a minute. We're going to give the speakers a minute. If I determine that they need more time on this, then I'll give it to them. All right, so let's begin.
Thank you, Chair Hart. Bruce Gibson, 2nd District County Supervisor, San Luis Obispo County, here in enthusiastic support of your staff's recommendation. We do have County Parks and Rec staff and our technical consultants here to present on the details, although your staff's recommendation is obvious and thorough, and this is an exciting opportunity. Another one that's decades in the making, although somewhat less controversial and complex. 2 points. One, I want to personally thank your staff for the thoughtful consideration of the armoring necessary to make this happen. As most of you know, I'm very much involved in that conversation with you. And second, if you look inland on the map, we have hundreds of acres of conservation in process. The first part of which was to purchase the seaward side of the land seaward of Highway 1, which secured the right-of-way for this project. Following that, we're going to see about 1,000 acres in the near term and another several hundred in the longer term, and we hope to see a campground just adjacent to this property soon. Thank you.
That's great. You need more camping around here, that's for sure. All right, next speaker, please.
Mandy Sackett, and then we'll do the in-person speakers.
Okay, Ms. Sackett, we'll have 2 minutes.
Rachel Wilson, John D'Annunzio, and Susan Dunn.
So that'll be 2 minutes for Ms. Sackett.
Thank you. Hi, Mandy Sackett with the Surfrider Foundation. The Surfrider Slow chapter is really happy to see this project moving forward. Will be a great boost to coastal access. However, we are concerned about the way the coastal armoring portion of the project is handled in the staff recommendation and the statewide implications that it will have. So there is a 700-foot long portion of the trail that will rely on a vertical seawall, and there is existing unpermitted riprap. The staff report describes that the trail as a coastal dependent use is entitled to armoring, but we feel skeptical that there are truly no alternatives. It doesn't look like beach nourishment or a robust living shoreline were thoroughly analyzed. The staff report describes the armoring as self-mitigating due to the nature of the trail's provision of coastal access, but I was disappointed that there was not more analysis of the mitigation in the staff report, such as an overview of the evaluation methods or sand supply. The staff report briefly describes a living shoreline component of the project, but the details are pretty scarce. And we think this project should move forward, but we're missing important information regarding the sufficiency of the armoring mitigation. We support a robust living shoreline project at the base of the seawall or wherever feasible, and we call on the commissioners to require a mitigation analysis and a robust living shoreline project plan with dune restoration and a commitment to ongoing maintenance over the project lifespan. This should be a prior to issuance of the permit. As commissioners, it's your job to ensure that we're prepared for rising seas, and one way to do that is to ensure mitigation for armoring projects actually contribute to beach restoration and not just trails along what will become a beach graveyard. If we sacrifice our beaches themselves for access to and along the coast, we will lose them as seas rise. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our remaining speakers are in person. Rachel Wilson, followed by John D'Annunzio and Susan Dunn.
Good afternoon, Rachel Wilson. I am representing the Cayucos Citizens Advisory Council. I am actually an elected official in Cayucos. I also live right next to that connector area. I walk that beach every day. Cayucos is in the advisory council had a unanimous support for this project. Right now, our students who go to Morro Bay High School cannot bike because Highway 1 at that point is considered a freeway. It goes 65 miles an hour, which means 75 miles an hour. 20 years ago, I saw someone water balloon bicycling on that road. Also, the coastal access. People who want to walk on the beach, I have to walk down 36 stairs and back up 36 stairs. That's easy for me, but there are a lot of people who could enjoy that coastal access just by being able to walk along. Also, my family, not myself, have a home on Studio Drive, which is going to be the northernmost point. All the bicyclists will be going down Studio Drive right behind their home. They are ecstatic. And their reasoning is wow, more people are going to see this coastline and get to be involved and have that opportunity that we are so privileged to have. And it just really adds to the coastal access. It gives Cayucos, I personally cannot get to town without, it's 2 miles for me, without driving, and I have a bike I love to ride. And so, thank you so much. Cayucos Citizens Advisory Council is 100% behind this project.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. John D'Annunzio, Susan Dunn, Betty Winholtz.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Hart, Coastal Commissioners. I'm John D'Annunzio, staff with the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, and I'm here to convey support for the SLO County Parks coastal permit for the trail project on behalf of our agency. The Morro Bay to Cayucos Trail Connector has a nexus to our Regional Transportation Plan, which not only has ties to meeting the state and regional mobility, equity, and climate targets, but also underpins the importance of backing projects like this that support the regional road safety and protecting our most vulnerable road users as we pursue a road to zero by 2050. So it is with these factors in mind, as well as a keen interest in seeing the project delivered in a timely and cost-effective manner, that we strongly support staff's recommendations for the issuance of the coastal permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Dunn, Betty Winholtz, and then Babak Napasi.
Hi, I'm Susan Dunn, and I am a South Cayucos resident, and I support the project, but on the other side of the highway. The beach restoration and the dunes restoration is actually a separate issue than putting asphalt on the dunes. Putting asphalt on the dunes is not restoration, it's progress. And the dynamic coastal influence that they were talking about, I personally walk the beach almost daily, and the storms of 23 and 24 permanently changed the beach. It's a different beach every day, but the tides destroyed the Caltrans fence, which was completed yesterday after 2.5 years. The Highway 1 Toro Creek Bridge was shifted on its piers, and the riprap was thrown around like pebbles. And roughly, we lost about 20 to 30 feet of the width of the dunes in the storms. Adding another 12 feet of pavement on that, we're going to lose the dunes altogether in some places, and that's why they're building the bridges. I think it's a great idea, but it's on the wrong side of the highway. There's other options. Caltrans recently was allocated $1 billion for bike lanes. In a previous life, I worked for Caltrans, and I was involved in putting in bike lanes with far less right-of-way than we have out here. You can drive a full-size truck on the shoulders of the roads in that location, as well as there's plenty of Caltrans right-of-way. And I think a joint project with Caltrans is a better solution on the other side of the street of the highway. Also, there are several nuances of ADA law that appear to be omitted from the current plans, and
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Okay,
Let's
thank
just
you.
not pave Dog Beach. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, Betty Winholtz, Babak Nafisi.
I'm not
Bill-
going to say that's how I feel right now, but I really, it's close.
And then Bill Mantori and Leanne Fry.
I'm sorry,
Leanne Fry.
excuse me.
Yeah, we all
Or
do.
G.
You know what I mean, Ms.
We all
Winholtz,
do.
you know what I mean.
And I think I have a few slides coming up. My name is Betty Winholtz. I do live in Morro Bay. Unlike Cayucos, Morro Bay was never privileged to see these plans. It never came before us because this is a consolidated permit. And so we were left out of the process. I want to make 2 points. One's about location and one's about destruction. My first one about location, I agree with the previous speaker. This belongs on the other side of the highway. The common sense solution is to put it there. And this is demonstrated yesterday when you were hearing about the railroad above Del Mar.
Would you like your slides to advance?
Not yet, thank you. You heard how because the railroad was put there and it's slowly going away, that same thing is now and will continue to happen to this trail. So why spend the money? Just put it across the highway. So my second point is, which is now to advance the slides, is if you're not going to use common sense and move it across the highway now and not waste money, then I would like for you to at least get rid of the loops that have been included as part of this plan. And the first one's up here on North Point Natural Area, and if you can advance the slide. This is a flat area where pedestrians are free to walk. The only development are the benches. It's a very flat area. You can see how we have daisies every spring. Advance the slide, please. This is where people come and have the trails on their own. This is the area where they want to put 12-foot wide a bicycle lane, but it's going to be a loop, so it'll be more than 24 feet with space in between. Natural area will be wiped out. And advance the slide, please. And here's another view where people you can see are sitting there looking out over the ocean on our benches. Next slide, please. We have interpretive panels. Next slide, please. This is the alternative. This is the parking lot. Why can't we just continue up the hill? And if you advance the slide, you'll see that at the top of the hill, this is already owned by a conservancy. And then the last slide, you'll see that there's already a road there. If you'll advance the slide, you'll see that there's already the old road is there, and they could just put the trail on top of here without destroying that beautiful area that pedestrians use. Thank you.
Thank you. Babak Nafisi, Bill Mantori, and Jeannie Fry.
Good afternoon. I'm Babak Nafisi. I'm an attorney, and as I've explained in the letter I sent you that I hope you read, I represent the North Morro Bay Homeowners Association, who own a portion of Toro Lane where this bike path is proposed for. I have read the most recent staff addendum, and I just want to urge you to consider the issue in light of the legal requirements that you are obligated to follow. The question of whether the easement that at this commission's insistence, the previous owner of the project, this property, recorded in favor of the county and Morro Bay, really can be interpreted in a way that would allow the bike path. The language of that easement was carefully drawn to limit it to certain uses. For example, the natural area that Ms. Winholtz just showed, part of it was to provide pedestrian access to that, as well as limited parking to use the staircase to go to the beach. What staff is urging you in the name of promoting coastal access policies is to ignore the language of the easement that this body negotiated and imposed on this property and just go with maximizing access now. Staff suggests that staff's interpretation that you can broaden the scope of the easement to allow this 12-foot bike path is warranted because there's no language in the easement itself that specifically prohibits this use. That is not the law as it applies to interpreting easements. where the easement is for a specific purpose, as it was here, and not a general easement, you'll have to look to the language of the easement to decide how far you can go. I have a lot more to say. There's currently a lawsuit going on with this. The Coastal Commission is named in it. I urge you not to approve this.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then our final two speakers, Bill Mentori and Jeannie Fry.
Yeah, and happy hour's not over yet, next door. So you guys might make it. Bill Martini again, and yeah. The bike trail, excellent idea, wrong side of the freeway. To do a 12-foot wide paved road next to a 4-lane freeway on the bluff is diametrically opposed to what the Coastal Commission actually is for. And that is to protect the coastal bluffs. There's access down to this beach already, but you don't build a 12-foot wide paved freeway on top of the edge of the bluff between the visitors serving going on the freeway and the beach itself, and destroying the bluff with all these bridges, etc. There's tons of room on the east side of the freeway. The view is actually better of the ocean. You're higher, and it's much less cost expensive. So I'm saying, great idea to do the connector, just the wrong side of the road. And like Los Osos, I think this should be put on hold, redesigned, and put the actual access on the east side. So, in fact...
yeah, can you hold on one sec, sir?
Absolutely.
What is burning? Yeah. Do you want to...
I think they're getting the burgers ready.
We're just hung.
There's a fire alarm somewhere. Yeah. Why don't you continue while we figure out if we need to...
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, there's a saying under yellow taxi that you don't pave paradise to put up a parking lot. This is paradise. I surfed there for the last 50 years, and it's destroying the bluff when it's unnecessary, and you have total access and a much more benign on the east side. And like I say, visually it's better and it's less impact. You go down the beach underneath the Toro Creek Bridge and then catch the entire east side. So it's cheaper and a better location to be rethought out. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, we had three more speakers actually. We had two that we hadn't organized properly. So, but they did sign up on time. So
They did not sign up on time?
They did sign up on time. We
Okay.
misfiled them.
And are they here?
Yes. So we had three speakers: Jeannie Fry, Danny Nicholson, and Marianne Gustafson.
Okay, each speaker have 1 minute.
Mine's really quick. My name's Jeannie Fry. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I appreciate all you being here, and thank you for all you've done. I'm excited about the trail. My main concern is the cyclists and pedestrians crossing Yerba Buena onto Toro Lane. That's somehow, I don't know, I sent you all a letter describing that. Just that's my main concern, just the safety of cyclists crossing there. That's it. Thank you.
Danny Nicholson.
Hello, I'm Danny Nicholson. I've been living in Cayucos on Old Creek Road for 25 years. I walk that beach every single morning. We pick up the trash along the beach. We collect the trash. We dump the trash. We've been doing it for over 5 years. And we are concerned, number one, about having pavement on the top of a bluff. I don't know who thinks that's a good idea. I don't know who thinks that's a good idea. I agree with the other speakers. Let's put it on the other side of the highway. It's great. I think it's great to have cyclists have better cycling trails, but we already have a trail there, as you saw in the pictures, and everybody can walk that trail. Sure, we can't bike unless you're a mountain bike cyclist, but you can walk it. And we don't have to look up at this blight at the top of the bluffs, not to mention, almost out of time, all of the effects it will have on the biology in those bluffs. I'm a wildlife rehabilitator, and I know all about wildlife. So I'm very concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Marianne Gustafson.
Thank you so much. My name is Marianne Gustafson. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I'm also the president of the San Luis Obispo Bike Club with over 600 members in San Luis Obispo. We also host the Wildflower Century, which starts in Morro Bay and goes up the coast past Cayucos, where we have 1,100 bicyclists. So our own club sponsors 3 rides per week right along that same stretch. And I'll tell you right now, we have members that are nervous about riding on Highway 1. There's too much traffic. They're going really fast. Even though Caltrans has widened the shoulder, the fact of the matter is that it still is dangerous and people are worried about it. So our club 100% supports this new project, not only for our bicyclists, but also for runners, walkers, and others that want to use this space.
Great, thanks so much. Do we have any other speakers, Chris?
No more speakers.
All right, we're going to close the public hearing, bring it back to Mr. Maroney or Mr. Carl.
Yeah, I'll start, and then Ryan's got
Thank
a couple
you.
things. Just a couple things. We're very supportive of this project. We think this is the best alternative for the California Coastal Trail, including on the west side of the highway. As to the question about the armoring, we looked very closely at that, and there really weren't any good alternatives at that point. There's slope issues, there's not enough space issues. It would incorporate the old riprap that appears to have been unpermitted at this site, so it would be incorporated underneath the trail. And then excuse me, the project actually does include a living shoreline component, which is a true living shoreline component where they intend to collect driftwood essentially and vegetate and sand on top of that. This is something that state parks did really successfully in Aptos. First of its kind of project like that. They basically recreated some dunes where historic, Commissioner Cummings is well aware of this one. So they're going to do something like that along with this project along the foot of the trail. I think that's all I have, and then Ryan has a couple things.
Mr. Maroney, anything else?
If we could just bring up the PowerPoint, we developed additional slide for the Torrey Lane issue. Slide 6 on the PowerPoint. I'm just going to go ahead and start. You heard from the attorney for the North Point Morro Bay HOA, who front one portion of Torrey Lane, and they're not supportive of allowing public access on that section of Torrey Lane to be used for trail access purposes. Rather, they suggest that the trail should be moved above Torrey Lane to the Highway 1 shoulder. This slide will help orient you to Torrey Lane, which represents the southernmost portion of the project. On the left, you can see Torrey Lane extending from the Yerba Buena Street intersection near the bottom of the slide, which is the southern end of the proposed project, to the city's North Point natural area parking lot near the top of the slide. The rest of the trail would extend north from that point. The areas in green are city-owned public property on which the proposed trail would be located. The red area is that roughly 600-foot portion of Torrey Lane that is private but is encumbered by a Coastal Commission-required public access easement from when that section of road was created as part of the 10-unit subdivision seaward of it in 1993. And in the image to the right on the bottom, you can see the view looking up coast along that portion of Torrey Lane. The county plans to paint sharrows along the street there to help demarcate the trail. Finally, the image at the top right gives you a sense of the steep grade between Torrey Lane and Highway 1 and the lack of space atop the grade and Highway 1 itself. There is no doubt that directing trail users along Torrey Lane, as the county proposes in this project, would provide a safer, more attractive, more useful, and less expensive option than moving the trail up to Highway 1 to avoid that stretch in red. To conclude, staff appreciates the homeowners' concerns for the 10 homes that front the 600-foot stretch of Torrey Lane in red on the slide, but also think that those concerns can be alleviated in ways that the county proposes, including via directional signs and sharrows so that trail users can safely coexist with other users of that space. And finally, we would note that all of this is covered in more detail in the staff report and addendum. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Maroney. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for any questions, comments, or a motion on this. Anybody? Commissioner Bochco?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, we're going to put this concrete trail on top of the bluff, we are not going to allow for seawall. Just one second.
There's a seawall for a small portion of it?
Yeah, for that, I think it's about 600 feet.
The pinch point.
600 feet of
You
a
saw it in
seawall
the-
to protect a coastal trail. You know,
It's
we have had in the past decided, or not this, I don't know when we did it, but we had decided that even coastal access doesn't qualify for a seawall, a hard seawall. You said something about a natural solution, which obviously we do agree with. But I personally am adverse to putting a seawall there just to protect a trail, even if it's the coastal trail.
I think you may be referring to the Casimira case where the commission decided in that particular instance that the trail could be moved inland. So there was a viable alternative.
Yeah, and I think that's what these people are saying. They can move it inland and not be on the bluff. And that way you're saying.
We think that a trail on the eastern side of the highway for this 1.25 mile stretch is a worse outcome for the California Coastal Trail.
Because it's a worse outcome because.
Proximity, getting back and forth across the highway.
Oh, I thought you had to cross the highway anyway. Didn't you just say you had to cross the highway?
No, you
I'm
don't
sorry,
have to
I'm
cross
just-
the
No, this would all be on the coastal side, Commissioner.
Okay, never mind. But I don't know, I don't want.
Okay, all right. Any other comments or questions or a motion? Okay, Commissioner Wilson, was that you? Okay, motion's on page, you already have it, page 5.
I move the commission approve coastal development permit number 3-24-0020 pursuant to staff recommendation. I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have a roll call vote, please. The second was Commissioner Newsom, I believe? Yes. Mm-hmm. Moved by Wilson, second by Newsom.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Newsom.
Yes.
Newsom, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson. Wilson,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Bochco.
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
No.
Escalante, no. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 8 yes, 2 no.
All right, thank you very much. So that concludes all of our items for today, and I believe. And we will see everyone back here tomorrow. Maybe not everyone. I'm sure the supervisor will be here. No. See y'all here tomorrow at 9. Thank you.